just outside the reach of the campfire's glow. They brush it off, thinking it's an animal, but the feeling of being watched lingers. Chapter 4: Lost in the Forest. The next morning, the family packs up camp and decides to continue their hike, trying to make their way back to the trailhead. However, the forest begins to feel like a maze. Every turn looks the same, and the once familiar landmarks have disappeared. The trees seem to close in, and Sarah begins to feel like they're being watched from all directions. As the hours pass, the trail becomes increasingly difficult to follow. They retrace their steps, but it's as if the forest is shifting, its paths changing before their eyes. Panic sets in when they realize they've become hopelessly lost. Chapter 5: The Voice That Knows. As they search for an exit, they begin to hear the voices again, except this time, they sound more urgent, more familiar. "Mom, where are you?" It's Tommy's voice, but when Sarah turns, he's right next to her. The voice seems to come from everywhere, echoing all around them, overlapping with their own voices. "Dad, it's just ahead." The voice of John calls out, but it sounds wrong, distorted, as if it's mocking him. The family realizes with growing horror that the voices are not coming from any of them, they are coming from the woods themselves. Something is mimicking them, copying their movements and words with unsettling precision. Chapter 6: The Stalker Revealed. As the day stretches into night, the family finds themselves surrounded by the forest, unable to escape. The mimicked voices grow louder, more insistent, calling them into the darkness. Suddenly, they hear footsteps behind them, moving in sync with their own. John turns to confront the sound, only to find nothing there. But when they look back, they notice that the trees around them have shifted again, forming a tighter circle. That's when they see it, a shadow moving between the trees, perfectly mimicking their own movements. They're being stalked by something that knows their every step. Chapter 7: The Creature. The creature reveals itself slowly over the next few hours. At first, a shape moving just out of sight, then a figure that seems to flicker in and out of the shadows. The family realizes it's not just mimicking their voices, it's mimicking their movements too. Every time they try to leave or take a different path, the creature mirrors them, staying just a step behind. It knows their fears, their desires, and it uses their own actions to lead them deeper into the forest. It's as if it's guiding them toward something, but they don't know what. As the sun sets and the forest grows darker, the creature's mocking presence becomes more sinister. Chapter 8: The Descent into Madness. The family begins to lose their grip on reality. The line between what's real and what's a trick of the creature blurs. They start to doubt each other. "Did you hear that?" one of them asks, only for the others to insist they didn't hear anything. The creature's mimicry becomes more perfect, more refined. At one point, Sarah hears her own voice pleading for help in the distance. She runs toward the sound, but when she arrives, there is no one there. The creature is playing with them, toying with their minds, and they're falling apart. Their fear grows, and the forest seems to close in around them, trapping them in a never-ending maze. Chapter 9: The Final Choice. By now, the family is on the edge of collapse. Their food is running out, and they are exhausted, both physically and mentally. They realize the creature isn't just hunting them, it's trying to break them, to force them into despair. Every step they take, the creature mirrors them, pushing them toward an unknown destination. Finally, they reach the edge of the forest, only to find that the exit is blocked by a sheer cliff. The creature has led them here, to a dead end. In their desperation, Sarah has an epiphany: the creature can't mimic what's not there. It can't copy love, or trust, or the bond between them. They have to work together to outsmart it. Chapter 10: Escape. In a final act of unity, the family devises a plan to deceive the creature. They pretend to split up, knowing it will mimic their actions. While it follows one of them, they make a break for the cliff's edge, using the creature's own mimicking nature against it. The creature, tricked into thinking they've scattered, fails to keep up. In a final, desperate bid, they manage to outmaneuver the creature and escape the forest, but not without scars, both physical and emotional. As they reach safety, they turn back one last time, only to find the forest silent. The creature is gone, for now. But the memory of its mimicking presence will haunt them forever. The Abandoned Schoolyard. A new family moves into an old house near an abandoned schoolyard, which has been deserted for decades after a tragic event claimed the lives of several children. At first, everything seems peaceful, with the family eager to start fresh. However, strange noises and eerie occurrences begin to unfold around the schoolyard, and the children in the family start to see figures playing games in the overgrown playground. As the spirits of the lost children come closer, the family realizes that the schoolyard's tragic past still lingers, and the spirits are not as harmless as they seem. The family must uncover the dark history of the school and its haunting while struggling to protect their own children from becoming part of the spirits' endless play. Chapter 1: The New Beginning. The Harrison family, Tom, Ella, and their two young children, Lily and Ben, move into a beautiful, old house on the edge of a small town. The house, a charming two-story with creaky wooden floors and antique fixtures, seems like the perfect place for a fresh start after a difficult few years. The yard is spacious, and the children are excited about the prospect of playing outside. As they unpack, they notice a neglected, overgrown schoolyard next door, its once vibrant playground equipment now rusting and falling apart. Despite the eerie aura surrounding the place, the family dismisses it and focuses on settling in. Chapter 2: Strange Noises. The first night, after the children go to bed, Tom and Ella hear strange noises coming from the direction of the schoolyard. It sounds like children's laughter, followed by the rhythmic sound of what seems like a ball bouncing. Both Tom and Ella are unsettled by the sounds but chalk it up to the wind or their imagination. The next day, Lily and Ben play outside, and they begin to talk about the other kids they've seen on the schoolyard. Lily, in particular, mentions a little girl with a red ribbon in her hair who invites her to play tag. Ella is concerned, but dismisses it as an overactive imagination. Chapter 3: The First Encounter. As the days pass, the noises become more frequent, and the children continue to speak of their new friends in the abandoned schoolyard. One afternoon, Ben goes missing. In a panic, Tom and Ella search the yard and find him sitting near the old school fence, staring blankly at the empty playground. When they ask him what he's doing, he simply says, "I was waiting for the game to start." In the distance, Ella catches a glimpse of a shadowy figure, a child standing motionless at the edge of the schoolyard. When she blinks, it's gone. She feels a chill run down her spine but says nothing to Tom. Chapter 4: The Secrets of the Schoolyard. Ella begins researching the history of the schoolyard and learns that it was abandoned years ago after a fire that killed several children. The tragedy remains a mystery, with rumors of foul play and dark forces surrounding the event. The spirits of the children are said to still haunt the area, playing their games forever, unable to move on. Ella becomes determined to protect her family from whatever lingering presence still haunts the schoolyard. As she delves deeper into the past, she learns about a local legend, of a playground that traps the souls of children who died before they could fulfill their childhood dreams. Chapter 5: The Games Begin. One evening, the children's behavior becomes increasingly strange. Lily, who had once been a happy, outgoing girl, becomes withdrawn, talking only about the games she plays with her new friends. Ben, too, spends long hours staring at the schoolyard, eagerly waiting for the next game to start. That night, Ella wakes to the sound of laughter coming from outside their window. When she peeks out, she sees the faint outlines of children running around the playground, their faces obscured by shadows. Terrified, she rushes to wake Tom, but when they go outside, the playground is empty, completely still. Chapter 6: The Shadows in the Playground. Ella and Tom decide to investigate the schoolyard at night, hoping to uncover the truth behind the strange occurrences. As they approach the abandoned schoolyard, they notice something even more unsettling. The playground equipment is moving. The swing set creaks as if someone is pushing the swings, and the merry-go-round turns slowly by itself. A cold wind sweeps through the air, and the faint laughter of children can be heard. They spot several figures near the jungle gym, their eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. The figures seem to be watching them, but when Ella calls out, they vanish into the shadows, leaving only the echo of their laughter behind. Chapter 7: The Game Turns Dark. As the family struggles with their fear and confusion, Lily and Ben's behavior grows more unsettling. They speak in riddles, mimicking the voices of children from the schoolyard. Lily, in particular, grows obsessed with a game she calls the waiting game, where she sits by the fence, staring at the schoolyard for hours. Ella begins to fear that her children are becoming part of the spirit's endless game, trapped between the living world and the world of the dead. Desperate, she reaches out to a local historian who has knowledge of the tragedy, hoping to find a way to free her children from the grasp of the spirits. Chapter 8: The Ritual. The historian reveals a disturbing truth. The spirits of the children in the schoolyard are not just playing, they are reenacting their final moments before they died, caught in an eternal cycle of waiting for someone to free them. The only way to break the cycle is to perform a ritual that will allow the spirits to move on and find peace. Ella and Tom must enter the schoolyard at the stroke of midnight and offer something dear to them as a tribute to the lost children. The ritual is dangerous, as the spirits are not willing to let go of their playmates without a fight. The family must decide whether they are willing to risk everything to break the curse. Chapter 9: The Final Game. Ella and Tom prepare for the ritual, but as they approach the schoolyard that night, they are confronted by the spirits of the children. The children's faces are distorted with sadness and anger, and their voices echo in a chorus of despair. "Play with us," they chant. "Stay with us forever." As the ritual begins, the spirits grow more aggressive, pulling at the family's limbs, trying to stop them from completing the ceremony. In the chaos, Lily and Ben vanish into the crowd of ghostly children, drawn deeper into the game. Ella and Tom must fight to reach their children, and in a desperate final act, they offer their deepest memories of their children as a tribute, hoping to break the curse. Chapter 10: The Peaceful End. In a burst of light, the spirits of the children are released, their faces now serene as they disappear into the night. The playground falls silent. The once rustling trees are still, and the swing set comes to a halt. Ella and Tom rush to find Lily and Ben, and when they do, their children are no longer trapped in the eerie state they had been in. They are themselves again, free from the schoolyard's grip. The family leaves the abandoned schoolyard behind, but they know that the memories of what they witnessed will remain with them forever. As they move on to a new chapter in their lives, the haunting of the schoolyard fades into the past, though sometimes, just before dawn, Ella can still hear the faint echo of children's laughter carried on the wind. The Last Call. A group of strangers, all linked by a single phone call, find themselves trapped in a nightmare they cannot escape. Each of them receives a mysterious call at midnight from an untraceable number, and as soon as they pick up, they are thrust into a twisted reality where their worst fears come to life. The entity behind the call can manipulate time, space, and their very perceptions, pushing them to the brink of insanity. The strangers must work together to uncover the identity of their tormentor and survive the night, or risk losing everything to a terror beyond their comprehension. With each hour, the entity grows stronger, and the group's chance of escaping diminishes, leading them to face their darkest secrets and deepest regrets before dawn. Chapter 1: The Call. At midnight, Evelyn, a tired and stressed-out nurse, receives an unknown call on her phone. The voice on the other end is distorted, a deep, gravelly tone that sends chills down her spine. "You're next," the voice whispers before the line goes dead. Evelyn brushes it off, assuming it's a prank. But as she attempts to fall back asleep, she begins to feel an overwhelming sense of dread, as if something is watching her. She tries to ignore it, but when the lights flicker and shadows seem to move in her room, she realizes this isn't a normal night. Simultaneously, for other strangers in different parts of the city, James, a grieving father, Lila, a young college student with a dark secret, Mark, a paranoid conspiracy theorist, and Rachel, a detective trying to crack an unsolved case, receive the same unsettling call. Each of them hears the same message: "You're next." They are all connected by the call, though none of them know why. Chapter 2: The Reality Shifts. After the call, Evelyn begins noticing that things around her no longer feel right. The walls of her apartment seem to close in on her, the rooms shrinking and distorting. The sounds outside her window, once familiar, turn into unrecognizable whispers, carrying cryptic messages. When she tries to reach out to friends or family, her phone cuts out, and the world around her warps further. James, Lila, Mark, and Rachel experience similar distortions in their environments. Time seems to stretch, and familiar places appear different, as if the world itself is unraveling. They all receive another call, this time with a clearer message: Come to the old warehouse at the edge of town. You have until dawn to face your fate. Confused and terrified, they follow the instructions, all drawn to the same location. Chapter 3: The Warehouse of Fear. When the 5 strangers arrive at the warehouse, they find the doors mysteriously open, beckoning them inside. The building is dark and unsettling, its hallways seemingly endless. Each of them feels an overwhelming sense of dread, but they are unable to turn back. As they venture deeper into the heart of the warehouse, they come to understand that this is no ordinary place. This is a realm where their worst fears can manifest. Evelyn sees herself trapped in a never-ending hospital, forced to watch patients die as she fails to save them. James is confronted with visions of his deceased daughter, whose death he feels responsible for. Lila relives the night she was attacked by a masked figure and barely escaped with her life. Mark's conspiracy theories become a terrifying reality, as shadowy figures emerge from the walls, whispering about government experiments and mind control. Rachel faces the unsolved case of a missing person, forced to witness the gruesome death of the person she failed to protect. Chapter 4: The Entity's Power. As the group continues to explore the warehouse, they begin to realize they are not alone. The entity behind the calls is watching them, manipulating the very fabric of reality. The walls pulse with an eerie energy, and the warehouse seems to shift, changing shape to reflect their fears. No matter where they go, they can't escape it. At every turn, the entity toys with their minds, distorting their memories and emotions. The group begins to lose track of time, with hours feeling like minutes and vice versa. Desperation sets in, and they start to argue, accusing each other of being involved in this nightmare. Paranoia grows as they struggle to trust one another. Every fear they've ever had is brought to life, and the more they fight it, the stronger the entity becomes. Chapter 5: The Door to the Past. Lila is the first to uncover a clue. She finds an old photograph of herself as a child, standing next to a smiling woman she doesn't recognize. When she touches the photo, the warehouse around her shifts, revealing a room from her past, the home where she grew up. The entity feeds off her confusion, pulling her into a traumatic memory of her childhood. In this distorted version of her past, Lila must face her abusive mother and the terrifying secret she buried deep within herself. Meanwhile, James is confronted with a version of his daughter that begs him to save her, to undo the mistakes he made. The grief over her death is overwhelming, and he begins to crack under the pressure. As he relives the moments of his daughter's life, he's forced to confront the guilt he carries with him every day. Chapter 6: The Reflection of Regret. Rachel, determined to protect the group, discovers a hidden mirror in the warehouse. When she looks into it, she sees herself, broken, defeated, and haunted by the ghosts of those she couldn't save. The mirror shows her every case she failed to solve, every life she couldn't protect, amplifying her deepest regret. Mark, too, faces the consequences of his paranoia. As he tries to convince the others that the entity is a government experiment, the walls around him shift into a labyrinth of hidden corridors and surveillance cameras. He's forced to live out his fears of being watched and controlled, trapped in a never-ending maze of conspiracies. Chapter 7: The Entity Reveals Itself. In the darkest corner of the warehouse, the entity finally reveals itself. It is a formless, shifting mass of shadows and whispers, a creature born from their collective fears. It is not merely a tormentor, it is a reflection of their innermost selves, created from the regrets, guilt, and pain they've buried deep within. The entity feeds off their suffering, growing stronger with every passing hour. The group realizes they must face their own fears head-on if they are to survive. They must acknowledge their past mistakes, confront their deepest regrets, and find the strength to let go of the things that hold them in this nightmarish reality. Chapter 8: Breaking the Cycle. In a desperate attempt to break free from the entity's grip, the group forms an uneasy alliance. They must learn to trust each other, to confront the darkest parts of themselves, and to work together to weaken the entity's power. As they share their fears and regrets, they begin to understand that the only way to escape is to let go of their pasts. Each member of the group faces their worst fear one final time. Evelyn must face the patients she couldn't save and finally forgive herself. James must come to terms with his daughter's death and release the guilt that has kept him trapped in his grief. Lila must confront the truth about her mother and her childhood trauma. Mark must let go of his obsession with conspiracy and accept that not everything is within his control. Rachel must reconcile with the lives she couldn't save and move forward, unburdened by the past. Chapter 9: The Final Hour. As dawn approaches, the group feels the entity's power begin to wane. The warehouse starts to crumble, the shifting walls and distorted rooms losing their hold on reality. The entity, weakened by the group's collective strength, begins to retreat. However, just as they think they've escaped, it makes one final, desperate attempt to pull them back into its grasp. In the final confrontation, the group must band together to confront the entity once and for all, using their newfound strength and unity to sever the connection between them and the nightmare they've been trapped in. Chapter 10: Dawn's Light. As the first light of dawn breaks, the warehouse begins to disintegrate, the shadows receding into nothingness. The group finds themselves standing in an empty field, the horrors of the night behind them. The call has ended, and they are free, but they are forever changed. As they walk away, each person is left with the knowledge that while the entity's power has been broken, the fears they faced will always remain with them. They have survived the nightmare, but the scars it left behind will linger. The last call is over. But for the survivors, the true battle has just begun. The Forgotten Mine. Every Christmas Eve, a forgotten mine deep in the mountains becomes the site of a sinister resurrection. Miners, long dead from a catastrophic collapse in the 1800s, rise from their graves to roam the tunnels once again. They seek new souls to join them in their endless, cursed work. When a group of travelers gets lost in the mountain range and stumbles upon the mine, they unwittingly become the latest victims of this ancient curse. As the clock strikes midnight on Christmas Eve, the trapped miners begin their hunt, and the group must find a way to escape or be forever bound to the mine, working for eternity alongside the undead. Chapter 1: The Descent. A group of hikers, including Sarah, a history enthusiast, Tom, an adventurous photographer, Lily, a geologist, and Jason, a skeptical mechanic, decide to explore the abandoned mine deep in the mountains. The mine, once a prosperous silver and gold source in the 1800s, had been shut down after a tragic collapse that killed dozens of miners. The group, intrigued by the eerie stories surrounding the mine, travels to the mountain on Christmas Eve, unaware that their curiosity will lead them into a nightmare. As they make their way toward the mine entrance, Sarah recounts the tale of the miners who were trapped during the collapse. According to the old legends, their bodies were never recovered, and it's said that their souls were cursed to rise every Christmas Eve to continue their work. They laugh off the myth, assuming it's just a spooky story, until they enter the mine. Chapter 2: The Unseen Danger. Upon entering the mine, the temperature drops drastically, and the air becomes thick with dust. The walls of the tunnels show signs of age, with rotting wood beams and rusted mining equipment scattered around. Despite the ominous atmosphere, the group presses forward, excited about the potential for exploration. However, as they wander deeper into the mine, they begin to notice unsettling signs: eerie whispers echoing through the tunnels, shadows darting across the walls, and a strange smell of damp earth and decay. Lily, the geologist, notices that the mine's structure feels wrong. There are odd gaps and crevices that shouldn't be there. It's as though the mine has shifted and expanded over the years. They find remnants of old tools, rusted pickaxes, and coal carts, all abandoned. The group brushes off the unease, but as they descend further, they realize they're not alone. Chapter 3: The First Resurrection. At midnight, the atmosphere changes. The ground trembles, and the air becomes oppressively cold. A low, haunting sound echoes through the mine, like the sound of chains dragging across stone. The group is paralyzed with fear as they hear distant footsteps that seem to echo from all directions. Tom, the photographer, takes out his camera to document the eerie scene but finds that the photos are corrupted, showing strange, blurry figures in the background. Suddenly, the first of the miners appears, his body gaunt and skeletal, his face pale with hollow eyes. The figure lumbers forward, holding a rusted pickaxe and dragging it across the ground. As the miners begin to emerge from the shadows, the group realizes they are not looking at ghosts, they are staring at the resurrected bodies of the miners, cursed to repeat their labor for eternity. The group tries to escape, but the tunnels seem to stretch and shift, disorienting them. It becomes clear that they are trapped in the mine, with no way out. The resurrected miners, drawn by the scent of fresh souls, begin to hunt them. Chapter 4: The Curse of the Miners. The group learns more about the curse that haunts the mine. Sarah, recalling the stories she'd read, explains that the miners who died in the collapse were trapped by falling debris. Their bodies were never recovered, and the mine became a tomb. It's said that each year, on Christmas Eve, the miners are resurrected and cursed to seek out new souls to take their place, forcing them to continue their labor in the dark, endless depths. As the group navigates the maze of tunnels, they are hunted by the miners, who move silently in the dark, always one step ahead. The miners' movements are unnatural, their eyes glowing faintly in the dark, and their touch is icy cold. They carry tools, remnants of their former lives, shovels, pickaxes, and coal carts, which they use to dig into the rock with an almost mechanical precision. Lily theorizes that the mine itself may be alive, feeding on the souls of those trapped within it. She explains that it's possible that the miners' spirits are bound to the mine, forced to dig forever for treasure that no longer exists. Chapter 5: Descent into Madness. The group begins to unravel as fear and exhaustion take their toll. Tom starts seeing things that aren't there, hearing voices whispering his name. He believes he's being watched, and his paranoia grows. Jason, the mechanic, tries to stay calm, but the oppressive atmosphere weighs heavily on him. He attempts to barricade himself in a small cavern, but the walls seem to close in on him, making it impossible to find any refuge. As they venture deeper into the mine, they discover remnants of the original miners, decayed bones and old, tattered clothing scattered around abandoned workstations. The sight of these skeletal remains forces them to confront the horrifying truth: the miners were never truly buried. Their bodies were consumed by the mine, and their souls are bound to it, forever repeating their tragic fate. Chapter 6: The Mine's Heart. The group stumbles upon a hidden chamber deep within the mine, where the walls are covered in ancient, blood-red symbols. In the center of the chamber is a large stone altar, surrounded by forgotten tools and artifacts. The symbols appear to be a form of ritualistic magic, and it becomes clear that this is the source of the curse that binds the miners to the mine. Sarah, using her knowledge of the legends, theorizes that the mine's owners once tried to perform a ritual to find treasure deep beneath the earth. Instead, they inadvertently cursed the miners, trapping them in a cycle of endless labor and resurrection. The group realizes that the only way to escape the mine is to destroy the altar and break the curse, but they must survive long enough to do so. Chapter 7: The Miners' Hunt. As the group plans their escape, the miners grow more relentless. They begin to move in packs, hunting the group as one unit. Tom, in a panic, tries to make a run for it, but is captured by the miners and dragged into the darkness. The others scramble to save him, but they are overwhelmed by the sheer number of resurrected miners. In the chaos, Jason, armed with a broken shovel, leads the group toward the heart of the mine, where they can destroy the altar. But the miners are closing in, their glowing eyes watching their every move. Chapter 8: The Final Stand. The group reaches the chamber with the altar, but the miners are right behind them. Jason, with a burst of adrenaline, charges the altar with the broken shovel, smashing the symbols carved into the stone. The chamber shakes violently, and the miners scream in agony, their forms beginning to dissipate. The ground trembles as the mine begins to collapse around them. Rocks fall from above, and the walls crack, but the group manages to escape just as the curse is broken. The miners' forms disintegrate into dust, their cries echoing through the tunnels as they fade away into nothingness. Chapter 9: Escape from the Mine. With the curse broken, the mine begins to crumble and collapse into the earth. The group races to escape, narrowly avoiding falling rocks and rubble as the tunnels collapse behind them. Just as they make it to the surface, the ground gives way, and the mine is swallowed by the mountain, sealing the horrors below for good. Chapter 10: The Price of Freedom. The group, shaken and scarred, emerges from the mountain, their lives forever changed. They have escaped the mine, but the horrors they witnessed will haunt them for the rest of their lives. Though the curse has been broken, they are left to wonder, how many others have fallen victim to the mine's curse over the years? As they leave the mountain behind, the first light of Christmas Day breaks through the sky, but the group can never forget the horrors they faced. The forgotten mine is no more, but its legacy will live on in their nightmares. The Witching Hour Mall. Every night at exactly midnight, a cursed mall appears on the outskirts of town, hidden in the fog. The mall seems to be an ordinary shopping center, but it's a labyrinth of nightmare and suffering. Anyone who enters is trapped inside, forced to relive their worst memories in a twisted, distorted form. The past becomes alive, the horrors more visceral, and every turn takes the visitor deeper into a cycle of terror. The mall feeds off their fear, trapping them in an endless loop until they succumb. A group of strangers, each with their own dark pasts, stumbles upon the mall one night. As they navigate its eerie, shifting halls, they must confront the sins and regrets they've been running from, or be consumed by them forever. Chapter 1: Midnight Arrival. A group of strangers, Emily, a woman haunted by the loss of her son, Victor, a former soldier with nightmares from his past, Lena, a grieving widow, and David, an agoraphobic writer, find themselves inexplicably drawn to a mysterious mall that appears out of the mist at the stroke of midnight. They are from different walks of life, but something about the mall lures them inside, a magnetic pull they can't resist. As they step inside, they notice something strange. The mall is eerily silent, and yet everything seems unnervingly perfect. The lights flicker softly, the stores are open, and the scent of fresh food fills the air. But as they move deeper into the mall, the doors behind them slam shut, trapping them inside. A distorted announcement blares from the speakers, warning them that the witching hour has begun. Chapter 2: The First Reliving. The group splits up to explore, trying to find an exit, but soon they realize that the mall has a life of its own. Rooms twist and shift when they're not looking, hallways seem to lead to nowhere, and mirrors distort reality. Suddenly, Emily is drawn into an old toy store. As she touches one of the dusty dolls, the scene shifts. She's back in her home, holding her dead son in her arms, her world crumbling around her as memories flood back of the car accident that took his life. The atmosphere is suffocating, and she relives the pain, the guilt, and the helplessness all over again. In the toy store, she hears the haunting laughter of her son, but when she turns, there's only emptiness. Desperate, she tries to leave, but the doors won't open. The memory twists into a nightmare, and Emily realizes that the mall is forcing her to experience her worst moment, trapping her in a loop of grief and despair. Chapter 3: The Other's Burdens. Victor, exploring a weapons store, is confronted by his military past. He walks into a reenactment of a battle he fought in, where the ghosts of fallen soldiers taunt him. He sees the faces of men he failed to protect, their bloodstains on his hands, and hears their last screams for help. His PTSD worsens as he's forced to relive the war he's been running from, haunted by the guilt of every life he couldn't save. Lena, walking through a perfume boutique, finds herself in her old house, surrounded by the presence of her late husband. She watches helplessly as he fades away, her grief and anger taking physical form as she tries to cling to his memory. The mall mocks her as she runs through rooms full of memories, each one slipping farther away, until she's consumed by sorrow. David, trapped in a bookstore, faces his agoraphobia. He's forced to relive the moment he first shut himself away from the world, terrified to step outside, his isolation growing until he suffocates under the weight of his own fears. Every door he opens leads him to another dark corner of his mind, pushing him to the edge of madness. Chapter 4: The Mall's True Power. As the group reconvenes, they realize that the mall feeds on their emotions and memories. They are locked in a cycle, forced to confront their darkest moments over and over. The more they fight against it, the stronger the grip the mall has on them. They begin to see others, ghostly figures wandering the hallways, people who were trapped long before them, now lost to the cycle. The group tries to find a way out, but the mall seems to shift and change with every attempt. Each hallway they explore brings them closer to their worst memories. They discover that the mall only exists during the witching hour, and that those who enter are trapped until they confront their pasts. There is no physical escape, only a psychological one. Chapter 5: The Deeper Descent. As the hours pass, the group grows more desperate. The mall's power intensifies, turning their memories into increasingly horrifying, distorted versions of reality. Emily starts to see her son's ghostly figure everywhere she goes, while Victor is haunted by the soldiers he left behind. Lena's grief manifests as her husband's corpse, decaying and reaching for her, demanding she let him go. David's worst fear becomes tangible as the walls of the bookstore close in on him, forcing him to face his suffocating isolation. The group begins to turn on each other, unable to trust anyone, as the mall plays on their insecurities and paranoia. They realize that to escape, they must confront not just the memories they fear but the guilt and shame that come with them. Chapter 6: Breaking the Cycle. The group eventually learns that the mall is not just a place, it's a manifestation of their deepest regrets, a cursed construct that exists to torment and consume. The mall feeds off the energy of their fear, growing stronger the more they resist confronting their own darkness. In a final act of defiance, the group decides to face their pasts head-on. Emily finally lets go of her guilt, realizing that her son's death wasn't her fault. Victor faces his demons from the battlefield, accepting the deaths he couldn't prevent. Lena finally accepts her husband's passing, no longer clinging to the illusion of his presence. David steps outside the store, no longer afraid of the world, embracing the reality he had shut himself off from for so long. As they confront their fears, the mall begins to crumble around them, its walls shaking and its lights flickering. The cycle breaks, and the group is released, waking up in the early hours of the morning, back in the real world, free from the mall's grip. Chapter 7: The Aftermath. The group, now free, returns to their lives, but the memory of the witching hour mall lingers. Each of them has been irrevocably changed by their experience. Emily begins to heal from the loss of her son, Victor seeks therapy to cope with his PTSD, Lena finds peace with her late husband, and David begins to open up to the world outside. However, as the clock strikes midnight one night, they all experience a moment of terror, distant whispers, the faint sound of the mall's announcement, a glimpse of flickering lights. They all realize that the witching hour mall is still out there, waiting for the next set of souls to wander in at midnight. The curse may have been broken for them, but the mall's hunger is far from satisfied. The Midnight Elevator. In the heart of the city stands an abandoned high-rise, shrouded in urban legend. Inside, a decrepit elevator comes to life every night at midnight. The elevator only stops on floors that no longer exist, offering passengers glimpses into horrific tragedies from the building's past. When a group of thrill-seekers dares to enter, they find themselves trapped, forced to uncover the building's dark history to escape. Each floor reveals a piece of the puzzle, and a new terror that threatens to claim their souls forever. Chapter 1: The Dare. 4 friends, Jane, an aspiring filmmaker, Tyler, her skeptical best friend, Zoe, a paranormal enthusiast, and Evan, a tech-savvy skeptic, decide to explore the infamous Silver Heights Tower. The abandoned skyscraper is rumored to be haunted, with stories of disappearances and strange occurrences tied to the building's malfunctioning elevator. Zoe convinces the group to document their adventure for her paranormal vlog, despite Tyler and Evan's reluctance. As they enter the crumbling lobby, they notice the elevator is operational, its doors open as though waiting for them. Despite the unease settling over them, they step inside, beginning their journey into the unknown. Chapter 2: The First Stop. The elevator begins to move, but instead of stopping at a numbered floor, it halts at floor 13, a level that doesn't exist on the building's directory. The doors open to reveal a lavish office space frozen in time, complete with vintage decor and a thick layer of dust. The group steps out, discovering the remnants of a business meeting interrupted by violence. Overturned chairs, splashes of dried blood, and scattered papers hint at a tragedy. As they investigate, ghostly figures appear, replaying the events of a brutal murder-suicide. The group is horrified to realize they are witnessing echoes of the past. When the figures turn and seem to notice them, the friends rush back into the elevator, barely escaping as the doors close. Chapter 3: Shadows of the Past. Inside the elevator, the group argues over what they just saw. Evan insists it's a prank or hologram, while Zoe believes they've encountered genuine spirits. Before they can agree on their next move, the elevator lurches downward, stopping at floor -1. This floor appears to be a basement-level speakeasy from the Prohibition era. The air is heavy with the smell of stale liquor and smoke, and the sound of jazz music echoes faintly. As they explore, they see the patrons transform into grotesque, decayed versions of themselves, reliving their last moments as a fire engulfs the room. The flames start to feel real, forcing the group to flee back to the elevator. Chapter 4: Jane's Vision. The elevator begins to feel more alive, its buttons lighting up on their own. Jane, the most intuitive of the group, begins to experience visions. She sees flashes of a young woman in a maid's uniform, terrified and running down a hallway. The group finds themselves on floor 19, a decrepit hotel corridor filled with flickering lights and unsettling whispers. Jane's vision intensifies as they discover a blood-stained maid's cart. She sees the young woman being cornered by a man in a suit, her screams echoing down the hall. The group follows the sound, only to find themselves face to face with a shadowy figure that chases them back to the elevator. Chapter 5: The Trapped Passenger. Back in the elevator, the group notices something chilling, an extra shadow among their reflections in the mirrored walls. They realize they're not alone. A disheveled man in outdated clothing appears, claiming to be a previous passenger trapped by the elevator years ago. He warns them that the elevator is cursed, feeding on the fears and regrets of those who enter. To escape, they must uncover the truth behind the building's tragic past. Before they can ask more questions, the man vanishes as the elevator stops at the next floor. Chapter 6: Floor of Regrets. The elevator opens onto floor 7, an apartment complex filled with the sounds of laughter and sobbing. The group enters cautiously, finding a series of rooms that seem to reflect their own lives and regrets. Tyler is confronted with a room filled with reminders of a loved one he abandoned, while Zoe sees her childhood home twisted into a nightmare. The group is nearly torn apart by the floor's ability to manipulate their emotions, but Jane pulls them back to the elevator, reminding them they must stick together to survive. Chapter 7: The Forgotten History. The group pieces together fragments of the building's history. It was originally a luxury hotel, then a speakeasy, later an office building, and finally low-income apartments before it was abandoned. Each iteration of the building was marked by tragedy, murders, fires, and disappearances. They realize the building itself is a trap, designed to lure people into the elevator to feed on their fear. The only way to break the cycle is to find the source of the curse, tied to the elevator's creation. Chapter 8: The Heart of the Curse. The elevator takes them to floor 0, a mechanical room filled with ancient gears and symbols. They discover that the elevator was designed by a cult obsessed with trapping souls between worlds. A strange artifact, a black, pulsating crystal, sits at the heart of the machinery, radiating malevolent energy. As they examine the artifact, the building begins to shake, and the spirits from previous floors converge, determined to keep them from destroying the source. Chapter 9: The Final Confrontation. The group battles against the spirits, using their wits and courage to fend off the apparitions. Jane, guided by her visions, realizes that the only way to destroy the artifact is to confront their fears head-on. Each member faces a final test, reliving their worst moments but emerging stronger. As they channel their resolve into the crystal, it begins to crack. The spirits scream and vanish as the artifact shatters, breaking the curse. Chapter 10: The Morning Light. The group awakens outside the building, just as dawn breaks. Silver Heights Tower is gone, replaced by an empty lot. Each of them feels changed, freer, as though a weight has been lifted. As they walk away, the faint sound of an elevator bell rings in the distance. The group exchanges uneasy glances, realizing the curse may not be gone forever. The Witch's Mirror. An ancient mirror passed down through generations shows glimpses of the future, but the reflections are warped and sinister, foretelling tragedies that seem inevitable. When a grieving family inherits the heirloom, they are drawn into its dark power, each vision luring them closer to their doom. The only way to break the mirror's curse is to uncover the truth about the witch who created it and confront the horrors within its glass. Chapter 1: The Unveiling. After the death of their grandmother, the Harrington family, widower Michael and his teenage children, Claire and Ethan, inherits her sprawling estate. Among the many antiques is an ornate, full-length mirror encased in a blackened, intricately carved frame. Claire becomes fascinated with the mirror, noticing how it reflects odd distortions of their movements. Michael dismisses it as a trick of light, but that night, Claire sees something terrifying, her reflection whispering words she can't hear and pointing to an empty corner of the room. Chapter 2: Visions in the Glass. Ethan, skeptical of his sister's claims, begins to inspect the mirror himself. To his horror, the reflection shows him choking on smoke, surrounded by flames. Hours later, the kitchen stove malfunctions, nearly causing a fire. Ethan avoids injury, but the family begins to sense the mirror's power is more than coincidence. When Michael moves the mirror to the attic, Claire becomes enraged, as though under its spell. She insists the mirror is trying to help them, but Michael is determined to keep it out of sight. Chapter 3: The Witch's Warning. The family discovers an old diary belonging to their grandmother. In it, she describes how the mirror has been passed down for generations, always tied to mysterious tragedies. The entries grow increasingly frantic, with references to a witch's curse and cryptic warnings about the mirror's true nature. Desperate for answers, the family visits a local historian who reveals the legend of Isolde Blackthorn, a witch accused of dark magic centuries ago. Isolde was said to have created the mirror to trap her enemies' souls, and it has haunted her bloodline ever since. Chapter 4: The First Death. The mirror begins to take on a life of its own. It appears in different rooms despite being locked in the attic, and its reflections grow darker and more grotesque. One evening, Michael sees his own reflection looking older, disheveled, and bleeding from a wound he doesn't have. The next day, Michael narrowly survives a car accident, but the family's fear deepens. The mirror's visions aren't just warnings, they're shaping reality. Chapter 5: Claire's Descent. Claire becomes obsessed with the mirror, claiming it shows her a future where their family is reunited and happy. She starts spending hours in front of it, speaking to her reflection. Ethan notices her health declining. She grows pale, her eyes sunken. One night, Ethan finds her asleep in front of the mirror, and her reflection turns to look at him, smiling cruelly. He realizes Claire is being consumed by the mirror's influence and tries to break it, but the glass repairs itself instantly, as though alive. Chapter 6: The Witch's Deal. Ethan dreams of Isolde Blackthorn, who appears as a shadowy figure in a forest. She offers a deal: if the family surrenders willingly to the mirror, she will spare them pain. Ethan wakes up screaming, his arm covered in scratches that spell out "choose wisely." He convinces Michael that they need to destroy the mirror, but Claire, now fully under its spell, defends it violently, claiming it's the only thing keeping them safe. Chapter 7: The Twisted Future. The mirror shows a horrifying vision of the family's future. Michael lying dead on the floor, Ethan screaming as he's dragged into the glass, and Claire standing emotionless, her eyes black as coal. Determined to prevent this fate, Ethan and Michael search for a way to break the curse. They discover that the mirror's power is tied to the Harrington estate, which sits on the site where Isolde Blackthorn was executed. To destroy the mirror, they must burn it on her unmarked grave. Chapter 8: The Mirror Strikes Back. The mirror fights back, warping the house around them. Doors slam shut, shadows crawl across the walls, and distorted versions of the family's reflections attack them. Michael and Ethan manage to retrieve the mirror from Claire, who begs them not to destroy it, claiming it will kill her too. As they drag the mirror outside, they are assaulted by visions of their worst fears. Michael sees his late wife blaming him for her death, while Ethan sees himself trapped in the mirror, screaming for help. Chapter 9: The Ritual. Reaching the site of Isolde's grave, the family performs a desperate ritual using items from the witch's diary. The mirror resists, its surface cracking and bleeding black liquid. Ghostly figures emerge, trying to stop them, but Michael sacrifices himself to hold them back. With one final incantation, Ethan smashes the mirror on Isolde's grave, and it explodes into shards of light and darkness. The ghostly figures vanish, and the night grows silent. Chapter 10: Reflections of the Past. The next morning, Claire and Ethan awaken in the wreckage of the Harrington estate. The mirror is gone, but Michael's body lies where the grave once was, his face peaceful. As they leave the property, Ethan catches his reflection in a car window, and for a brief moment, sees a shadowy figure watching him. Though the mirror is destroyed, the family wonders if the curse is truly over, or if the witch's vengeance will return in another form. The Forgotten Campground. When a group of friends stumbles upon an abandoned campground deep in the woods, they think they've found the perfect getaway. But their discovery of an old diary reveals a sinister past. Decades ago, dark rituals were performed on the site, and the forest hasn't forgotten. As strange events unfold, they realize they're being marked as the next sacrifices, and the only way to survive is to uncover the truth about what happened there, and break the cycle before it's too late. Chapter 1: Arrival. A group of 5 friends, Joy, her brother Ryan, and their friends Emma, Jake, and Lila, arrive at the deserted Hollow Pines campground. The campground hasn't been operational for years, but the group sees its isolation as a chance to escape their daily lives. Despite its abandoned state, the site is eerily well preserved. Old cabins, a fire pit, and even a weathered sign welcome them. Lila finds an old diary buried in the dirt near the main cabin, its pages filled with unsettling entries about rituals of renewal. Chapter 2: The First Night. That night, the group starts a campfire, reading aloud some of the diary entries for fun. The writer, a young counselor named Margaret, describes odd ceremonies involving chanting and strange symbols carved into trees. The final entry warns, the forest is alive, and it's watching. The group laughs it off as a campfire story, but as the fire dies, they hear faint whispers in the trees. When Ryan investigates, he finds a totem of twigs and animal bones hanging from a branch. He chalks it up to a prank, but MIA feels an inexplicable sense of dread. Chapter 3: Shadows in the Woods. The next day, the group explores the surrounding forest. They discover more totems, arranged in strange patterns. Jake suggests they're remnants of local folklore, but Emma feels they're more recent. Back at the camp, they notice strange markings carved into the wood of the cabins, symbols matching the ones described in the diary. That evening, Lila disappears for an hour, only to reappear disoriented, unable to remember where she's been. Chapter 4: The Unseen Stalker. Joy wakes in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps outside her cabin. She peers out the window but sees no one. The next morning, the group finds deep claw marks gouged into the cabin door, as though something tried to get in. Ryan suggests they leave, but Jake and Emma argue that they're overreacting. Lila, now visibly shaken, admits she's been having nightmares of being bound in the forest, surrounded by shadowy figures. Chapter 5: Marked. Emma finds a fresh entry in the diary that wasn't there before. It describes a ritual that must be completed under the full moon to prevent the forest from taking what it is owed. The group realizes that night is a full moon. As tensions rise, they notice bruises and strange marks appearing on their skin, symbols matching those in the diary and the carvings. They argue about whether to stay or leave, but when they attempt to drive away, their car won't start, and the road back to town seems to have vanished. Chapter 6: The Truth Revealed. The group splits up to find another way out. Joy and Ryan stumble upon an altar deep in the woods, surrounded by decayed bones and ancient carvings. They recognize it from a drawing in the diary. Meanwhile, Emma and Jake find Margaret's cabin, where the final entries of her diary reveal the truth. The rituals were sacrifices to an ancient entity tied to the forest, and the campers who stumbled upon the site decades ago were marked for the same fate. Margaret's last words read, "There is no escape. The forest decides." Chapter 7: The First Sacrifice. Lila is the first to disappear. The group hears her screams but can't find her. When they return to camp, they find her clothes arranged in a circle, and a fresh totem hanging from a tree near the fire pit. Ryan becomes paranoid, insisting they burn the altar, but Jake refuses, fearing it will anger whatever is stalking them. That night, Emma hears voices calling her name and ventures into the woods, only for the group to find her the next morning, alive but catatonic. Chapter 8: The Forest Awakens. The group decides to destroy the altar, believing it to be the source of the curse. As they attempt to dismantle it, the forest itself seems to fight back. Trees groan and shift, blocking their path, and shadows dart between the trunks. Jake is pulled into the darkness by unseen hands, his screams echoing through the woods. When they find him, his body is contorted and lifeless, with symbols carved into his skin. Chapter 9: The Final Stand. Joy, Ryan, and Emma, now the last survivors, prepare to perform the ritual described in the diary, hoping to appease the entity and escape. They light a fire at the altar and chant the words scrawled in Margaret's final entry. The forest comes alive with shadowy figures circling them. The ground trembles as the entity manifests, a massive, humanoid shape made of bark and shadow. The ritual appears to work, and the entity retreats, but at the cost of Emma's life as she is taken into the darkness. Chapter 10: Escape. Joy and Ryan find themselves back at the campground at dawn, the forest eerily silent. The totems and symbols are gone, and the road back to town has reappeared. As they drive away, Joy notices a fresh scar on her wrist, a single symbol from the altar. She realizes the forest hasn't let them go completely. The final line of the diary echoes in her mind, "The forest always remembers." This chilling tale of isolation, supernatural horror, and sacrifice leaves readers questioning the boundaries between nature and malevolent forces. It weaves suspense and dread into a story of survival and the cost of uncovering secrets that should have remained buried. The lurking fog. When an unnatural fog begins enveloping the small town of Raven Hollow every night, its residents find themselves trapped indoors, fearing the monstrous figures that emerge within the mist. As the fog grows denser and the nights longer, a group of survivors must uncover the truth behind the phenomenon and find a way to stop it before the town is consumed entirely. Chapter 1: The First Mist. The story opens with Ellie, a young waitress at a diner, closing up for the night. As she walks home, a sudden fog rolls in, obscuring everything. She hears strange noises, footsteps, whispers, and rushes indoors. The next morning, her neighbor is found dead, his body clawed and mangled. Chapter 2: The Warning. The town mayor, John Marks, holds a meeting, dismissing the death as a wild animal attack. However, Jacob, a reclusive historian, warns the townspeople about the fog, claiming it's part of an old legend tied to the town's founding. His warnings are laughed off until more disappearances occur. Chapter 3: The First Night of Fear. The fog returns the next evening, denser and colder. Ellie and her younger brother, Sam, board up their windows and doors after hearing rumors of more attacks. Through the mist, they see shadows of humanoid figures lurking just beyond the streetlights. A scream pierces the night, but no one dares investigate. Chapter 4: The Journal. Jacob gives Ellie a tattered journal belonging to one of the town's founders. It details a dark pact made long ago. The fog was summoned to protect the town from invaders, but it came with a price. Once every century, it would return to claim the lives of the residents. Ellie begins to suspect that the town's leaders know more than they're admitting. Chapter 5: Into the Fog. When Sam goes missing during the night, Ellie ventures into the fog to find him. She encounters one of the creatures, a grotesque, skeletal figure with glowing eyes. Just as it lunges at her, Jacob pulls her back to safety. He explains that the creatures aren't invincible but can only be fought at their source. Chapter 6: The Town's Secret. Ellie confronts Mayor Marks, demanding answers. He reluctantly admits that the town council has known about the fog for generations and has been covering it up to avoid panic. He reveals the existence of an ancient relic buried beneath the town square, believed to be tied to the fog's power. Chapter 7: The Plan. Ellie, Jacob, and a small group of townsfolk hatch a plan to retrieve the relic and destroy it. The relic, a blackened stone inscribed with runes, is said to be the anchor keeping the fog tied to the town. As the fog descends again, they prepare for a dangerous mission to unearth it. Chapter 8: The Descent. The group digs beneath the town square while fighting off attacks from the creatures. The fog seems to grow thicker and more oppressive the closer they get to the relic. One by one, members of the group are picked off, their screams swallowed by the mist. Chapter 9: The Relic's Curse. Ellie and Jacob finally uncover the relic. As Jacob translates the runes, he realizes the relic cannot be destroyed without a sacrifice. Someone must offer their soul to sever the fog's connection. Ellie volunteers, but Jacob stops her, insisting that his life is expendable. In a harrowing moment, Jacob touches the relic, uttering the incantation. The fog erupts into a whirlwind of shadows and light as the creatures are pulled back into the mist. Chapter 10: The Morning After. The fog lifts for the first time in weeks, revealing the devastation left behind. Ellie mourns Jacob's loss but feels a glimmer of hope for the town's future. As she walks home, she notices a faint, cold mist clinging to the edges of the forest and realizes the fog may not be gone forever. The Lurking Fog. A dense, unexplainable fog descends on a small town every night, hiding monstrous figures that hunt in its mist. The townsfolk, bound by ancient traditions to protect themselves, must contend with a group of newcomers who unknowingly threaten their survival. Chapter 1: The Arrival. The small town of Grimwood sits in a secluded valley, surrounded by dense forests and rolling hills. For years, it has maintained its traditions, including an unspoken curfew that starts as the sun sets. Outsiders rarely visit, but this changes when Sophia Bennett, a young reporter, arrives to investigate the town's mysterious history. Sophia is greeted with cold stares and tight-lipped townsfolk. She checks into the local inn, where the owner, Eli, warns her, "Stay indoors after dark." The fog isn't kind to strangers. Sophia brushes it off as local superstition. That evening, as she explores the town, the first wisps of fog roll in. Within minutes, the entire town is shrouded in a suffocating grey blanket. From her inn-window, Sophia hears faint whispers and sees shadowy figures moving through the streets. She dismisses it as her imagination, until a blood-curdling scream pierces the night. Chapter 2: The Town's Secrets. The next morning, Sophia interviews townsfolk about the fog. Most refuse to speak, but an elderly man named Harold cryptically tells her, the fog isn't natural. It's alive, and it's always hungry. Sophia discovers old records in the town's library detailing a history of disappearances coinciding with the arrival of the fog. The documents hint at an ancient curse but offer no specifics. Meanwhile, Eli urges her to leave Grimwood before it's too late. That night, curiosity gets the better of Sophia. Ignoring Eli's warnings, she ventures into the fog with her camera. She captures glimpses of twisted, humanoid shapes moving unnaturally through the mist. She runs back to the inn, shaken but determined to uncover the truth. Chapter 3: The Outsiders. A group of campers arrives in Grimwood, oblivious to the town's warnings. They're loud, dismissive, and determined to explore the surrounding woods despite the townsfolk's pleas. Sophia befriends one of them, Ethan, who shares her skepticism of the fog. The townsfolk grow increasingly agitated. Eli begs Sophia to convince the campers to leave. He reveals that the fog's creatures are drawn to those who don't respect the rules. That night, the fog rolls in thicker than ever. Sophia watches from her window as the campers' laughter turns to screams. Chapter 4: The First Loss. The next morning, the townsfolk find the campers' tents torn apart and blood trails leading into the woods. Only Ethan is found alive, trembling and incoherent. He speaks of glowing eyes and razor-sharp claws in the mist. Sophia tries to comfort Ethan, but the town's leader, Mayor Callahan, declares that Ethan must leave. He explains that outsiders disrupt the delicate balance between the town and the fog. Sophia begins to suspect that the townsfolk know more about the fog than they're letting on. Chapter 5: The Pact. Sophia presses Eli for answers. Reluctantly, he reveals the truth. Centuries ago, the fog descended on Grimwood after the townspeople betrayed a group of traveling mystics. As punishment, the mystics cursed the town, binding it to the fog and the creatures within. The only way to survive is to follow strict rituals, stay indoors, leave offerings at the edge of the mist, and never attract attention. Sophia realizes that her presence, along with the campers, has upset this fragile truce. The fog's attacks are escalating, and the townsfolk blame her. Chapter 6: Trapped. Sophia decides to leave Grimwood, but every road out is shrouded in dense fog. She and Ethan attempt to drive away, but the fog swallows their car, forcing them to flee back to town on foot. They narrowly escape the creatures lurking within. Back at the inn, Sophia discovers an old map marking an ancient shrine deep in the woods. Eli tells her it's the source of the curse. Destroying it could break the fog's hold, but it's too dangerous to attempt. Chapter 7: Into the Fog. Determined to end the nightmare, Sophia convinces Ethan and a reluctant Eli to help her reach the shrine. Armed with torches and improvised weapons, they venture into the mist. The fog seems alive, shifting to confuse and separate them. They hear the creatures stalking them, their glowing eyes piercing through the haze. Sophia finds the shrine, a circle of ancient stones covered in runes. At its center lies a crumbling altar. As she begins smashing the altar, the fog thickens, and the creatures close in. Chapter 8. The Sacrifice. Eli reveals that breaking the curse requires a sacrifice. A life must be willingly offered to the fog. Ethan volunteers, guilt-ridden over the deaths of his friends. Before Sophia can stop him, he steps onto the altar and is consumed by the mist. The fog begins to dissipate, and the creatures retreat. For the first time in centuries, the stars are visible over Grimwood. Chapter 9. Aftermath. The townsfolk are free, but the cost weighs heavily on them. They thank Sophia for her bravery, but many still regard her with suspicion, blaming her for the chaos. Eli tells her she's welcome to stay, but Sophia decides to leave, carrying the weight of what she's witnessed. As she drives away, she notices the first rays of dawn piercing through the trees. For the first time, the road out of Grimwood is clear. Chapter 10. The fog returns. Months later, Sophia writes an article about her experiences, but no one believes her. One night, as she's editing photos from her trip, she notices a strange mist creeping under her apartment door. From within the fog, glowing eyes stare back at her, and a whisper echoes, "The debt is never paid." The underground tunnels. A group of urban explorers uncovers an elaborate network of tunnels beneath the bustling city of Ravenmoor. Initially drawn by tales of forgotten history and hidden treasures, they soon realize the tunnels are home to ancient, malevolent creatures that have waited centuries to feed. As they navigate the labyrinth, the explorers must battle both the horrors lurking in the shadows and their own growing paranoia to survive. Chapter 1. The Call to Adventure. The story begins with Hope, an aspiring filmmaker, convincing her friends, Eli, Rachel, and David, to explore the city's long-rumored underground tunnels for her documentary. They're excited by whispers of hidden treasures and forgotten history, but an eerie warning from a homeless man at the entrance unnerves them. Once you go in, you'll never come out the same. Chapter 2. The Descent. The group enters the tunnels through an abandoned subway station, their flashlights slicing through the pitch darkness. The tunnels are eerily silent, save for the faint drip of water. Strange graffiti covers the walls, depicting monstrous shapes and cryptic warnings. When they reach a fork in the path, Hope insists on following the map she found online, though Rachel feels uneasy. Chapter 3. The First Signs. As they venture deeper, the group finds signs of past explorers, discarded backpacks, old flashlights, and a chilling recording of someone pleading for help. Eli discovers claw marks on the walls, but he keeps it to himself. Tensions rise as the tunnels seem to twist and change behind them, making it impossible to retrace their steps. Chapter 4. The Creature in the Dark. While taking a break, they hear a distant scraping sound. David, the skeptic of the group, dismisses it as rats. But as they move on, they spot movement in the shadows, something large, with glowing eyes that vanish when their flashlights land on it. Panic sets in, and the group argues about whether to press forward or turn back. Chapter 5. The Lost Path. The group realizes they're hopelessly lost when the map no longer aligns with the tunnels. Rachel begins to hear whispers that no one else can, and David's flashlight dies inexplicably. When they stumble upon a massive underground chamber filled with skeletal remains, Hope insists on filming it, believing it will make her documentary a hit. The others are horrified, sensing they're being watched. Chapter 6. The First Attack. The whispers grow louder, and the scraping sound returns, closer this time. As they rush to find an exit, David is suddenly dragged into the shadows by an unseen force. The others try to save him, but he's gone in an instant, his screams echoing through the tunnels. They realize the creatures are real and begin running blindly through the labyrinth. Chapter 7. The Hive. The group stumbles upon the creature's lair, a cavern filled with pulsating, organic growths and cocoons. They see David's body among the grotesque remains of others. Hope wants to record the scene but is stopped by Eli, who smashes her camera in frustration. The creatures, spindly, humanoid with grotesque, insect-like features, return, forcing the group to hide. Chapter 8. The Escape Plan. Desperate to survive, Eli suggests using the creature's sensitivity to light against them. They rig their remaining flashlights to create a distraction and make a run for it. However, Rachel succumbs to the whispers, walking into the darkness and disappearing. Hope and Eli press on, guilt-ridden but determined to escape. Chapter 9. The Final Confrontation. Hope and Eli reach a dead end, where they find an ancient altar covered in symbols. Eli deduces that the creatures are tied to the city's dark history, once revered as gods but sealed underground by their creators. The creatures corner them, and Eli sacrifices himself by luring them away, allowing Hope to escape through a narrow shaft leading to the surface. Chapter 10. The Return. Hope emerges from a manhole in the middle of the city, her clothes torn and face pale. She tries to warn the authorities, but they dismiss her story. Days later, she begins editing her footage, only to notice shadows moving in the background of her shots, proof of the creatures. As she contemplates sharing the truth, she hears the now familiar scraping sound outside her apartment window. The Forest of Forgotten Souls. Park Ranger Daniel Mercer uncovers a hidden section of the wilderness where the trees appear to be made of bone, and the air hums with ghostly whispers. As he delves deeper, he learns the forest is a purgatory for lost souls, trapped in a cycle of torment. When Daniel becomes the forest's newest target, he must uncover its dark secrets to escape, or risk joining the ranks of the forgotten forever. Chapter 1. Whispers in the Woods. Daniel Mercer is finishing his evening patrol in the remote wilderness of Black Hollow Park when he hears faint whispers on the wind. Following the sound, he discovers a strange, hidden trail that wasn't on any of the park maps. Against his better judgment, he ventures in, finding bone-like trees with faint, human-like faces carved into their surfaces. Chapter 2. The Missing Hiker. Back at the ranger station, Daniel reads an old report about a hiker who vanished decades ago in the park. The hiker's last known location matches the strange trail Daniel found. His colleague, Sam, dismisses his concerns, but Daniel feels drawn back to the eerie forest, convinced it holds answers to the disappearance. Chapter 3. Into the Bonewood. Daniel returns to the forest during daylight, but the dense canopy blocks most of the sunlight, casting everything in a dim, grey light. The trees seem to shift when he isn't looking, and the whispers grow louder. He finds a worn diary buried beneath the roots of a tree. The entries describe a person slowly losing their sanity while trapped in the forest. Chapter 4. The First Encounter. As night falls, Daniel becomes disoriented and struggles to find his way out. He stumbles upon a ghostly figure, a translucent, skeletal woman whose hollow eyes lock onto his. She mouths silent words before disappearing. Terrified, Daniel finally escapes the forest but realizes the whispers are now following him. Chapter 5. The Curse of the Forest. Researching the area's history, Daniel learns local legends about a cursed forest where the souls of the lost are bound forever. The Bonewood was said to have been created by a vengeful spirit, angered by those who desecrated the land centuries ago. The legends warn that anyone who enters the forest is marked and cannot leave without consequence. Chapter 6. Trapped Souls. Determined to break the forest's hold, Daniel ventures back, encountering more ghostly apparitions. He discovers that the faces in the trees are the souls of those who died in the forest. They beg for release but warn Daniel not to trust the spirit that controls the forest. A massive tree at the center of the forest seems to radiate malevolence. Chapter 7. The Keeper of the Forest. Daniel meets the forest's keeper, a towering, skeletal figure cloaked in shadows. The keeper reveals that the forest exists as a prison for souls who tried to escape their fates. It offers Daniel a choice: leave now and forget everything, or stay and help free the souls. But the keeper warns that doing so could cost Daniel his own soul. Chapter 8. The Trial of Shadows. Determined to help the trapped souls, Daniel agrees to the keeper's terms. He is subjected to a trial, forced to relive his own worst memories and confront the guilt that has haunted him for years. The forest tries to break his resolve, but Daniel's empathy for the lost souls strengthens his will. Chapter 9. Breaking the Chains. With the help of the spirits, Daniel learns the forest's secret. The vengeful spirit that created it must be confronted and forgiven. He finds the central tree, which holds the spirit's essence, and performs a ritual described in the diary. The ritual summons the spirit, a grief-stricken woman who reveals the tragic story behind the forest's curse. Chapter 10. The Forest's End. Daniel convinces the spirit to release her anger and forgive those who wronged her. As she does, the forest begins to crumble, and the souls are freed, their whispers turning to songs of gratitude. Daniel emerges from the forest changed but alive. However, a single bone-like seed falls into his pocket, a chilling reminder that the forest may return someday. The Stowaway. A family embarks on a cross-country road trip in their RV, excited for adventure and quality time together. However, strange noises, missing belongings, and unexplainable phenomena begin to unsettle their journey. As tensions rise, they discover an uninvited guest, a malevolent entity hiding in the luggage compartment that feeds off their fear and secrets. Trapped in the middle of nowhere, the family must confront the entity before it tears them apart, literally and emotionally. Chapter 1: Departure. The Bennett family, parents Karen and Michael, teenage son Jake, and young daughter Lily, set off on their long-planned road trip in their newly purchased RV. Excitement fills the air as they pack their belongings and hit the open road. That night, parked at a quiet rest stop, they hear strange scratching sounds coming from underneath the vehicle. Chapter 2: The Missing Phone. The next morning, Jake's phone is missing, despite him being certain he left it on the dining table. Karen chalks it up to his forgetfulness, but when Michael finds a deep scratch on the RV side, he begins to grow uneasy. At their next stop, Lily insists she saw someone outside the RV window during the night. Chapter 3: The Smell. A foul, untraceable odor begins permeating the RV, and Karen cleans every nook and cranny, suspecting spoiled food. Meanwhile, Jake discovers his missing phone in the luggage compartment, screen cracked and covered in an oily residue. That night, the family hears faint laughter echoing from within the RV walls. Chapter 4: The Luggage Compartment. Michael decides to investigate the luggage compartment, suspecting an animal stowed away. Instead, he finds something unsettling: claw-like marks scratched into the interior walls and a child-sized handprint smeared in what looks like soot. Karen urges him to police, but Michael brushes it off, insisting they're overreacting. Chapter 5: The Shadow in the Rearview. While driving down a desolate stretch of highway, Karen glances in the rearview mirror and sees a shadowy figure crouched in the far corner of the RV. She turns to look but finds nothing there. The family begins to argue as the tension builds, and Jake accuses Lily of playing pranks to scare them. Chapter 6: The First Attack. At a remote campsite, the family settles in for the night. Jake is jolted awake by the sound of someone rummaging in the kitchen. He investigates, only to see a shadow dart past him. He screams, waking the family, but they find nothing, until Michael opens the luggage compartment and something lunges at him, slamming the door shut before he can get a good look. Chapter 7: The Stowaway Revealed. Desperate for answers, the Bennetts set up a camera inside the RV while they sleep. The footage reveals a grotesque, humanoid entity crawling out of the luggage compartment and skulking around the RV, rummaging through their belongings and watching them sleep. Karen insists they abandon the RV, but Michael argues it's safer to keep moving. Chapter 8: The Entity's Power. The entity grows bolder, playing on the family's fears and insecurities. It whispers their secrets, causes hallucinations, and turns them against each other. Karen begins to suspect the entity is not just hiding, it's feeding on their fear and anger. The family must unite to confront it, but their fractured trust makes this nearly impossible. Chapter 9: The Final Confrontation. The family devises a plan to lure the entity out using their fear as bait. They park at an isolated location and prepare for a showdown. When the entity emerges, it reveals its true form, a grotesque, skeletal creature with unnaturally long limbs and empty, glowing eyes. Armed with improvised weapons and newfound courage, the family fights back, but the entity proves nearly indestructible. Chapter 10: Escape and Aftermath. In a last-ditch effort, Karen sets the RV on fire, trapping the entity inside. The family escapes, watching the vehicle burn as the entity's screams echo into the night. Though they survive, they are left scarred by the experience. Weeks later, Karen finds Lily's favorite doll, thought lost in the fire, sitting on their front porch, its eyes now faintly glowing.
Discovery in the ice. The mountains were breathtaking, their snowy peaks piercing the sky like jagged teeth. A group of 4 friends, Elena, Marcus, Tessa, and Dan, had planned this hiking trip for months. They were experienced outdoors enthusiasts, But the remote glacier they'd set out to explore was unlike anything they'd tackled before. It was Dan who spotted it first, a glacier streaked with deep, crimson veins running through the ice like frozen rivers of blood. "What in the world is that?" Tessa asked, her voice tinged with awe and unease. "I've heard of iron deposits causing red snow, but this is different," Marcus said, stepping closer. "We have to get a sample." Ignoring Elena's protests, the group ventured closer, their crampons crunching against the brittle ice. The first signs. Marcus chipped away at the glacier with his ice axe, revealing that the red streaks weren't just on the surface, they ran deep, glowing faintly under the sunlight. He carefully collected a chunk of the ice and sealed it in a sample bag. "That's enough," Elena urged. "This place feels wrong." As they set up camp for the night, Tessa began to feel ill. She complained of a pounding headache and an unbearable cold, even as the others bundled her in extra layers. "Altitude sickness?" Dan suggested, but Elena frowned. Tessa had hiked at higher elevations before without any problems. The change begins. By morning, Tessa's condition had worsened. Her veins stood out starkly against her pale skin, and her eyes seemed to gleam unnaturally in the dim light. "I don't feel like myself," she whispered, shivering violently. Elena insisted they abandon the expedition and get Tessa to a hospital, but Marcus refused to leave without more samples. Frustrated, Elena and Dan started packing up while Marcus returned to the glacier. That's when they heard the first scream, awakening the creatures. Marcus had struck something inside the glacier. As he chipped deeper into the ice, a dark shape shifted beneath the surface. Before he could react, the ice fractured, and a torrent of freezing water burst forth, carrying with it writhing, eel-like creatures. One latched onto Marcus's arm, its needle-like teeth piercing his skin. He screamed as the parasite burrowed into him, leaving a small, wriggling lump beneath his flesh. The others arrived too late to help. Marcus was convulsing, his eyes rolling back as his body contorted unnaturally. "What the hell is that?" Dan shouted, dragging Marcus away from the glacier. But the creatures weren't done. They slithered across the ice, their translucent bodies shimmering with veins of red, seeking new hosts. The parasitic takeover. As night fell, Marcus's condition deteriorated. His veins glowed faintly, mirroring the crimson streaks in the glacier. He began muttering in a strange, guttural language, his voice layered with an echo that wasn't his own. "I can feel them, inside me," he whispered. "They're waking up." Tessa, still weak but coherent, revealed her own terrifying symptoms. Patches of her skin had turned hard and translucent, like frozen ice. Elena pieced it together. The glacier wasn't just frozen water, it's a prison. Those creatures were trapped in the ice for a reason. Descent into madness. The creatures weren't just parasites, they were ancient beings with a hive mind. Through Marcus and Tessa, they began to exert their influence, whispering to the others, promising power, eternal life, and freedom from the cold. Dan tried to stay rational, but the stress and fear wore him down. He began hearing the whispers, too, and his behavior grew erratic. "We should let them in," he murmured. "They only want to survive." Elena, the last unaffected member, was left to fend off not only the creatures but her own friends, who had become their hosts. The final stand. Elena realized she had one chance to stop the spread. She scavenged the gear for anything flammable and rigged a makeshift torch. Her plan was to destroy the glacier and the creatures within it. But Marcus, now fully under the parasite's control, blocked her path. His skin had turned translucent, with red veins glowing like molten lava beneath the surface. "They were here before us," he said, his voice distorted. "And they will be here long after." Elena's hands trembled as she lit the torch. "Not if I can help it. Escape or extinction." Elena set the glacier ablaze, the fire melting the ice and consuming the writhing creatures. The air filled with their unearthly screeches, a sound that would haunt her forever. But the fire spread faster than she anticipated, threatening to engulf the entire campsite. She grabbed what she could and ran, leaving behind the infected remains of her friends. As she stumbled down the mountain, she couldn't shake the feeling that the creatures weren't truly gone. The aftermath. Weeks later, Elena was found by a rescue team, dehydrated and delirious. She told them everything, but no one believed her story. Months later, reports surfaced of hikers near the glacier experiencing strange illnesses. In their veins, faint red streaks began to glow. The creatures were still out there, waiting for their chance to spread. The merry-go-round man. The dare. It was nearing midnight when Sarah, Jake, MIA, and Tyler stood at the rusted gates of Grayston Amusement Park, flashlights cutting through the dark. The park had been abandoned for decades after a fire destroyed most of it, taking the life of its caretaker, a man known only as Elias. "Come on, it's just an old ghost story," Jake said, smirking as he rattled the padlock. "They say the merry-go-round man only shows up for those who deserve it." Tyler shivered. "I heard he controls the rides. People say if you hear the music, it's already too late." "Let's find out," Sarah said, pulling out bolt cutters. The park comes alive. Inside, the park was eerily quiet. Broken rides loomed like skeletal remains, and the smell of charred wood lingered. They made their way toward the merry-go-round, its horses frozen in mid-gallop, paint peeling from their bodies. As they approached, a faint, tinny tune began to play, a warped carousel melody. "Is that coming from the ride?" MIA asked, her voice trembling. The lights flickered to life, casting unnatural shadows across the park. The horses began to move, their heads swiveling unnaturally toward the group, glassy eyes seeming to watch them. The first warning. "Okay, that's creepy. Let's go," Tyler said, stepping back. But the gates they'd entered through were gone, replaced by an impenetrable wall of darkness. "We didn't come all this way to chicken out," Jake said, stepping closer to the merry-go-round. "It's just old wiring or something." As he touched one of the horses, it let out an otherworldly shriek, and the ride spun to life. The music grew louder, the warped tune echoing through the park. In the distance, the Ferris wheel creaked, its cars swaying as if something unseen moved through them. "We need to leave," Sarah said, but it was too late. The merry-go-round man. Out of the shadows stepped a figure. His face was half-melted, skin pulling taut over exposed bone. He wore a charred caretaker's uniform, and his eyes glowed with an unnatural light. "It's him," MIA whispered, frozen in place. The merry-go-round man. Elias raised a hand, and the rides around them roared to life. The roller coaster rumbled down its tracks, though no cars were visible. The tilt-a-whirl spun violently, debris flying into the air. "Welcome back to Grayston," Elias said, his voice distorted like a scratched record. "You wanted a thrill. Let's see how much you can handle." The first victim. The group scattered as the rides seemed to come alive, chasing them through the park. Jake sprinted toward the bumper cars, only for the vehicles to roar to life, smashing together with deafening crashes. One car broke free, careening toward him at full speed. He screamed as it struck, pinning him against a wall. When the others reached him, his body was gone, replaced by a mannequin wearing his clothes, its face twisted in terror. "What's happening?" MIA cried. "He's playing with us," Sarah said, gripping her flashlight. "We have to find a way out." The haunted history. Taking refuge in the funhouse, the group found old photos on the walls, images of the park before the fire. In every picture, Elias stood in the background, his expression grim. One photo showed him fixing the merry-go-round, a group of children watching. "He loved this place," Sarah said. "He must have died trying to save it. Or he died with it," Tyler muttered. "Maybe that's why he's trapped here." The warped mirrors around them began to ripple, and Elias's reflection appeared in every pane. "You don't belong here," his voice echoed. "This park is mine." The mirrors shattered, forcing the group to flee. The final ride. They reached the merry-go-round again, now spinning so fast the horses were a blur. The music was deafening, a dissonant wail that made their ears bleed. Sarah noticed something, a control panel near the ride. "If we can shut it off, maybe we can stop him." Tyler and MIA tried to distract Elias as Sarah ran for the panel. The caretaker's ghost summoned a swarm of shadows, twisting into the forms of children with hollow eyes and burnt flesh. "Stay with us," they chanted, reaching for the group. Breaking the curse. Sarah reached the control panel and saw a single lever labeled emergency stop. She hesitated, feeling Elias's gaze on her. "You think you can end this?" he growled. "This is my home. My legacy." With a scream, Sarah pulled the lever. The rides ground to a halt, sparks flying from the machinery. Elias let out a bone-chilling wail as his form began to dissolve, the shadows retreating into the night. The aftermath. The group stumbled out of the park, the gates reappearing behind them. "Do you think it's over?" MIA asked, her voice shaking. "I don't know," Sarah admitted, looking back at the silent rides. As they walked away, the faint sound of carousel music echoed in the distance, a reminder that some ghosts never truly rest. The nurses of silence. The first death. St. Mercy Hospital was known for its state-of-the-art facilities and exemplary care. But everything changed when Mr. Randall, a seemingly stable patient, was found dead one morning. His monitors hadn't sounded an alarm, and the staff were baffled. "It's as if his body just stopped," the attending physician murmured. Later, the night shift supervisor reviewed the security footage. At 2:03 a.m., a shadowy figure in a nurse's uniform glided into Mr. Randall's room. Its face was blank, no eyes, no mouth, just smooth, pale skin. The supervisor deleted the footage, fear gripping her heart. Whispers of fear. The next few nights, more patients died, all without warning. Staff whispered about the silent nurses, shadowy figures seen out of the corner of the eye, disappearing when approached. Jessica, a young nurse new to the hospital, overheard the rumors. "It's just stress," she told herself, though unease settled in her gut. When her friend Aaron, a security guard, mentioned the deleted footage, she decided to investigate. The ghostly encounter. On her next night shift, Jessica patrolled the halls alone. The hospital was eerily quiet, the hum of machines the only sound. As she passed room 312, she heard faint whispers and paused. Pushing the door open, she froze. Two nurses stood over the sleeping patient. Their forms were indistinct, their faces featureless. One reached out, placing an inhumanly long hand on the patient's chest. The man gasped silently, his body arching before collapsing back into the bed, lifeless. Jessica stumbled back, knocking over a tray. The figures turned to her, their heads tilting unnaturally. She ran. A deadly secret. Jessica confided in Aaron, who reluctantly shared the deleted footage he'd saved. Together, they pieced together the pattern. The shadow nurses only appeared between 2 o'clock and 3 a.m., targeting patients who were alone. "They're not just killing them," Aaron said, pointing to the footage. "They're draining something." The patient's body grew visibly gaunt in seconds as the figures hovered over them, their smooth faces reflecting a faint, otherworldly glow. Trapped on the ward, Jessica and Aaron decided to stay after hours to uncover the truth. They hid in the surveillance room, watching the monitors. At precisely 2 a.m., the shadows appeared, gliding through the halls. The power flickered, and the monitors went dark. The door to their room creaked open. "We have to move," Aaron whispered. They sprinted into the hallway, only to find the figures blocking their path. The nurses moved without walking, their presence chilling the air. The forgotten wing. Jessica remembered something odd, an unused wing of the hospital sealed off for decades. Rumor had it that it housed patients during a deadly outbreak years ago. "We need to get to the west wing," she said, dragging Aaron along. Inside, the air was heavy with dust and decay. Old equipment lay abandoned, and faded patient charts detailed experimental treatments. They found a journal belonging to Dr. Eliza Crane, detailing how the hospital staff had been infected. In desperation, Crane had conducted rituals to silence the infected nurses, binding them to the hospital. "They're not ghosts," Jessica said. "They're cursed." The binding ritual. In the journal was a ritual to banish the silent nurses, a mix of symbols and chants, requiring a personal item from each victim. Jessica and Aaron raced to collect mementos from the morgue, wedding rings, lockets, and other small keepsakes. The silent nurses began to close in, their faceless heads tilting as if amused. The hospital lights flickered, plunging the halls into darkness. A fight for survival. In the West Wing, Jessica arranged the items in a circle, chanting the words scrawled in the journal. The air grew heavy, and the figures appeared, surrounding them. One nurse reached for Aaron, its hand sinking into his chest. He screamed as his skin grew pale, his energy draining. Jessica completed the chant, and the nurses let out a piercing, inhuman wail. Their forms began to dissolve, leaving only faint whispers behind. The aftermath. Aaron survived, but bore a permanent scar where the nurse had touched him. The death stopped, and the hospital staff resumed normal operations, though the sealed wing remained untouched. Jessica quit her job, unable to shake the memory of those blank faces. But every so often, when passing by a quiet room at night, she swore she could still hear faint whispers. The Mountain of Screams. The Ascent. The Whispering Peak was infamous among climbers for its difficulty and the eerie tales surrounding it. Despite the warnings, Alex, a seasoned mountaineer, led a team of climbers, his brother Chris, their friend Lena, and a rookie named Sam, on an expedition to conquer it. Halfway up the climb, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the wind carried a chilling sound, a long, agonized scream echoing through the canyons below. "What was that?" Lena asked, her voice trembling. "Just the wind," Alex replied, though his hand gripped his ice axe tighter. The first night. The group set up camp on a narrow ledge. As darkness settled, the mountain seemed to come alive with sound. The screams grew louder and closer, each one sharper and more agonizing than the last. At 3 a.m., Sam bolted upright in his tent. "Someone's out there. I saw a light." Alex dismissed it as exhaustion, but Lena swore she heard a voice calling for help. Against Alex's advice, she ventured out with her headlamp to investigate. Minutes later, her blood-curdling scream pierced the night. A grisly discovery. The group scrambled out of their tents, following Lena's voice to the edge of the ridge. They found her headlamp flickering on the ground, but there was no sign of Lena herself, only a streak of blood leading toward the mountain's caves. Chris, panicking, argued they should descend immediately, but Alex refused to leave Lena behind. Sam reluctantly agreed, and they followed the trail into the cavernous maw of the mountain. The predator's lair. The air inside the cave was thick and damp, carrying the faint metallic tang of blood. As their headlamps illuminated the walls, they saw deep claw marks gouged into the stone. A distant scream echoed through the tunnels, Lena's voice, pleading for help. "Lena!" Alex called out, but Chris grabbed his arm. "That's not her," Chris whispered. The scream repeated, warped and unnatural. Then they saw it, a hulking shadow shifting in the darkness, its glinting eyes reflecting their lights. The mimic. The creature was grotesque, a blend of sinewy flesh and jagged bone. Its mouth opened impossibly wide, and a horrifying sound emerged, not just Lena's scream, but dozens of voices overlapping, each one a desperate plea for help. "It's mimicking them," Sam said, his voice shaking. The creature lunged, its speed defying its size. The group scattered, Chris dropping his gear as the beast's claws narrowly missed him. The descent into madness. The tunnels seemed endless, twisting back on themselves as the group fled deeper into the mountain. The screams followed them, growing louder, overlapping until they could no longer distinguish real from fake. Chris collapsed, clutching his ears. "It's in my head. I can hear it inside my head." The beast struck again, dragging Chris into the shadows before anyone could react. His scream, guttural and raw, joined the cacophony. A desperate plan. Alex and Sam found a narrow crevice to hide in. Sam was trembling, tears streaming down his face. "We're going to die here," he muttered. "No, we're not," Alex said, though his voice betrayed his fear. He noticed the creature avoided their headlamps, retreating into the shadows whenever the beams hit it. "We need to blind it," Alex decided. Using their remaining supplies, they fashioned makeshift flares from magnesium strips and a lighter. The final confrontation. The creature ambushed them as they emerged from the crevice. Sam froze, paralyzed by fear, as the monster towered over him. Alex lit a flare, throwing it directly at the beast's face. The cavern lit up in a brilliant, blinding light, and the creature shrieked, a deafening, inhuman sound. Its flesh sizzled where the light touched it, and it retreated deeper into the shadows. "Run!" Alex shouted, dragging Sam toward the cave's exit. The escape. As dawn broke, Alex and Sam stumbled out of the cave, blooded and exhausted. Behind them, the mountain fell silent, the screams fading into the wind. But the nightmare wasn't over. Sam's eyes were hollow, his expression vacant. "It's still in my head," he whispered, clutching his ears. Alex glanced back at the mountain. The wind carried a faint, familiar sound, his brother's voice, calling for help. The legend lives on. Alex returned alone, warning others to stay away from the Whispering Peak. But thrill-seekers and climbers, lured by tales of the Mountain of Screams, continued to disappear. In the quiet of his home, Alex sometimes heard the screams in his dreams, his brothers, Lena's, and even his own. The mountain never forgot its prey. The cemetery dolls. The first doll. 7-year-old Sam was visiting the Old Town Cemetery with her parents to place flowers on her grandmother's grave. Among the graves, she noticed something strange, a porcelain doll sitting upright on a weathered headstone. The doll was eerily lifelike, its eyes glassy yet unsettlingly expressive. "Why is there a doll here?" Sam asked. "It's probably just someone's way of remembering a loved one," her mother said. But as they left, Sam glanced back, feeling the doll's gaze follow her. That night, a doll appeared on their porch. It looked identical to the one from the cemetery, and its expression now seemed sad. The second arrival. Sam's father dismissed it as a prank, though her mother seemed unsettled. They placed the doll in the attic. The next morning, another doll appeared, this one on the kitchen table, despite the doors being locked. It was a perfect likeness of Sam's grandmother, wearing the same dress she was buried in. "Who would do this?" her mother whispered, holding the doll with trembling hands. That night, Sam heard faint whispers coming from the attic. The third doll. The whispers grew louder over the next few nights, accompanied by soft, rhythmic tapping sounds. On the fourth morning, a third doll appeared, perched on Sam's nightstand. This doll resembled her late aunt, who had died in a car accident years ago. Its tiny face was contorted into an expression of grief. "Someone's playing a sick joke," her father said, though his voice cracked with uncertainty. "Then why don't we throw them away?" her mother suggested. But when they tried, the dolls reappeared inside the house before they could reach the trash bin. The haunting begins. The atmosphere in the house grew heavy. Shadows seemed to move on their own, and doors creaked open and shut without reason. Sam's mother woke one night to find all 3 dolls arranged at the foot of her bed, their lifeless eyes staring. Sam, meanwhile, claimed to hear voices. "They're sad," she told her parents. "They say they're lonely and they want to come home." Her parents dismissed it as a child's imagination, but deep down, they feared she might be right. The cemetery connection. Desperate for answers, Sam's mother returned to the cemetery. She found more dolls scattered among the graves, each one resembling someone who had died. Approaching the groundskeeper, she asked, "What's with the dolls?" The old man paled. "It's best you don't ask questions. Those dolls, they're tied to the dead. They're a way for restless souls to cling to the living. If they've followed you home, they've marked you." "What do we do?" she demanded. "Return them to their graves. Quickly. Before it's too late." The ritual. That night, the family gathered the dolls and drove back to the cemetery. Sam clutched one tightly, tears streaming down her face. They don't want to go back. They're scared. Ignoring her pleas, her parents placed the dolls on the graves they matched. As they did, the air grew colder, and a low, mournful wail echoed through the cemetery. The final doll, Sam's grandmother, slipped from her mother's hands and shattered on the ground. The repercussions. As the pieces of porcelain scattered, the wailing stopped. The family hurried back to the car, but Sam hesitated, staring at her grandmother's grave. "She's mad," Sam whispered. "What are you talking about?" her father barked, pulling her into the car. Back home, they felt a brief sense of relief, until the next morning, when they found the shattered pieces of the grandmother doll on their kitchen table, reassembled. The final encounter. That night, the house was consumed by chaos. Shadows moved like living things, and the dolls, now more lifelike than ever, wandered the halls, whispering in eerie, childlike voices. The grandmother doll appeared at the foot of Sam's bed, its porcelain face cracked but smiling. "Come with us, Sam," it whispered. Sam screamed, waking her parents. They rushed in to find her clutching the doll, its smile now gone. The sacrifice. Realizing they couldn't escape the curse, the family returned to the cemetery once more. This time, they brought an offering, a necklace that had belonged to Sam's grandmother, buried with her. They placed the dolls back on the graves and left the necklace as an apology. The air grew still, and for a moment, it seemed they had appeased the spirits. But as they drove away, Sam looked out the window and saw the grandmother doll standing at the edge of the forest, watching. The unending nightmare. The dolls never returned, but the family was forever haunted. At night, Sam still heard whispers, and sometimes, she would see fleeting glimpses of her grandmother in the shadows. The cemetery dolls were gone, but their presence lingered, a chilling reminder that the dead don't forgive easily. The drowned playground. The re-emergence. The town of Willowbend had suffered through a relentless drought for months, and the receding waters of Black Hollow Lake revealed a long-buried secret, the playground from the old Black Hollow Park. Decades ago, the park had been swallowed by a sudden flood, the rising waters trapping those who couldn't escape. It became a watery grave for several children and their families, and the area was abandoned, left to vanish beneath the expanding lake. Now, the drought brought it back. Rusted swings creaked in the dry wind, and a carousel stood lopsided in the cracked mud. Word spread quickly, and curious families began visiting the eerie site. For the children, it was a playground reborn. For the elders, it was a grim reminder of the tragedy. A new attraction. "Don't go too far, Benny," Lisa called out as her son ran toward the swings. Benny and a group of other children had become enchanted by the playground. They seemed unaware of the rusted metal's jagged edges or the skeletal remains of a jungle gym emerging from the dried lake bed. "It's like they're drawn to it," an older man muttered to Lisa. She brushed it off until she heard Benny laughing. He was sitting on a swing, but it wasn't moving, yet his laughter suggested someone was pushing him. "Who are you talking to?" she asked as she approached. Benny stopped laughing, his eyes staring at the empty air behind him. "The girl in the yellow dress," he said. There was no one there. The first visitation. That night, Benny woke up screaming. Lisa rushed to his room to find him huddled under his blanket, shaking. "What's wrong?" she asked. "She was here," he whispered. "The girl from the swing. She said she was lonely." Lisa's blood ran cold. Across town, other parents reported similar experiences. Children who had played at the playground spoke of ghostly figures, a boy with a broken arm, a girl in a tattered dress, a group of shadowy figures standing at the edge of the playground. The forgotten tragedy. Determined to find answers, Lisa visited the town's library. The librarian hesitated when she asked about Black Hollow Park. "Why would you want to know about that place?" the old woman asked. Lisa explained what Benny had seen, and the librarian's face darkened. She pulled out an old newspaper article with a grainy black and white photo of the playground before it was flooded. 23 people died in the flood, the librarian said. Most of them were children. Some say the spirits never left. Lisa's stomach churned as she read the headline, "Black Hollow Tragedy, Children Among the Lost in Sudden Flood." The lullaby. The next day, Benny refused to leave the house, but other children still flocked to the playground. By now, parents noticed strange occurrences, swings moving on their own, ghostly laughter echoing from the rusted slide, and water pooling in the dry lake bed at night. One evening, Lisa returned to the site, hoping to see the truth for herself. As the sun set, she heard a faint, haunting melody, a lullaby carried on the wind. Turning toward the sound, she saw them, faint, glowing figures of children. They were playing as if alive, but their movements were slow and unnatural. One turned to look at her, its face pale and waterlogged. "Help us," the child whispered before vanishing. The dark history. Lisa dug deeper into the park's history and learned of a darker secret. Before the flood, Black Hollow Park had been notorious for its unsafe equipment. The original owner had ignored numerous complaints, and a series of accidents had claimed several lives even before the flooding. Some believed the flood wasn't an accident. Whispers of sabotage and cover-ups filled the records Lisa found. The drowned children were not just victims of nature, they were victims of negligence and greed. The reckoning. The following night, a storm swept through Willow Bend, and rain poured down for the first time in months. Lisa's relief turned to dread when Benny vanished from his room. She found him walking toward the playground, his face blank and his steps slow, as if in a trance. Other children were there too, drawn by the ghostly figures. The spirits circled the children, their eyes hollow, their voices pleading. "Stay with us," they whispered. Lisa screamed Benny's name and ran to him, pulling him away. The ghost of the girl in the yellow dress appeared before her, tears streaming down her pale cheeks. "We just want to play," she said, her voice breaking. The release. Lisa, desperate to end the haunting, confronted the spirits. "What do you want?" she cried. A spectral boy stepped forward, his arm twisted at an unnatural angle. "They forgot us," he said. "They let us die, and no one remembers." Lisa realized what she needed to do. The next day, she rallied the townsfolk to hold a memorial for the lives lost in Black Hollow Park. Candles were lit, and the names of the dead were read aloud. The playground's farewell. That night, the ghostly activity ceased. The spirits of the drowned children appeared one last time, smiling faintly before fading into the fog. The playground sank back into the earth as the rain continued to fall, its rusted equipment swallowed by the returning waters of Black Hollow Lake. Benny, now safe, hugged his mother tightly. "They're gone," he said. "They're not sad anymore. The legend lives on." Years later, Willow Bend became known for its haunted history. Visitors came to see the site of the tragedy, though none dared enter the lake when whispers of ghostly laughter drifted through the air. The drowned playground became a cautionary tale, a reminder that some tragedies should never be forgotten. The choir room curse. A melancholy discovery. The melody echoed faintly in Mr. Calhoun's ears as he thumbed through the pile of dusty sheet music in the old storage room. As the new music teacher at Greyston High, he'd been tasked with reviving the choir program, long abandoned after a tragic fire gutted the original music wing. The faded sheet music caught his eye. The title read Requiem of the Silent Voices. The notation was intricate, almost otherworldly, with haunting crescendos and eerie minor chords. Curiosity piqued, Mr. Calhoun brought it back to the choir room. The first rehearsal. That afternoon, he handed out the mysterious composition to his students. "This is like, super creepy," said Kayla, the soprano. "Sounds cool to me," said Jake, a tenor, who always loved a dramatic flair. Despite their reservations, the students began to sing. The harmonies wove together like a haunting lullaby, filling the room with an unearthly resonance. As they reached the final verse, a gust of icy wind swept through the room, though no windows were open. The lights flickered, and a faint whispering could be heard beneath the melody. "Did anyone hear that?" Kayla asked, her voice trembling. "Probably the vents," Mr. Calhoun said, though he couldn't shake the chill creeping up his spine. The first signs. That evening, Mr. Calhoun stayed late to clean up. Alone in the choir room, he swore he heard faint singing. The same melody. The same haunting harmonies. Turning quickly, he saw shadows dart across the far wall, as though figures were moving behind the frosted glass of the storage door. The next morning, Kayla didn't show up to class. When Mr. Calhoun called her mother, she said Kayla had been too shaken to leave her room. She kept mumbling something about voices calling her name. The tragic history. Determined to understand what was happening, Mr. Calhoun visited the school's archives. What he found chilled him to his core. 30 years ago, a fire had swept through the music wing during an after-school rehearsal. The choir students and their teacher had been trapped, the flames devouring the room as the old building's doors locked from the inside. No one survived. Rumors spread of a cursed piece of music, a composition said to summon the spirits of the dead. It was banned, buried in the ashes of the fire. Until now. The ghostly choir. The next rehearsal was tense. Only a few students showed up, but they insisted on continuing. As they sang, the lights dimmed on their own. Pale, ghostly figures began to appear, filling the risers behind the students. Their faces were burned, their mouths twisted in eternal song. "Stop singing," Mr. Calhoun shouted. But the students couldn't stop. Their voices continued against their will, their eyes wide with terror as the ghostly choir's harmonies grew louder. The choir room's trap. The following day, Jake went missing. His parents reported his bed empty, with only a faint scorch mark on the carpet where he'd been sleeping. Mr. Calhoun was consumed by guilt and fear. He returned to the archives, searching for any mention of how to break the curse. An old article revealed the music's composer, the original choir director, Mr. Barrow, who had been blamed for the fire. A notation in the margins read, "The music is a prison. Only a conductor can set them free." The final performance. Mr. Calhoun decided to end it. That night, he returned to the school, the cursed sheet music in hand. He gathered the remaining students, who were visibly terrified but determined to help. "We'll sing it one last time," he told them. "But this time, I'll take control. If the spirits are trapped, I'll guide them out." The students hesitated but eventually nodded. Mr. Calhoun stood at the conductor's podium, gripping his baton tightly. "Whatever happens, don't stop singing," he instructed. "Trust me." The conductor's sacrifice. As they began, the ghostly figures reappeared, more vivid and terrifying than ever. Their spectral forms hovered over the risers, mouths gaping in an eternal scream, their voices joining the students in a haunting, discordant harmony. The air grew icy, and the floor beneath them began to warp as though the room itself was coming alive. The spirits surged forward, their faces twisted with rage and desperation. "Focus!" Mr. Calhoun shouted, waving his baton with precision. He poured his energy into the music, willing the students to match his tempo. The ghostly figures hesitated, their forms flickering as if caught between realms. As the final note approached, Mr. Calhoun realized the truth. The only way to end the curse was to take the spirit's place. The conductor, the composer, had always been the anchor. With a determined glance at his students, he gave the final downbeat. "Run," he whispered. The release. The students dropped their sheet music and fled the room as the spirits lunged toward Mr. Calhoun. He stood firm, finishing the piece with a triumphant flourish. A blinding light filled the room as the ghostly figures let out a final, unified wail. Then, silence. When the students returned with authorities, the choir room was empty. The cursed sheet music lay in ashes on the conductor's stand, and Mr. Calhoun was gone. The choir room's legacy. Greyston High reopened the choir program the following year, but no one ever spoke of the haunting again. Sometimes, late at night, janitors and students swear they hear faint singing drifting from the empty choir room. And in the archives, among the old sheet music, a single, unmarked piece of paper remains, a conductor's baton drawn in faded ink, its handle glowing faintly in the dark. The playground whisperer. The mysterious arrival. In the heart of the quiet town of Willowbrook, there was an old, abandoned playground, its rusted swings and faded slides standing as relics of a bygone era. No one had used it in years, until one day, a brand new swing set appeared seemingly overnight. The sleek, black frame and pristine chains stood in stark contrast to the decayed surroundings. There was no sign of who had installed it, but it immediately drew the attention of the town's children. 10-year-old MIA was the first to try it, despite her mother's warnings to avoid the playground. As she swung higher and higher, she giggled, then stopped suddenly. Her face turned serious, as if she were listening to something. When she jumped off the swing, she ran home with an unnerving smile. The whispers begin. Over the next few days, more children ventured to the swing set, each returning with similar stories. They claimed to hear a voice, soft, soothing, and almost musical, whispering promises of fulfilling their deepest wishes. "I can get a puppy," one boy exclaimed. "I'll ace my math test without studying," another girl said. MIA, however, wasn't as enthusiastic. She became withdrawn, her once bright demeanor replaced with nervous glances over her shoulder. Her older brother, Liam, noticed. "What's wrong?" he asked. She hesitated before whispering, "The voice, it wants me to play a game. But if I lose, something bad will happen." The rules of the game. Curious and protective, Liam decided to investigate. He went to the playground that evening and sat on the swing. For a long time, nothing happened. But then, as the wind stilled, a soft voice brushed against his ear. "Hello, Liam," it said. He froze. "Who are you?" The voice chuckled. A friend. Would you like to play a game? Liam swallowed hard. What kind of game? A simple one, the voice purred. Answer 3 riddles, and I will grant your heart's greatest desire. But if you fail, you will take my place. Liam felt a chill run down his spine. Your place? What does that mean? The voice didn't answer. Instead, the swing began to sway on its own, creaking ominously. The first riddle. Against his better judgment, Liam agreed. Fine. I'll play. Good, the voice said. Here is your first riddle. I am always hungry. I must always be fed. The finger I touch will soon turn red. What am I? Liam thought quickly. Fire, he said. The swing stilled, and the voice whispered, correct. 2 more. The second riddle. The voice continued. I speak without a mouth, and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I? Liam frowned. He had heard this one before. An echo. Very clever, the voice murmured. One last riddle remains. The final riddle. The voice's tone turned darker. I have cities, but no houses. Forests, but no trees. Rivers, but no water. What am I? Liam hesitated. The answer was on the tip of his tongue, but fear clouded his thoughts. The swing began to creak again, swaying faster and faster. Time is running out, the voice warned. Map, he blurted, just as the swing abruptly stopped. The voice fell silent for a moment before saying, well done, Liam. You've won. The price of victory. Relieved, Liam jumped off the swing and started to walk away. But the voice called after him. You may have won, but the game is not over. Someone always must play. The swing behind him groaned, the chains creaking as if an invisible weight had just settled into it. Liam didn't dare look back, sprinting home to find MIA. The Whisperer's legacy. The next morning, the swing set was gone, leaving only patches of disturbed earth where it had stood. The children who had visited it before claimed they could still hear the voice, faint and distant, whispering promises that made their hearts ache. Liam never told anyone what happened that night, but he kept an eye on his sister, ensuring she never returned to the playground. Yet, as he walked past the vacant lot one evening, he felt a chilling breeze and a faint whisper. Your turn will come again, Liam. It always does. The haunted asylum of Iron Hills. The Iron Hills Challenge. The Iron Hills Asylum loomed like a specter at the edge of town, its crumbling walls and shattered windows whispering tales of forgotten torment. Once notorious for its cruel experiments on patients, it had been abandoned for decades, left to decay atop the misty hill. 4 years, it had been a rite of passage for urban explorers to sneak inside, but few made it past the entry hall. Those who did returned with haunting tales of whispers, ghostly figures, and inexplicable feelings of despair. That didn't deter Sophie, the fearless leader of her group of thrill-seeking friends. Armed with flashlights, cameras, and bravado, Sophie, Nate, Carla, and Ben approached the asylum one chilly autumn night, ready to uncover its secrets. Entering the asylum, the gates creaked open with an eerie groan, and the group stepped inside the overgrown courtyard. Shadows danced across the cracked facade as their flashlights flickered. Creepy, but not that bad, Ben said, though his voice wavered. Inside, the air was colder, heavier. The walls were adorned with peeling paint and scrawled messages like Help US and They Won't Let USGO. Nate laughed nervously, brushing them off as the work of pranksters. But the laughter stopped when they reached the central hallway. A distant, rhythmic tapping echoed through the building. Is someone else here? Carla whispered. No way, Sophie replied, her grip tightening on her flashlight. The first encounter. They ventured deeper, finding patient rooms filled with decayed furniture and strange stains on the walls. Sophie's camera picked up faint orbs of light floating in the air, and Carla swore she saw a shadow move where no one was standing. In the basement, they stumbled upon a room that looked untouched by time. The walls were lined with restraints and rusted medical tools. On the far side of the room, a padded door stood ajar. A scream pierced the silence, a high-pitched wail that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Carla clutched Sophie's arm. That wasn't human. Then they saw her, a translucent figure in a tattered hospital gown, her face distorted in agony, staring at them from the doorway. The nightmares begin. The ghost disappeared, but the group's relief was short-lived. As they ran back to the main hallway, the asylum seemed to shift around them. Doors they'd passed earlier were now gone, replaced by walls. Hallways stretched impossibly long, twisting into darkness. "I swear this wasn't here before," Nate muttered as they found themselves in a wing filled with locked doors. Behind one of the doors, Carla heard a faint voice whispering her name. Against Sophie's warnings, she peeked through the small window. Inside, she saw herself strapped to a gurney, screaming as shadowy figures loomed over her. Carla stumbled back, shaking. "We need to leave. Now." The living asylum. As they tried to find the exit, the asylum seemed to come alive. Lights flickered, and the walls groaned as if breathing. The rhythmic tapping returned, louder and closer. Suddenly, Sophie's flashlight illuminated a figure at the end of the hallway. It was an orderly, or rather the ghost of one, his face blank and eyes hollow. He pointed at them, and the tapping turned into a deafening drumming as more spectral figures emerged from the walls, shambling toward them. Trapped in time. The group split up in their panic, each experiencing their own horrors. Nate found himself in a recreation of a therapy room, where a doctor-like apparition forced him into a chair and began treatment with ghostly instruments. Ben wandered into a recreation of the operating theater, where the screams of invisible patients filled the air. He felt hands gripping his shoulders, pushing him toward the table. Sophie and Carla ran together but found themselves back in the padded room they had seen earlier. Inside was a journal left by a former patient. The scrawled words read, "The asylum won't let you go. It feeds on fear. To escape, you must face the nightmares it shows you." Facing the nightmare. Desperate, Sophie and Carla regrouped with Nate, who was trembling and covered in phantom scratches. They found Ben moments later, though his face was pale and his eyes distant, as if he had seen something beyond comprehension. "Face the nightmares," Sophie said, clutching the journal. "It's the only way out." The group confronted their fears. Sophie returned to the basement room, where the ghostly patient appeared again, revealing the truth of her torment. Carla stood before the vision of herself on the gurney and refused to be afraid. Nate and Ben faced their spectral tormentors, shouting defiantly. The asylum's walls trembled, and the ghostly figures vanished one by one. The asylum's wrath. Just as they found the front door, the tapping returned, louder than ever. The air grew heavy, and the entire building seemed to shake. A towering, shadowy figure emerged, a grotesque amalgamation of the asylum's patients and staff, representing its tortured soul. The group ran, dodging debris as the asylum seemed to collapse around them. They burst through the front door into the cold night air, just as the building let out an anguished scream and fell silent. The aftermath. The asylum stood as it always had, decrepit but intact as if nothing had happened. The group didn't speak as they walked back to their car, the weight of what they had seen too heavy to bear. Later, Sophie uploaded the footage from her camera. Most of it was static, but in the final moments, as they ran, the shadowy figure loomed in the frame. And just before the video cut out, it turned to the camera and whispered, "Come back." The shadows of St. Helena High. The warning. St. Helena High was one of the oldest schools in the state, its red brick walls weathered by decades of storms and secrets. Rumors swirled among students about the eerie things that happened after dark, strange whispers, flickering lights, and shadows moving where no one stood. Mr. Grayson, the new janitor, didn't help matters. He was quiet, his graying hair and hunched shoulders giving him the look of someone who had seen too much. On his first day, he gave a stern warning. "Don't stay after dark. No matter what. When the clock strikes 10, this place isn't yours anymore." Most students laughed it off as another spooky school legend, but a group of friends, Kim, Liam, Rachel, and Danny, weren't so quick to dismiss it. They decided to test the janitor's warning, convinced it was just an old man's superstition. Breaking the rule. One Friday night, the friends stayed late, claiming they were working on a school project. As the clock ticked closer to 10, the school grew unnervingly quiet. The janitor locked up for the night, casting one last look at the group. "Don't say I didn't warn you," he muttered before leaving. The four laughed nervously, but as the echoes of his footsteps faded, the atmosphere shifted. "It's just a building," Kim said, trying to keep the mood light. But when the clock struck 10, the lights dimmed on their own, and the faint sound of a bell echoed through the halls. The first encounter. The group started exploring, their flashlights slicing through the darkness. They ended up near the old wing of the school, a part that had been sealed off years ago due to structural issues. "That's where the disappearances happened," Danny said, grinning. "Back in the 60s. A bunch of kids just vanished. Never solved." "Stop trying to scare us," Rachel said, rolling her eyes. As they moved deeper, the air grew colder. Mia noticed a shadow flit across the hall ahead of them, but when she turned her flashlight, nothing was there. "Did you see that?" she asked. "No," Liam replied, though his voice trembled. They pressed on, but the shadows grew bolder. One darted across the ceiling, another stretched unnaturally long against the lockers. The lurking spirits. The group reached the sealed-off wing, the door strangely unlocked. Inside, the walls were covered with faded murals of smiling students, their faces eerily lifelike. "That's weird," Rachel muttered, pointing to one of the faces. "It looks like my grandma's old yearbook photo." Suddenly, a locker slammed shut behind them. They spun around, only to see a shadowy figure standing at the far end of the hallway. It had no face, just an outline of darkness. "Hello," Danny called, his voice cracking. The figure didn't move. Then, slowly, it raised an arm and pointed at them. The shadows close in. The group panicked and ran, but the hallways seemed to stretch and twist. No matter where they turned, the shadows followed, multiplying and growing darker. Rachel tripped and fell, her flashlight skittering across the floor. When she looked up, a shadowy hand reached for her. She screamed, and the others pulled her to her feet just in time. "We have to get out of here," Liam shouted. But the way back to the main entrance was blocked by shadows that seemed to solidify into a wall. The group huddled together, realizing there was no escape. Uncovering the truth. Kim remembered the janitor's strange behavior and his warning. "He knows something," she said. "There's got to be a way to stop this." In the library, they found an old yearbook with a section dedicated to In Memoriam. It listed the names of the missing students, along with a chilling note: "Gone but not forgotten. Their presence will always remain at St. Helena High." Danny flipped to the back and found a faded photograph of a younger Mr. Grayson standing with the missing students. "He was here when it happened," Danny whispered. Suddenly, the shadows began to take shape, forming faces, the same faces as the students in the photo. Confronting the shadows. The group realized the spirits weren't just aimlessly haunting, they were seeking something. "What do you want?" Kim shouted, her voice trembling. The shadows hesitated, then one pointed toward the janitor's closet. Inside, they found a dusty box containing personal belongings, a notebook, an old watch, and a pile of letters. The letters revealed the truth. The missing students had been locked in the old wing as a cruel punishment by a teacher during a fire drill. The teacher had panicked and fled, leaving them to suffocate in the smoke. Mr. Grayson, then a student, had been the only one to survive. The spirits wanted justice. The spirits' peace. The group gathered the letters and placed them in the middle of the hallway, lighting a small candle they found in the janitor's closet. "We know what happened to you," Kim said. "We're sorry." The shadows paused, their forms shimmering. One by one, they began to dissolve, their anguished faces softening into peace. When the last shadow disappeared, the air grew warm, and the school's lights flickered back on. The group ran to the front doors, which now opened easily. The final warning. The next day, the group returned to thank Mr. Grayson. They found him cleaning the lockers, his expression tired but relieved. "You figured it out, didn't you?" he asked. They nodded, handing him the letters. "You did good," he said. "But remember, this place holds on to the past. There are still shadows here. Don't stay after dark." They never did again.
The carnival masks. A mysterious traveling carnival arrives in a small town, captivating the locals with its enchanting performances and unique wares. The most popular attraction is a stall selling beautiful, handcrafted masks that seem to reflect the personalities of their buyers. But once worn, the masks take control, transforming their wearers into monstrous versions of their darkest desires and fears. A group of friends must uncover the truth behind the cursed masks and stop the carnival before it moves on to its next unsuspecting town. Chapter 1: The Arrival. A vibrant traveling carnival sets up camp in the quiet town of Maple Hollow, bringing excitement and wonder to its residents. Among the attractions is a mask vendor who draws crowds with their intricately designed masks, each seemingly tailored to its buyer. Teenagers Amelia, Lucas, and Maria are eager to visit the carnival, unaware of the darkness lurking beneath its bright lights. Chapter 2: The Masks Choose You. The trio visits the carnival and is drawn to the mask stall. Each selects a mask that feels inexplicably perfect for them. Amelia, a regal queen's mask, Lucas, a jester's grin, and Maria, a serene angel's face. The vendor, a mysterious figure named Madame Valora, cryptically warns them to wear the masks with caution. That evening, they try them on for fun, and strange sensations begin to take hold. Chapter 3: The Transformation Begins. Amelia wakes up feeling a newfound sense of authority, while Lucas becomes unusually prankish and Maria develops an unnerving calmness. Over the next few days, their behaviors escalate. Amelia grows tyrannical, barking orders at friends and family. Lucas's pranks turn cruel, and Maria becomes detached, speaking in cryptic tones. They realize the masks have a hold on them but are unable to remove them. Chapter 4: The Carnival's Secret. Desperate for answers, the trio returns to the carnival, but the mask stall is empty, and Madame Valora is nowhere to be found. As they investigate, they discover old newspaper clippings detailing tragedies in other towns visited by the same carnival. Each incident involves mysterious disappearances and reports of grotesque, inhuman figures roaming the streets. Chapter 5: The Inner Monster. The masks begin to physically change their wearers. Amelia's face becomes harsh and angular, her eyes glowing with an eerie light. Lucas's grin stretches unnaturally wide, and Maria's face takes on an unnerving porcelain sheen. The transformations reflect their darkest traits: Amelia's hunger for control, Lucas's sadistic humor, and Maria's apathy. They struggle to maintain their humanity as the masks whisper their inner fears and desires. Chapter 6: Unmasking the Truth. The trio finds an old man in town, Mr. Hargrove, who recognizes the masks and warns them about the curse. He tells them the masks were created by Madame Valora, who uses them to feed on the negative emotions of their wearers. The only way to break the curse is to destroy the masks before the carnival leaves town. Chapter 7: The Carnival's Heart. The friends devise a plan to infiltrate the carnival at night, hoping to find and destroy Madame Valora's workshop. As they navigate the maze-like carnival, they encounter other mask wearers, horrifically deformed individuals who have fully succumbed to the curse. The trio barely escapes, realizing the longer they wear the masks, the closer they come to joining the grotesque ranks. Chapter 8: Facing Valora. In the heart of the carnival, they find Madame Valora's tent. Inside is a grotesque collection of masks and a cauldron-like machine that appears to be the source of the curse. Valora confronts them, revealing that the masks amplify the wearer's true self, feeding off their emotions until they become permanent extensions of the carnival. A fight ensues, with Valora using her magic to turn the masks against their wearers. Chapter 9: Breaking the Curse. The trio discovers that the mask's power is tied to their own fears and desires. To break free, they must confront their inner demons. Amelia lets go of her need for control, Lucas acknowledges the harm his humor can cause, and Maria embraces the value of emotion. This self-realization weakens the mask's hold, giving them the strength to destroy Valora's cauldron. Chapter 10: The Carnival's End. With the cauldron destroyed, the masks disintegrate, and the grotesque figures revert to their human forms. The carnival begins to collapse, revealing its true, decayed nature. Valora vanishes, leaving behind only the faint echo of sinister laughter. As the survivors watch the remnants of the carnival disappear into the night, they vow to warn others of its dangers, ensuring its evil doesn't claim more victims. The Carnival Masks is a chilling tale about identity, inner darkness, and the price of unchecked desires. It leaves readers questioning the masks they wear in their own lives and the power of facing their true selves. The Snowstorm Prison. A sudden and fierce blizzard traps a group of strangers in a remote mountain lodge. Cut off from the outside world, they discover the snow outside hides deadly, predatory creatures. As supplies dwindle and paranoia rises, the survivors must figure out how to outwit the creatures and escape their icy prison before it's too late. Chapter 1: The Gathering Storm. The story begins with a diverse group of travelers arriving at Frosthaven Lodge, a cozy retreat nestled in the mountains. Among them are Claire, an overworked journalist, Evan, a retired soldier, Sophie, a college student on a winter break trip, and Rick, a gruff outdoorsman. A weather alert warns of an incoming storm, but no one expects it to escalate so quickly. Chapter 2: The Whiteoat. By nightfall, the blizzard has intensified, cutting off all communication and blocking the lodge's roads. The group hunkers down, initially believing they'll ride out the storm. However, strange howls echo through the night, unsettling everyone. Rick brushes it off as the wind, but Claire insists there's something more to it. Chapter 3: Tracks in the Snow. In the morning, Evan notices strange, clawed tracks circling the lodge, leading back into the dense snow. Despite Rick's protests, Sophie convinces the group to investigate. They find torn animal carcasses and realize the creatures outside are no ordinary predators. Chapter 4: The First Attack. That evening, the lodge is shaken by a sudden attack. The creatures, a terrifying mix of humanoid forms and icy exoskeletons, begin pounding on the windows and doors, testing the group's defenses. One member, Tom, a tech entrepreneur, panics and tries to run outside but is dragged away into the blizzard before anyone can stop him. Chapter 5: Desperation and Division. The group debates their next move. Evan suggests reinforcing the lodge and rationing food, while Rick argues for braving the storm to find help. Claire documents everything, convinced there's a story behind these creatures. Tensions rise as supplies dwindle, and the stress of their confinement begins to unravel their unity. Chapter 6: Secrets Revealed. Through their conversations, the group uncovers that the lodge was built on land tied to old local legends. Sophie finds a journal left behind by a previous caretaker that speaks of snow demons that appear during the fiercest blizzards, hunting anything that moves. The journal hints at a possible way to repel the creatures but lacks details. Chapter 7: A Risky Plan. Evan devises a plan to gather more supplies from a nearby shed, believing it may contain tools or weapons. Claire and Sophie volunteer to go with him. The group constructs makeshift weapons and uses the brief daylight hours to venture out. Along the way, they encounter one of the creatures, narrowly escaping back to the lodge. Chapter 8: The Lodge Breached. The creatures grow bolder, managing to break through the lodge's defenses. The survivors retreat to the upper floors, fighting off the creatures with everything they have. Rick sacrifices himself to barricade the staircase, leaving the others to carry on without him. Chapter 9: The Final Stand. With their numbers dwindling, the group uncovers the secret to repelling the creatures. Fire and light seem to weaken them. Using makeshift torches and flares found in the shed, they stage a desperate defense. The creatures retreat temporarily, giving the group a chance to plan their escape. Chapter 10: Escape Through the Storm. The storm begins to subside, but the creatures are still lurking. The remaining survivors, Claire, Evan, and Sophie, make a break for the main road, where they hope to signal for help. In a climactic showdown, they fend off the creatures using the last of their flares. Just as they lose hope, a rescue team arrives, drawn by the smoke and fire from their defense. Epilogue: The Snow's Secret. Back in safety, Claire writes an exposé on the events at Frosthaven Lodge, but no one believes her story. The survivors try to move on, haunted by their memories. Meanwhile, the camera pans back to the snow-covered mountains, where clawed tracks disappear into the blizzard, hinting that the creatures are still out there, waiting for their next storm. The Phantom School Bell. At the abandoned Red Hollow Academy, where a tragic fire claimed the lives of its students decades ago, a mysterious bell rings every night at midnight. The sound summons ghostly apparitions of the students, who replay their final moments in an endless loop. When a group of teens investigates, they find themselves drawn into the ghost's world, fighting to escape before becoming part of the tragic cycle. Chapter 1: The Urban Legend. The story opens with four friends: Pam, an aspiring journalist; Liam, the skeptic; Harper, a paranormal enthusiast; and Jake, the reluctant tag-along, discussing the legend of Red Hollow Academy. The abandoned school has become a popular dare site, but few claim to have heard the bell or seen anything unusual. Spurred by Harper's insistence and Pam's curiosity, the group decides to explore the school on Halloween night. Chapter 2: The First Ring. As the group arrives at the decrepit school, they are immediately struck by its eerie atmosphere. Graffiti and decay mark the hallways, but it's the silence that unsettles them most. As they explore, the bell suddenly rings, sending an unnatural chill through the air. Shadows flicker in the moonlight, and the group realizes they are not alone. Chapter 3: Ghostly Echoes. Pam and her friends witness the first spectral reenactment, a classroom full of ghostly students, frozen in time. The teacher drones on, oblivious to the flames that begin creeping in from the edges of the room. The group tries to intervene, but the scene collapses into ash before they can act. They discover that every ghostly scene reflects the events leading up to the deadly fire. Chapter 4: The Janitor's Warning. Exploring deeper into the school, they encounter the ghost of the janitor, who survived the fire but vanished soon after. His ghostly form warns them that the bell isn't just summoning the past, it's drawing them into it. He tells them the fire wasn't an accident, but a malicious act tied to the bell itself, which was cursed long before the school was built. Chapter 5: Trapped in Time. At midnight, the group finds themselves trapped within the spectral reenactments. They are no longer invisible observers but unwilling participants in the scenes. Each of them is assigned a role from the past, forced to interact with the ghostly students. Pam becomes the class president, Harper the teacher's assistant, Liam a mischievous troublemaker, and Jake a shy student. Chapter 6: The Missing Piece. As the group navigates the eerie school, they begin piecing together the truth. The fire was set intentionally to cover up a darker secret, a teacher's obsession with an occult ritual tied to the bell. The cursed bell was intended to grant power and immortality, but the ritual went wrong, binding the souls of the students to the school forever. Chapter 7: Breaking the Cycle. Pam finds a diary belonging to one of the students, revealing that the ritual can be reversed by destroying the bell. However, the diary also warns that the bell's destruction will unleash the trapped souls, who may not be friendly to the living. The group debates whether to risk it, knowing they might be trapped forever if they fail. Chapter 8: The Bell Tower. Reaching the bell tower proves a harrowing task. The ghostly students become hostile, seeing the group as intruders. Shadows stretch unnaturally, doors slam shut, and whispers grow into deafening screams. Jake, initially the most hesitant, finds unexpected courage and leads the charge up the crumbling staircase to the tower. Chapter 9: The Final Toll. As the group confronts the cursed bell, the ghosts swarm around them, reliving their final moments in horrifying clarity. Harper discovers that striking the bell one last time will shatter it, but the sound will temporarily bind their souls to the school. The group must work together to ring the bell and destroy it before the ghosts overwhelm them. Chapter 10: A New Dawn. The group succeeds in destroying the bell, and the spectral students are released in a wave of light. The school begins to collapse, forcing the friends to flee. Outside, as dawn breaks, they see the school reduced to rubble, with no sign of the ghosts. Though they are free, each carries a mark from their time in the school, a burn scar shaped like a bell, a lingering reminder of the night they faced the phantom school bell. The Final Ring. Weeks later, Pam writes an article about their experience, but no one believes her. As she finishes her work, a distant bell tolls, and she looks out the window to see ghostly figures watching her from the shadows. The curse may not be as broken as they thought. The Skinwalker's Trail. A group of hikers embarks on a trek through the remote Sonoran Desert, drawn by tales of an ancient Native American trail said to lead to breathtaking vistas. However, they soon discover they are not alone. Creatures that mimic their voices and appearances begin stalking them, luring them away from the trail one by one. As paranoia sets in, the hikers must uncover the truth about the Skinwalkers and survive their harrowing journey. Chapter 1: The Call of the Desert. For friends, Emma, a seasoned hiker, David, a photographer, Rachel, a skeptic, and Chris, the reluctant adventurer, arrive at the remote desert trailhead. They've heard rumors of a hidden path with stunning views, but also whispered warnings of strange occurrences. They dismiss the stories as local folklore and begin their hike. Chapter 2: First Signs. As the group ventures deeper into the desert, Emma notices faint footprints that don't match their own. David hears someone calling his name from a distance, but when he investigates, no one is there. Rachel brushes off the incidents as tricks of the mind, but Chris grows increasingly uneasy. Chapter 3: Echoes in the Dark. The hikers camp overnight and share ghost stories around the fire, including tales of the skinwalkers, shape-shifting creatures from Navajo lore. During the night, David hears Emma's voice calling for help. When he follows the sound, he finds nothing but emptiness. The group wakes to find his tent empty and his gear abandoned. Chapter 4: The False Friend. David reappears later that morning, claiming to have gotten lost, but Emma notices something is off. His movements are stilted, and his voice sounds hollow. When Rachel confronts him, he attacks, revealing himself as a skinwalker. The group fends him off, but not without injury, and they realize the trail is far more dangerous than they imagined. Chapter 5: Shadows of Ourselves. As the group presses on, the skinwalkers become more cunning. One mimics Rachel's voice perfectly, begging for help, while another takes on Chris's appearance, causing the group to split up in confusion. Emma begins to suspect that the skinwalkers are targeting their insecurities and weaknesses. Chapter 6: The Ancient Warning. Emma and Chris find an old cave with petroglyphs depicting the skinwalkers and their lore. They learn that the creatures were once human but were cursed for abusing sacred rituals. The carvings suggest that staying on the trail is the only way to survive. However, when they leave the cave, they find the trail has disappeared. Chapter 7: Paranoia and Betrayal. The group begins turning on each other, unsure of who is real and who might be a skinwalker in disguise. Rachel accuses Chris of leading them astray, while Emma tries to keep everyone together. A violent altercation ends with one of them revealed as a skinwalker, further fracturing the group's trust. Chapter 8: Into the Depths. Desperate and disoriented, Emma and the remaining members discover a hidden canyon. They realize it's the skinwalkers' hunting ground, filled with bones and remnants of other hikers. They also find a small cache of supplies left by a previous victim, along with a warning to avoid the creature's gaze. Chapter 9: The Final Stand. Cornered in the canyon, Emma devises a plan to outwit the skinwalkers. Using the lore they've uncovered, they trick the creatures into revealing their true forms. A brutal fight ensues, with Emma and Chris using the skinwalkers' own weaknesses, sunlight and fire, against them. Chapter 10: Escape. With dawn breaking, Emma and Chris make a desperate run for the trailhead. The skinwalkers, weakened but not defeated, continue to pursue them. Just as they reach safety, they hear faint voices calling their names from the desert. They resist the urge to look back and finally escape the cursed trail. The Whispering Sands. Weeks later, Emma reflects on their journey. Though they survived, they are haunted by the voices that sometimes echo in the wind, and the feeling that the skinwalkers are still watching, waiting for their next victims. The Skinwalkers' Trail is a chilling tale of survival, steeped in folklore and psychological terror. It explores themes of trust, identity, and the thin line between humanity and monstrosity. The Ghost of the Game Room. When the Mason family moves into an old Victorian house, they uncover an antique pinball machine hidden in the basement. At first, it seems like a quirky relic, but they soon discover it's haunted by the spirit of a boy who died while playing it. As the family unravels the machine's dark history, they realize the ghost isn't merely looking for company. It wants someone to finish the game it started, even if it costs them their lives. Chapter 1: The Move-In. The Masons, Karen and Paul, along with their children, Lila and Ethan, move into a large, slightly decrepit Victorian house they bought at a steal. While exploring, Ethan discovers an antique pinball machine in the basement. The machine's intricate design and eerie, glowing lights fascinate him, and he convinces his parents to let him keep it. Chapter 2: First Plays. Ethan quickly becomes obsessed with the pinball machine, spending hours in the basement. He begins hearing faint whispers as he plays, thinking it's just his imagination. Lila, skeptical of her brother's excitement, watches from a distance and notices the machine seems to flicker when no one is touching it. Chapter 3: A Name in the Scoreboard. One night, Ethan notices a name, Timmy, flashing on the scoreboard, despite not entering it. Karen dismisses it as a glitch, but Ethan grows curious. He starts experiencing vivid dreams of a boy in old-fashioned clothes staring at him, silently mouthing the words, "Help me." Chapter 4: The History of the Machine. Karen visits the town library to research the house's history and discovers that a boy named Timothy Caldwell lived there decades ago. He tragically died in the basement while playing a pinball machine during a lightning storm, electrocuted when the machine short-circuited. Ethan becomes convinced that Timmy's spirit is trapped in the game. Chapter 5: Strange Happenings. The pinball machine begins acting up, lights flashing at random, eerie music playing on its own, and the whispers growing louder. Lila, who has stayed away from the machine, finds a small handprint on the dusty glass that wasn't there before. Timmy's presence grows stronger, and the family starts experiencing other hauntings, objects moving, cold spots, and shadowy figures. Chapter 6: Timmy's Game. Ethan discovers that the machine now displays instructions to complete a specific sequence to win. The instructions seem impossible to achieve, but Ethan feels compelled to keep trying, believing it will free Timmy. Each time he fails, the whispers turn into anguished cries, and the house trembles slightly, as if reacting to the game. Chapter 7: The Warning. Lila finds an old journal hidden in the basement, written by Timmy's older sister. It details how Timmy became obsessed with the pinball machine, claiming it was alive and encouraging him to play. The journal warns that anyone who tries to finish the game risks sharing Timmy's fate. When Lila confronts Ethan, he refuses to stop, believing he can help Timmy. Chapter 8: The Final Score. One stormy night, Ethan feels an irresistible pull to the basement. The machine powers on by itself, and the game begins without him pressing any buttons. As he plays, the lights in the house flicker, and the whispers turn into ghostly screams. Karen and Paul try to stop him, but a supernatural force blocks their way. Chapter 9: Lila's Sacrifice. Lila realizes the only way to stop the haunting is to destroy the machine. She grabs a heavy tool and smashes the glass. The machine sparks violently, and a ghostly image of Timmy appears, pleading with her to let him finish the game. Ignoring his cries, she destroys the machine entirely, causing an explosion of light that knocks everyone unconscious. Chapter 10: Aftermath. When the family wakes, the machine is nothing but a pile of rubble, and the house feels lighter. Timmy's ghost no longer lingers, but Ethan is heartbroken, feeling he failed to save him. As the family moves on, they keep hearing faint echoes of the pinball sounds late at night, reminding them that some games are never truly over. The cemetery shift. When David Marshall takes a night security job at the Glenridge Mausoleum, he expects long, quiet hours with nothing but the dead for company. But as the clock strikes midnight, he begins to notice strange noises, faint whispers, and coffins that seem to open on their own. David soon realizes he's not just guarding the mausoleum, he's trapped with restless spirits who have unfinished business. Chapter 1: The First Night. David begins his new job as the night security guard at Glenridge Mausoleum, a sprawling and eerie building housing hundreds of coffins. His supervisor, Mr. Calloway, warns him about the weird noises at night but brushes them off as settling pipes. David laughs it off, thinking it will be an easy paycheck. Chapter 2: Midnight Disturbances. As the clock strikes midnight, David hears faint tapping sounds echoing through the mausoleum. He dismisses it as his imagination until the sound grows louder, coming from a specific crypt. Investigating, he finds the lid of a coffin slightly ajar. There's no sign of anyone else in the building, and the incident leaves him unsettled. Chapter 3: The Whispering Dead. Over the next few nights, David hears whispers that seem to come from inside the coffins. When he leans closer to one, a voice whispers his name. Panicked, he rushes to the security office to check the cameras, only to see blurry, shadowy figures moving between the crypts. Chapter 4: A Ghostly Warning. David encounters an apparition of a young woman named Clara, who pleads for his help before vanishing. Researching her name, he discovers that she was a victim of foul play, buried in the mausoleum decades ago. Her murderer was never found, and her spirit appears desperate for justice. Chapter 5: The Moving Coffins. One night, David returns to find several coffins moved from their niches. The lids are ajar, and the once silent halls are filled with faint, ghostly murmurs. A message is scratched into the stone floor near Clara's crypt: "Help us." Chapter 6: The Cemetery's Dark Secret. David delves into the mausoleum's history and uncovers disturbing records of people who were buried alive during a corrupt funeral home scandal. The restless spirits of those victims haunt the mausoleum, unable to find peace. Clara is among them, but her story holds a darker twist. Chapter 7: Midnight Chaos. As David tries to learn more, the spirits grow agitated. At midnight, coffins slide open, and ghostly figures emerge, reenacting their final moments. David is chased through the mausoleum by shadowy forms, their eyes glowing with rage. Clara appears again, begging him to listen and uncover the truth behind the scandal. Chapter 8: The Truth Unearthed. David discovers evidence hidden in the mausoleum, old funeral home records implicating a wealthy local family in the burial scandal. Clara was one of their victims, silenced after threatening to expose them. Armed with this knowledge, David realizes he must expose the truth to free the spirits. Chapter 9: The Final Confrontation. On his final night, David confronts the spirits, promising to bring justice to those who wronged them. The mausoleum erupts into chaos as coffins rattle and spirits scream, their fury nearly overwhelming him. Clara shields him, guiding him to safety but urging him to act quickly. Chapter 10: Rest for the Weary. David takes the evidence to the authorities, leading to the arrest of the descendants of those responsible for the scandal. With justice finally served, the hauntings cease, and the mausoleum becomes silent once more. On his last night, David sees Clara one final time. She thanks him before disappearing, leaving him with a sense of peace and a new understanding of the unseen world. The Cemetery Shift. When Mark, a recently hired security guard, takes on the night shift at an old mausoleum, he expects a dull job watching over the graves. However, as midnight approaches, he realizes that some coffins refuse to stay closed, and the restless spirits within have their own dark agenda. With each passing hour, Mark must confront the horrors of the past, the secrets hidden in the graves, and the sinister force that threatens to unleash the dead upon the living. Chapter 1: The New Job. Mark is introduced to the mausoleum and its eerie atmosphere by the lead guard, Clara, who offers him a few unsettling warnings about the place. Despite her tales of supernatural occurrences, he laughs it off, convinced it's just folklore. As Clara leaves for the night, Mark prepares for his shift, feeling a mix of excitement and unease. Chapter 2: The First Hour. The night begins quietly, with Mark patrolling the dark halls of the mausoleum, which are lined with ornate coffins and memorials. He settles into the guard station, armed with a book and a cup of coffee, determined to keep himself awake. As the clock strikes midnight, strange noises echo through the mausoleum, and he dismisses them as the wind or old pipes creaking. Chapter 3: Unearthly Sounds. As Mark continues his shift, he hears soft whispers and scratching sounds coming from one of the coffins. His curiosity gets the better of him, and he approaches it cautiously. When he peers inside, he is horrified to find the coffin is slightly ajar, revealing a shadowy figure within. He quickly closes it, convincing himself it's just his imagination. Chapter 4: A Disturbing Discovery. After a few more minutes of unsettling sounds, Mark hears a loud crash followed by a chilling silence. He rushes to investigate and finds that another coffin has toppled over, the lid cracked open. As he leans down to inspect it, a hand suddenly shoots out, grasping at the air. Mark stumbles back in terror, realizing something is wrong. Chapter 5: The Dark Secrets. Frightened but determined to uncover the truth, Mark searches for records about the mausoleum. He discovers a series of tragic events surrounding certain graves, a vengeful spirit, a hidden murder, and an unsolved disappearance linked to the deceased. Mark begins to connect the dots, realizing that the spirits within the coffins are restless due to the unresolved issues of their past lives. Chapter 6: The Guardian's Warning. Clara returns unexpectedly, sensing something is amiss. She warns Mark about the cemetery shift, a night when the dead can roam free and those on duty become targets. She reveals that some spirits seek justice, while others are fueled by rage. Mark learns that he must confront these spirits, or risk becoming one of them. Chapter 7. Confronting the Dead. As the night deepens, the whispers grow louder, and shadows flicker in the corners of Mark's vision. He musters the courage to confront the restless spirits, using the information he uncovered to speak to them. He promises to help them find peace, hoping to appease their anger. However, one spirit, Margaret, insists that the others must pay for their wrongdoings before she can rest. Chapter 8. The Reckoning. The mausoleum begins to tremble as spirits emerge from their coffins, each one revealing their tragic story to Mark. Some are angry, while others are filled with sorrow. The spirits surround him, demanding justice for their untimely deaths. Mark realizes he must find a way to right the wrongs committed against them or face the consequences himself. Chapter 9. A Race Against Time. With the clock nearing dawn, Mark frantically searches for the evidence that can help the spirits find closure. He discovers hidden letters and photographs that connect the deceased to their living relatives, who are unaware of the unfinished business. As the spirits grow restless, Mark races to contact the relatives to ensure their stories are told. Chapter 10. The Final Toll. As dawn approaches, Mark completes the task, and the spirits begin to fade, whispering their thanks. However, Margaret lingers, furious that her tragic fate was never revealed. In a final showdown, she confronts Mark, demanding he pay for the sins of the living. Just as she lunges at him, Clara arrives, revealing that Mark is not just a guard, he is a descendant of one of the wrongdoers, and he must atone for the family's sins. A new beginning. With the first light of dawn breaking, the mausoleum returns to silence. Mark, now deeply affected by the night's events, vows to honor the spirits by uncovering the truth about their pasts. Clara helps him transform the mausoleum into a place of remembrance rather than fear. As the seasons change, Mark becomes a keeper of their stories, ensuring that the dead are never forgotten, finally breaking the cycle of their pain. The Ocean's Hunger. A diving team led by Captain Emily Walker explores a sunken ship, hoping to uncover valuable artifacts and historic treasures. But their excitement turns to terror when they inadvertently awaken a long-dormant, ancient sea creature whose hunger has never been satisfied. As the creature begins hunting them one by one, the divers must fight to survive and find a way to escape the depths before they become the creature's next meal. Chapter 1. The Call of the Deep. The diving team, led by Captain Emily Walker, sets out for a historic expedition to explore the wreck of the Aurelia, a legendary ship that sank centuries ago. The team, consisting of expert divers Liam, Sasha, Cole, and historian Dr. Harper, is eager to uncover long-lost treasures and unravel the mystery of the ship's sinking. Emily briefs them on the dangers of deep-sea diving and stresses the importance of teamwork and caution. Chapter 2. Into the Abyss. The team descends into the deep ocean, their ship floating above them as they slowly approach the wreckage of the Aurelia. The sun's light fades quickly as they sink further, and the eerie silence of the deep sea surrounds them. As they near the wreck, Sasha spots an unusual symbol etched into the ship's hull, something that doesn't belong. Ignoring her growing unease, they continue their exploration. Chapter 3. The Awakening. As they explore the wreck, Liam accidentally disturbs a pile of debris, revealing a hidden chamber inside the ship. Within, they find strange markings on the walls and a massive, ancient-looking chest. Curiosity gets the better of them, and they open the chest, releasing a strange, foul-smelling substance into the water. The moment they do, a deep, low rumble vibrates through the ocean floor. Dr. Harper realizes that they've awakened something ancient and dangerous, but it's too late. Something stirs beneath them. Chapter 4. The First Strike. The divers hear a strange, guttural growl coming from the depths below. Suddenly, the water around them ripples violently. Something massive moves just out of sight. Sasha is the first to feel the creature's presence when she's pulled under by a long, slimy tentacle. She struggles to break free but is dragged into the dark water. Panic sets in as the team fights to resurface, but the ocean is not done with them yet. Chapter 5. The Monster Revealed. As the team regroups on the wreck, they see the creature for the first time, a grotesque, ancient sea monster, with eyes glowing like submerged lanterns, long writhing tentacles, and massive jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth. The creature is enormous, and its skin is an unnatural black, slick and covered with barnacles. It circles the wreck like a predator stalking its prey, and the divers realize they are trapped. Chapter 6. The hunt begins. The creature attacks again, this time dragging Cole into the depths as he tries to ascend. With every passing moment, the divers realize they are being hunted. Its patience knows no bounds. They try to use their equipment to fight back, but their harpoons and knives seem useless against the creature's massive form. The team begins to fracture as fear sets in. They need a plan, and fast, but time is running out. Chapter 7. Descent into Madness. The psychological toll of being hunted by an ancient, unstoppable creature takes its toll on the team. Liam, once the confident and steady diver, starts to break down, hallucinating shadows moving in the water and hearing the creature's growls even when it's not near. Dr. Harper believes that the monster is a guardian of the deep, awakened by their interference. The team starts arguing, but Emily knows they need to focus. There's no room for panic. Chapter 8. The Escape Plan. In a desperate attempt to escape, Emily and the remaining divers decide to make their way back to their ship. The creature, sensing their attempt, attacks with renewed fury. They barely make it to the surface, only to find the creature waiting for them just below the waterline. With nowhere else to go, they climb into the ship's emergency boat, but the creature isn't finished yet. Chapter 9. A Final Stand. With the creature attacking the ship, the team must fight for their lives. They use everything at their disposal, from flare guns to explosives, to try and repel the monster. The creature is relentless, attacking with precision and cunning. As the final hour approaches, Emily and Liam make the ultimate sacrifice, luring the creature away from the others in an attempt to buy them enough time to escape. Chapter 10. The Depths of Hunger. As Emily and Liam are pulled under, the remaining divers manage to escape on the emergency boat. They sail away, their hearts heavy with the loss of their comrades. The creature, however, doesn't relent. It follows them, still hungry, still driven by an insatiable need for destruction. The survivors can only watch as the darkness of the ocean consumes the shipwreck and everything they once knew. As they sail further from the wreck, they realize the horror isn't over. The ocean's hunger is eternal, and they are now part of its endless feast. The House Below. A small town is haunted by an old, decrepit house with a basement that seems to grow larger with each visit. Locals tell tales of strange noises emanating from beneath, and anyone who ventures too far inside disappears without a trace. As a group of friends dares to uncover the truth, they find themselves trapped in a shifting labyrinth of forgotten memories and malevolent forces. The deeper they go, the more the house twists and contorts, feeding on their fears and desires, until they're no longer sure if they're trying to escape, or if they even can. Chapter 1. The House on Maple Street. When Jake, Rachel, Leo, and Anna move into a house near the edge of town, they quickly learn about the strange stories surrounding the house on Maple Street. The house has been abandoned for decades, yet there are rumors about the basement. According to the townsfolk, the house's basement is never the same. Each time someone enters, it seems to have grown, and those who go too far never return. Despite the warnings, the group decides to investigate, curious to uncover the truth. Chapter 2. The First Descent. On their first visit to the house, the group is immediately struck by its decaying appearance, but they find it oddly fascinating. They make their way into the basement, where they notice that the walls seem to pulse with an eerie energy. As they descend deeper into the bowels of the house, the air grows cold and heavy, but it's the space that unnerves them the most. The basement seems to stretch out further than it should. They dismiss their fears, attributing it to the house's age, but a growing sense of dread begins to settle in. Chapter 3. The Vanishing. While exploring one of the deeper chambers of the basement, Rachel notices a narrow corridor that wasn't there before. She ventures down it, calling back to the others, but when the group tries to follow, they find the corridor has disappeared. The group's unease turns to panic when Rachel doesn't return. After searching for hours, they leave the house in terror, only to find that Rachel has vanished entirely. There's no trace of her anywhere, and the house has somehow changed. The basement is now even larger, and the doors they had entered through are sealed shut. Chapter 4. The haunting expansion. Disturbed by Rachel's disappearance, Jake, Leo, and Anna return to the house the next day, hoping to find clues. As they enter the basement once more, they realize that the house seems to be expanding, the walls stretching further out, creating new rooms and hallways. The deeper they go, the more oppressive the atmosphere becomes. Strange whispers echo in the walls, and the air is thick with a sense of being watched. They discover that the basement appears to shift, rearranging itself each time they venture deeper. Chapter 5: The Memory Rooms. As they explore further, the group begins to uncover rooms that seem impossibly familiar, rooms that resemble places from their past, such as their childhood homes or old friends' houses. They feel a compulsion to enter these rooms, where they are confronted with unsettling visions of their past mistakes and regrets. These rooms seem to twist their memories, offering them a distorted version of reality that makes them question whether they're still in the real world. The line between what is real and what is the house's manipulation begins to blur. Chapter 6: The House's Hunger. The house begins to show its true nature, feeding off the fears and desires of the group. Each of them begins to see manifestations of their worst fears and deepest desires, twisted into nightmarish forms. Leo is haunted by visions of his dead sister, who begs him to join her in the house's depths. Anna begins to hear the sound of a baby crying, drawing her toward a room where she finds a crib, but when she approaches, the crib is empty, and the cries turn to horrifying shrieks. Jake is the first to realize that the house is not just a structure, it is alive, feeding on them and growing stronger with every fear it consumes. Chapter 7: The Deeper Descent. The group realizes that they cannot escape the house unless they find the source of its power. But as they journey further into the basement, they find themselves lost in a maze of impossible corridors and rooms that never seem to end. The house seems to grow with each step they take, warping its dimensions to trap them in its sprawling, ever-shifting labyrinth. The deeper they go, the more distorted their perceptions of reality become. Their own reflections in the mirrors are no longer their own. They are hollow, twisted versions of themselves. Chapter 8: The Truth Beneath. Jake stumbles upon an old journal hidden in the walls of one of the rooms. The journal reveals the terrifying history of the house. It was once the home of a mad architect who believed that buildings could absorb souls and grow in power. The basement was his final experiment. He created a space that could feed on the fears and regrets of those who entered, trapping them inside and growing larger with each passing visit. The house's hunger for souls is insatiable, and those who enter become part of its endless expansion. Chapter 9: The Unraveling. As the house closes in on them, the group realizes that they are becoming part of its structure. Their bodies begin to change, they feel as though they are being absorbed into the very walls. They start to see visions of other lost souls trapped within the house, their faces distorted and frozen in time. The house feeds on their energy, and they are beginning to lose their identities, becoming part of its endless expansion. Chapter 10: The Final Choice. With no way out, Jake, Leo, and Anna are faced with a choice: stay and be consumed by the house, or sacrifice themselves to end its reign of terror. As they make their way toward the center of the house, they discover a doorway that leads to a dark, vast void, a place where time and space have no meaning. To escape, one of them must step into the void, becoming part of the house's power and sealing it off forever. In a heartbreaking decision, one of them sacrifices themselves to save the others, but in doing so, they seal the house's power away, for now. As the house begins to collapse upon itself, the surviving members escape, but they know that the house will return one day. The House of Forgotten Dolls. When an antique store owner, Margaret, inherits a mysterious, dilapidated house from a deceased relative, she discovers a collection of eerie, forgotten dolls stored in every room. Each doll seems to possess a unique, unsettling aura. As Margaret begins to sort through the collection, she realizes that the dolls have a sinister power. They can manipulate time, trapping visitors in different eras. As she uncovers the house's dark past, Margaret must fight to escape the twisted reality the dolls create before she becomes a permanent resident of the house, forever caught in time. Chapter 1: The Inheritance. Margaret, an antique store owner in a quiet town, receives an unexpected letter informing her that she has inherited her late aunt's estate. Her aunt, a recluse, had been a renowned collector of rare and strange artifacts, but she had no known relatives, making Margaret the sole heir. The house is located at the edge of town, isolated and forgotten by most. Despite its neglected appearance, Margaret feels compelled to visit. As she steps inside the house, she is greeted by the strange stillness of the place. The walls are covered in dust, and every room is filled with rows of old, dusty dolls, all with glassy eyes that seem to follow her. Chapter 2: The Doll's Power. While sorting through the house's many rooms, Margaret finds that the dolls are more than just lifeless decorations. She notices that whenever she places one of the dolls in a different position or room, she experiences strange shifts in her perception of time. The clock on the mantel seems to move backward and forward erratically, and the house feels unnervingly different, as if each room holds a piece of another era. As she continues to examine the dolls, Margaret begins to feel as though the house itself is alive, changing with each passing moment. Chapter 3: The First Shift. One evening, Margaret decides to spend the night in the house. As the clock strikes midnight, she accidentally knocks one of the dolls off a shelf. When she picks it up, she finds herself in a completely different setting, one that feels like the 1920s. The walls are newly painted, the furniture pristine, and the house is no longer in disrepair. She is in a bustling parlor, with guests in period clothing laughing and talking, but none of them seem to notice her presence. Margaret soon realizes that the dolls have the ability to alter time, and each one corresponds to a different era in the house's history. Chapter 4: The Truth of the Dolls. Margaret uncovers a journal hidden in the attic, written by her aunt. The journal reveals that the dolls were collected over a lifetime, each one imbued with the power to draw people into the past. The dolls were created by a mysterious craftsman who disappeared decades ago, leaving behind a legacy of cursed creations. The journal warns that the house, with its collection of dolls, traps people in different periods of time, with no way to escape unless the dolls are returned to their proper places. Margaret realizes that each time she interacts with one of the dolls, she is pulled deeper into its time loop. Chapter 5: The Reliving of Moments. Margaret finds herself visiting several different eras within the house, from the 1920s to the Victorian era, each time becoming more confused and disoriented. In each period, the house is alive with activity, but she cannot seem to communicate with anyone. Each time she tries to ask for help, the people in the past remain oblivious to her presence. In one era, she meets a young woman who seems to recognize Margaret, but the woman soon vanishes, leaving her with only a cryptic warning about the dolls. The dolls take from you what you cherish most. Margaret begins to suspect that the house may be feeding on her memories, keeping her trapped in time. Chapter 6: The Vanishing House. As the days pass, Margaret becomes more desperate to return to the present. But with each new era she is pulled into, she begins to lose track of time. The house changes with each transition, becoming more decayed in some periods and more luxurious in others. She encounters the same rooms, but they shift in appearance, and the atmosphere grows darker each time. Eventually, Margaret realizes that the house is no longer bound to any single era, it is an endless loop of time, with the dolls as the key to its twisted existence. The house is feeding on her memories, erasing her past, and replacing it with memories of the various time periods she has visited. Chapter 7: The Dollmaker's Curse. Margaret investigates the origins of the dolls further and learns that the craftsman who created them had been obsessed with preserving time. He had crafted the dolls as vessels to hold souls, but his experiments went horribly wrong. Instead of preserving people's souls, the dolls trapped them in the cycles of time, making them eternal prisoners in the house. Margaret begins to wonder if her aunt was one of the original victims, or if she had found a way to break free, perhaps by becoming a part of the house herself. Her aunt's last entry in the journal seems to suggest that the only way to escape is to destroy the dolls, but Margaret fears that doing so may only hasten her entrapment. Chapter 8: The Final Doll. Margaret finds a doll that seems to be different from the others. It is incomplete, as if it is still in the process of being crafted. This doll seems to resonate with her on a deeper level, as though it holds the power to break the cycle. When she holds it, Margaret is drawn back to the house's original era, the moment before the curse was first unleashed. She meets the dollmaker in this time, a man who seems to recognize her as someone destined to break the curse. He reveals that the dolls are not just trapped souls, but fragments of time itself. To destroy them, Margaret must sacrifice her connection to the present, but she can choose whether to return to the life she knew or live forever in the house's past. Chapter 9: The Price of Escape. Faced with the terrifying choice to destroy the dolls and free the souls trapped within them, Margaret is forced to decide what she values most: her life in the present or the possibility of freeing those lost in time. As she prepares to break the dolls, she is confronted by her aunt's ghost, who warns her that there will be a price to pay for such a sacrifice. Margaret's memories of her own past are slowly fading, and she is forced to choose whether she wants to remember her old life or embrace a new one, locked in a timeless dimension with the forgotten souls of the house. Chapter 10: The House of Forgotten Dolls. In the final confrontation, Margaret decides to break the dolls, shattering the time loops they create. As she does, the house begins to collapse in on itself, and the doll's power is destroyed. But in doing so, Margaret loses her connection to the present, her memories of the outside world fading completely. When the dust settles, she finds herself standing in an empty house, but she is no longer the person she was. Margaret has become a part of the house's curse, joining the forgotten souls trapped in time. The house will now be hers to protect, and when new visitors come, they too will be drawn into its dark, endless cycle. The River's Call. In a small, isolated town, the Blackwater River is believed to be cursed. Legends tell of a dark force that haunts the river, calling out the names of those who dare to cross it at night. As the river's eerie whispers grow stronger, a group of friends ignores the warnings and ventures into the woods, only to be drawn into the river's depths. As the night unfolds, they realize that the river is more than just a natural threat, it is a living, malevolent force with the power to drag them into its watery grave. Each step they take deeper into the river's reach pulls them closer to their doom, as they uncover the dark secret behind its call. Chapter 1: The Legend of Blackwater River. A small town lies nestled at the edge of the Blackwater River, shrouded by mist and mystery. The townspeople speak in hushed tones about the river's curse, a force that has claimed many lives over the years. At night, the river is said to call out the names of those who venture too close. A group of adventurous college friends, Emma, Ben, Sarah, and Jack, arrive in town to visit a friend and are intrigued by the ominous legend. Their curiosity gets the better of them, and they decide to explore the river one evening, dismissing the warnings as superstition. Chapter 2: The Whispers Begin. As they approach the riverbank, the air grows thick and cold, a strange fog rising from the water's surface. At first, they laugh off the eerie atmosphere, joking about how the town's spooky reputation is clearly exaggerated. But as they stand on the river's edge, a soft, whispering voice cuts through the silence, calling out the name Emma. The group freezes in place. Emma laughs nervously, convinced it's just the wind, but then the voice calls again, this time her name echoing louder, more insistent. The friends are unsettled, but try to dismiss it as a trick of the night. They decide to cross the river anyway, eager to prove their bravery. Chapter 3: Into the Dark Water. The group enters a rickety old boat, pushing off from the bank. The river is unnaturally still, and the boat glides smoothly across the water. But as they travel farther from shore, the air grows colder, and the moonlight barely penetrates the thick fog. As the boat drifts into the heart of the river, a strange sensation begins to creep over them, a sense of being watched, of something lurking beneath the surface. Sarah is the first to hear it, a soft, echoing whisper calling her name. The others dismiss it as imagination, but Sarah grows visibly anxious. Suddenly, the boat jerks violently, and the whispers intensify, now calling each of their names. They panic, realizing they can't turn back, and the river seems to drag them deeper into its grip. Chapter 4: The River's Grip. As they try to row back to shore, the water becomes thick and resistant, as though the river itself is pulling them further into the dark depths. Each row feels heavier, as if something beneath the water is grasping at the boat, preventing them from escaping. Jack notices something moving in the water, dark shapes shifting just under the surface. Panic sets in as the whispers begin to turn into indistinct, garbled voices, and the water around them churns violently. It's as if the river has come alive, determined to pull them into its abyss. Chapter 5: The Call of the Damned. Suddenly, Emma is pulled from the boat by an unseen force, her screams drowned out by the water. Her friends watch helplessly as she is dragged into the depths. Ben dives into the water after her, but the current is too strong. As he sinks deeper, he's confronted by a twisted figure, a spectral being that reaches out from the depths. Ben manages to break free, but the figure whispers Emma's name and vanishes into the water. When he returns to the boat, he is shaken and breathless, realizing they are not dealing with a normal river, but something far more sinister. Chapter 6: The River's Origin. As the group drifts in despair, Jack remembers the old legends from town. He recalls a story he heard from a local elder about a dark ritual performed by the river's original settlers, a ritual that bound the souls of the dead to the river. The ritual went horribly wrong, turning the river into a cursed entity that feeds on the living. As they float, they begin to see glimpses of the past, the tortured souls of those who drowned in the river centuries ago, their faces twisted in agony as they reach for the boat. The river has claimed the souls of its victims, and now it seeks more. Chapter 7: The Bargain. Sarah, now frantic, suggests that they must make a deal with the river, offer something in exchange for their lives. Ben agrees, desperate to save their friend Emma. As they try to make sense of the situation, the whispers grow louder, as though the river is listening. A voice, deep and resonant, tells them that they must surrender one of their own in exchange for freedom. The river demands a sacrifice, and it will not let them leave unless they fulfill its cruel bargain. Chapter 8: The Chosen One. Torn between fear and survival, the group argues over who will be sacrificed. Emma, still lost in the depths, is in their minds, but Jack begins to suspect that the river already has chosen. He experiences a strange vision, one of him sinking into the river, dragged into an underwater world where all the lost souls are kept. He realizes that the river has already marked him for its next victim, and the others are left to confront the terrifying truth. Only one of them will make it out alive. The river's call becomes deafening as they struggle to decide who will give in to its demands. Chapter 9: Into the Abyss. In the dead of night, the river's whispers grow unbearable, driving them to the brink of madness. Jack is finally pulled from the boat, unable to resist its powerful pull. As he vanishes beneath the water's surface, the group watches in horror. The current then calms, and the whispers cease. They are free. Or so they think. With Jack gone, the river seems to return to its quiet, ominous stillness. But the price of escape becomes apparent when they return to town, only to discover that the river's curse is not over. The curse has found new vessels, and the names of the remaining friends begin to echo in the air once more. Chapter 10: The river's curse lives on. Months later, Sarah and Ben are left haunted by the river's call. They have returned to their normal lives, but each night, the river calls to them, reminding them that they are never truly free. When they return to the riverbank one final time, they discover the truth. The river's curse is eternal, a cycle that continues to claim those who dare cross its path. The spirits of the river's past victims now wander the woods and shores, waiting for the next souls to fall into its depths. As they step into the water one last time, they realize they are now a part of the river's story, bound to it forever. The Witch's Well. Deep in the woods of the small town of Black Hollow lies an old stone well, shrouded in legend. It is said that any wish made at the well will come true, but with a cost. Every desire is granted in a twisted, horrifying way. For generations, the townsfolk have avoided the well, but when a group of children discovers it, their innocent wishes unleash a series of terrifying events that ripple through the town. To stop the chaos, they must uncover the dark history of the well and confront the malevolent force that dwells within it. Chapter 1: The Discovery. On a cool autumn afternoon, Elliot, Maddie, and Sam, three friends with a love of exploring, stumble upon an old, overgrown path while wandering the woods. At the end of the path, they find a moss-covered stone well. Maddie recalls a chilling story her grandmother told her about the Witch's Well, a place where desperate townsfolk once came to beg for miracles. Despite the warnings, curiosity gets the better of them. As a joke, Elliot tosses a coin into the well and wishes for a new bike. The three laugh and leave, unaware that they've awoken something deep within the well. Chapter 2: The First Wish. The next morning, Elliot wakes to find a shiny, new bicycle on his front porch. Excited, he rides it all over town, showing it off to his friends. But as the day goes on, strange things start happening. The bike's wheels seem to turn on their own, and Elliot finds himself unable to stop pedaling. By the evening, the bike veers into the woods, taking him back to the well. Panicked and confused, Elliot tries to abandon the bike, but it vanishes into the darkness. When he stumbles home, bruised and terrified, he realizes the well didn't simply grant his wish, it twisted it. Chapter 3: Maddie's Mistake. Despite Elliot's warnings, Maddie can't resist the allure of the well. She wishes for her family's wealth to return, dreaming of a life without struggle. The next day, her father wins the lottery, and their house begins filling with expensive furniture and gifts from strangers. But soon, Maddie's parents grow distant, obsessed with their newfound riches. Her father locks himself in his study, counting money endlessly, while her mother spends all her time in front of a mirror, admiring her jewels. Maddie begins to feel like a ghost in her own home, and the well's curse becomes clear: the wealth has cost her family's love. Chapter 4: Sam's Desire. Terrified by what's happened to his friends, Sam avoids the well. But when his dog, Max, falls ill, he is desperate. Against his better judgment, he visits the well and wishes for Max to get better. The wish works. Max becomes full of energy and strength, almost unnaturally so. However, the dog's behavior soon turns aggressive. Max attacks other animals, snarls at strangers, and even growls at Sam. One night, Sam wakes to find Max sitting at the foot of his bed, staring at him with glowing eyes. The dog is no longer his loyal pet, but a creature of the well. Chapter 5: The Legend Unveiled. Realizing the danger they're in, the friends decide to investigate the well's history. They visit the town's oldest resident, Mrs. Hargrove, who reluctantly tells them the truth. Centuries ago, a powerful witch lived in Black Hollow. The townsfolk, fearing her magic, cast her into the well and sealed it with stones. Before her death, the witch cursed the well, vowing to twist the desires of anyone who used it. Mrs. Hargrove warns the children to stay away, but they know it's too late. The well has already claimed them, and they must find a way to break the curse. Chapter 6: The Fourth Wish. Desperate for answers, Maddie suggests making another wish, hoping to undo the others. Elliot and Sam protest, but Maddie sneaks off to the well and wishes for the curse to end. Instead, the well responds with wrath. That night, the ground beneath the town trembles, and dark, root-like tendrils emerge from the forest, creeping toward their homes. The well's power grows stronger, and the friends realize that every wish only strengthens the witch's grasp on the town. Chapter 7: The Witch's Return. The friends discover an old spellbook hidden in Mrs. Hargrove's attic, detailing how the townsfolk initially subdued the witch. The book reveals that the only way to stop her is to sever her connection to the well by destroying a talisman buried at its base. However, the process requires a sacrifice, something precious to the one performing the ritual. The friends argue over who will make the sacrifice, each unwilling to let the others face the danger. Chapter 8: Into the Depths. With no other choice, the friends return to the well. As they peer into its dark depths, whispers echo up from below, tempting them with promises of their heart's desires. Maddie lowers herself into the well with a rope, holding a lantern. The air grows colder as she descends, and she begins to hear the witch's voice, calling her name. At the bottom, she finds the talisman, a heart-shaped locket, but when she touches it, the witch's spirit begins to manifest, her skeletal hands reaching for Maddie. Chapter 9: The Sacrifice. Maddie is pulled up just in time, but the witch's spirit emerges from the well, towering over the children. The friends realize the only way to destroy the talisman is to burn it, but the fire must be kindled with something they hold dear. Elliot, feeling responsible for awakening the well, sacrifices his lucky charm, a pocket watch given to him by his late grandfather. The fire ignites, consuming the locket and banishing the witch's spirit. The well collapses in on itself, leaving nothing but a pile of rubble. Chapter 10: Moving On. The next day, the forest feels lighter, as if a dark presence has lifted. The friends return to their lives, but they are forever changed. Though the well is gone, they carry the weight of their choices and the knowledge that magic, both wondrous and dangerous, exists in the world. Maddie vows to rebuild her family's bonds, Sam finds peace in letting go of Max, and Elliot honors his grandfather's memory by embracing the lessons he left behind. The well may be gone, but its story becomes a cautionary tale passed down through Black Hollow, ensuring no one forgets the price of selfish desires. The Witch's Well is a chilling reminder to be careful what you wish for. Some desires come at a cost far greater than you can imagine. The Cemetery Watcher. In the quiet town of Greyston, the cemetery is a place of peace and reverence, until the graves begin to move. Elliot Warren, the lone caretaker, notices tombstones shifting positions overnight, with names appearing and disappearing from the markers. As he delves deeper into the mystery, Elliot realizes the spirits of the dead are restless, and they are trying to send him a message. But as the hauntings intensify, he discovers a dark force binding the spirits to the cemetery, and he must confront it before he becomes one of the dead himself. Chapter 1: The New Watcher. Elliot takes a job as the caretaker of Greyston Cemetery, seeking a quiet life after a personal tragedy. The townsfolk warn him about strange happenings in the graveyard, but he dismisses their stories as superstitions. One foggy night, while making his rounds, he notices a tombstone with his own last name etched on it. Brushing it off as a coincidence, he continues his duties, unaware that this is only the beginning. Chapter 2: The Rearranged Graves. A week into the job, Elliot notices several graves have shifted. Tombstones that were once on the south side of the cemetery are now in the north. He checks the records and finds no explanation. Stranger still, some of the names on the tombstones don't match the registry. That night, he hears faint whispers among the graves, but no one is there when he investigates. Chapter 3: The First Encounter. Elliot begins seeing shadowy figures wandering the cemetery at night. One evening, he follows a figure to an unmarked grave. A sudden gust of wind sends him stumbling back, and when he regains his footing, the figure is gone. The grave now bears a fresh inscription, "Help us." Haunted by what he's seen, Elliot decides to investigate the cemetery's history. Chapter 4: The Forgotten Names. Researching the cemetery's records at the town library, Elliot uncovers a chilling fact. Many of the names currently on the tombstones belong to people who disappeared from the town centuries ago. These individuals were never given proper burials, and their deaths remain unexplained. Elliot realizes the spirits are trying to communicate with him, but their message is still unclear. Chapter 5: The Crypt Keeper. Elliot discovers a hidden crypt beneath the cemetery, sealed for over a century. Inside, he finds a journal belonging to the previous caretaker, Gerald Price, who mysteriously vanished decades ago. The journal details Gerald's descent into madness as he tried to appease the spirits, who demanded justice for their deaths. The final entry reads, "Beware the Watcher, he sees all." Chapter 6: The Watcher Revealed. Late one night, Elliot encounters the Watcher, a spectral figure with glowing eyes that looms over the cemetery. The Watcher confronts him, speaking in a voice that echoes like a chorus of the dead. It reveals that the restless spirits are trapped by a curse placed on the cemetery by a corrupt landowner, Victor Greyston, who built the cemetery over an ancient burial ground. The spirit's anguish feeds the Watcher, binding him to the land. Chapter 7: The Spirit's Plea. The spirits begin appearing to Elliot in his dreams, showing him visions of their lives and how they met their tragic ends. They beg him to destroy the Watcher and free them from their torment. Elliot learns that the key to breaking the curse lies in Victor Greyston's grave, which has remained undisturbed for over a century. Chapter 8: The Confrontation. Elliot unearths Victor Greyston's grave, finding a cursed artifact buried with him, a small, blackened talisman shaped like a skull. The moment Elliot touches the artifact, the Watcher appears, more powerful than ever. The spirits rise from their graves, battling the Watcher and creating a path for Elliot to escape. With no other choice, Elliot burns the talisman, breaking the curse. Chapter 9: The Cemetery's Transformation. As the talisman burns, the Watcher lets out a piercing scream and dissolves into ash. The spirits, now freed, thank Elliot before fading into the night. The cemetery shifts once more, with the graves returning to their rightful places. Elliot notices new headstones for those who were forgotten, their names finally given the recognition they deserved. Chapter 10: A New Legacy. The cemetery becomes a place of peace again, and Elliot decides to stay on as its caretaker, honoring the memories of those who rest there. He installs a plaque at the entrance, reading, "Here lies the past, remembered and at peace." Though the haunting is over, Elliot occasionally hears a faint whisper in the wind, a reminder of the spirits who once called him their ally. The Cemetery Watcher is a story of redemption and justice, reminding us that even the forgotten deserve to be remembered. The Sirens' Island. After a brutal storm capsizes their ship, a group of survivors finds themselves stranded on a mysterious island. At first glance, the island is a paradise, but the survivors soon discover they are not alone. Beautiful sirens emerge, enchanting them with their hauntingly melodic songs. As the survivors are lured into deadly traps, they must resist the sirens' call and uncover the dark secrets of the island to escape with their lives. Chapter 1. The Wreckage. A fierce storm ravages the sea, tearing apart the ship Odyssey's promise. Among the survivors are Captain Maeve Ellis, Theo Gardner, a resourceful deckhand, Dr. Clara Hawthorne, and a handful of passengers. They wash ashore on an uncharted island, disoriented but alive. The group sets out to find shelter and food, unaware of the glowing eyes watching them from the shadows. Chapter 2. A Strange Welcome. The survivors explore the island, marveling at its lush vegetation and crystal-clear waters. They come across strange artifacts, ancient carvings and bones, that hint at a previous civilization. That night, they hear an ethereal melody drifting through the air. Some feel uneasy, while others are inexplicably drawn toward the source of the song. Chapter 3. The Sirens Revealed. Theo and two others follow the melody to a secluded cove, where they encounter beautiful women singing by the water. As the men approach, entranced, the women transform into monstrous creatures with sharp claws and teeth. Theo barely escapes with his life, but the others are dragged into the sea. Theo warns the group, but some refuse to believe him. Chapter 4. The Seduction. The survivors grow paranoid as the sirens' songs echo across the island every night. Clara notices a strange phenomenon. Those who listen too long fall into a trance, their minds consumed by the melody. Meanwhile, Maeve begins formulating a plan to fortify their camp, but dissent grows among the group as some are tempted by the sirens' alluring promises. Chapter 5. The Village of the Damned. While scavenging for supplies, Maeve and Theo stumble upon the remnants of a village. The huts are abandoned, but carvings on the walls depict men and women worshipping the sirens. In the village center, they find an altar surrounded by skeletal remains. A journal left behind by a previous shipwreck survivor reveals the sirens' method. They lure victims with promises of eternal beauty and happiness before devouring them. Chapter 6. The Sirens' Power. Clara experiments with earplugs made from wax to block the sirens' songs, but the sirens adapt, using illusions to lure their prey. One survivor hallucinates seeing his lost daughter, while another sees an endless banquet. The group realizes that resisting the sirens will require both mental and physical strength. Maeve insists on leaving the island, but the others are too frightened to risk venturing out to sea. Chapter 7. The Heart of the Island. Theo discovers a cave system beneath the island, where the sirens retreat during the day. Inside, the group finds the sirens' lair, a chamber filled with treasures from countless shipwrecks. In the center is a pulsating orb, emitting the same melody that lures the victims. Maeve theorizes that destroying the orb might weaken the sirens. Chapter 8. Sacrifice and Betrayal. One of the survivors, lured by the promise of safety, betrays the group, leading the sirens to their hideout. A brutal confrontation ensues, and the sirens' true forms, grotesque and predatory, are revealed. The betrayer meets a gruesome fate, but Maeve and the others manage to escape. Chapter 9. The Final Stand. With the sirens closing in, Maeve, Theo, and Clara decide to confront the creatures head-on. They infiltrate the cave and destroy the orb, causing the sirens to lose their hypnotic powers. However, the sirens are still physically formidable, and a deadly battle ensues. Theo sacrifices himself to give the others a chance to escape, taking several sirens down with him. Chapter 10. Escape and Survival. With the sirens weakened, Maeve and Clara manage to repair a small boat using parts salvaged from the wreckage. As they row away from the island, they hear the sirens' mournful cries in the distance. Though they've survived, they carry the scars of their harrowing experience. Maeve vows to warn others of the island's dangers, ensuring the siren's haunting melody will claim no more victims. The Siren's Island is a tale of survival, betrayal, and the seductive danger of beauty. It serves as a chilling reminder that not everything alluring is safe, and that some songs are best left unheard.
The Sleep Clinic's Secret. The Shared Nightmare. Dr. Amanda Wells was renowned for her work at the Somnus Sleep Clinic, a state-of-the-art facility specializing in treating severe insomnia and sleep disorders. But lately, something strange had been happening. Patients from different studies, who had no interaction with one another, began describing the same dream. "It's always the same man," patient Claire Hargrove explained during a session. "Pale skin, black eyes. He stands at the edge of a room, just staring. Then he gets closer." Across the hall, patient Ethan Connolly described something eerily similar. "He never talks, but you can feel him in your head. It's like he's searching for something." As the reports piled up, Amanda initially dismissed it as a coincidence, perhaps a subconscious manifestation of stress. But then the dreams turned violent. The man in the dream. Claire woke up screaming one night, her monitors showing a sudden spike in heart rate. "He was there," she sobbed. "In the room with me. He touched me. It felt real." When Amanda checked the footage, she saw Claire thrashing in bed, clawing at something unseen. But what made her blood run cold was the faint, shadowy figure at the edge of the room, blurred and indistinct, but unmistakably there. Patients began refusing to sleep, terrified of encountering the black-eyed man again. Ethan, once skeptical, grew pale and withdrawn. "He's not a dream," he whispered to Amanda. "He's real. And he's coming for us." Breaking the barrier. Determined to understand what was happening, Amanda decided to undergo a sleep study herself, connecting to the same monitoring systems as her patients. As she drifted into sleep, she found herself in a dim, colorless room. He was there. The black-eyed man stood motionless, his gaze fixed on her. His presence was suffocating, as though he were pressing against her very soul. "You shouldn't be here," he said, his voice a deep, echoing whisper. Amanda tried to speak, but her voice wouldn't come. The man stepped closer, and suddenly, she felt a searing pain in her chest. She woke up gasping, her heart racing. When she checked the recordings, her vitals showed a near-fatal arrhythmia during her dream. But what chilled her most was the audio capture, a faint, distorted whisper. The dark truth. Amanda dug into the clinic's history, searching for any clues. She discovered the facility had been built over the remains of a psychiatric hospital known for controversial experiments in the 1960s. One patient, a man named Victor Lane, had been subjected to prolonged sensory deprivation. He claimed he could see beyond the veil and began describing strange, black-eyed figures from another dimension. Victor's file ended abruptly, marked with a single word, deceased. Amanda realized the black-eyed man wasn't just a dream. Victor had opened a doorway, and something had come through, a being that fed on fear and despair, using dreams as its hunting ground. Into the nightmare. With the clinic in chaos and patients refusing to sleep, Amanda knew she had to confront the entity. Using experimental lucid dreaming technology, she re-entered the dream world, this time with a plan. She found herself in the same grey room. The black-eyed man was waiting, his expression unreadable. "You can't stop me," he said, his voice like 1,000 whispers. "Your world is fragile, and I will break through." Amanda fought the rising fear in her chest. "Why our world? Why through dreams?" "They're the cracks," he replied, stepping closer. "The places where your minds are weakest." Summoning her courage, Amanda activated the device, a neural disruptor designed to destabilize dreamscapes. The room began to shake, fragments of the dream falling away like shards of glass. The final stand. The black-eyed man roared, his form distorting into something monstrous, long-limbed, with jagged edges and a gaping mouth filled with darkness. "You can't contain me," he bellowed, lunging at her. Amanda felt herself slipping, her consciousness tethered by a thread. But she focused on the disruptor, forcing it to its limits. The dream shattered, and she woke up screaming. Back in the real world, the monitors showed flat lines for several patients. Amanda's heart sank, But then the lines spiked back to life. One by one, the patients woke, dazed but alive. The entity was gone. Aftermath. The black-eyed man's presence faded, but Amanda couldn't shake the feeling he wasn't truly destroyed. She closed the clinic indefinitely, vowing to uncover more about the experiments that had opened the door in the first place. Months later, while reviewing her notes at home, Amanda's phone buzzed with a notification from the clinic's monitoring system, something it should no longer be connected to. She opened the app and froze. The screen displayed, written in jagged, black text, "I'm still here. The ice rink spectre. The reopening." The Frostview ice rink was once the heart of the town's winters, bustling with families, figure skaters, and hockey teams. But 20 years ago, it closed abruptly after a tragic accident. A young girl named Lila had fallen through a weak spot in the ice during a competition and disappeared into the freezing waters below. Her body was never recovered, and rumors spread that her spirit haunted the rink. Now, after decades of abandonment, the rink had been refurbished and reopened under new ownership. Excited skaters flocked to the ice, brushing aside the town's chilling tales. The first sightings. Megan, an avid skater, was one of the first to return to the rink. She loved the smooth glide of her blades on the pristine ice. But one evening, as she practiced alone, she noticed something peculiar. A figure moved at the far end of the rink, a girl in an old-fashioned skating dress. Megan called out, but the figure didn't respond. Instead, it spun gracefully, then vanished into the air like mist. The next day, Megan confided in her friends, but they laughed it off as exhaustion. Still, whispers spread among the skaters. More people began reporting strange occurrences, cold spots, distant laughter, and faint music that played when the rink was silent. Beneath the ice. One night, during a busy session, the lights flickered, casting eerie shadows across the rink. A young boy skating near the center suddenly screamed. Onlookers watched in horror as he seemed to sink into the ice. When the lights steadied, the boy was gone. Frantic parents and staff searched the area, but there was no sign of him. The surface of the rink remained smooth and unbroken. Security footage showed the boy skating, then vanishing into a shadowy void beneath the ice. The crowd cleared out, leaving the owners scrambling for answers. The legend of Lila. Curious about the strange happenings, Megan delved into the rink's history. She uncovered old newspaper articles about Lila's disappearance and the subsequent closure of the rink. Some accounts claimed Lila's spirit had cursed the rink, angered by the negligence that led to her death. Others spoke of an even darker truth. The rink had been built over a frozen lake where, decades earlier, townsfolk had cast off people accused of witchcraft. The ice was said to hold their souls captive, and Lila's death had awakened their wrath. The specter's warning. Determined to uncover the truth, Megan stayed after hours, sneaking into the rink with her skates and a flashlight. The air was colder than usual, her breath fogging with every exhale. As she stepped onto the ice, the rink seemed to come alive. Ghostly figures appeared, gliding effortlessly around her. At their center was the girl she'd seen before, Lila. "Leave this place," Lila whispered, her voice echoing like a distant wind. "They hunger beneath the ice." Megan tried to ask who they were, but the other figures began to turn toward her, their hollow eyes glowing faintly. The ice cracked beneath her skates, and she felt a freezing hand clawing at her ankle. The final attempt. Megan barely escaped the rink, determined to close it before more lives were lost. She confronted the owners, sharing what she'd seen, but they dismissed her as hysterical. Desperate, Megan recruited her friends to help investigate further. Armed with heat lamps and equipment to melt the ice, they returned to the rink. As they worked, the ghostly figures emerged again, circling them and creating a biting wind that extinguished their lights. The ice began to shatter, revealing a dark, swirling abyss below. From its depths, shadowy hands reached out, clawing at the group. Breaking the curse. In a desperate act, Megan threw a lantern into the abyss, hoping to banish the spirits. The fire spread across the ice, illuminating countless faces trapped beneath the surface. Among them was Lila, her eyes filled with sorrow. As the flames consumed the rink, the ghosts began to fade, their anguished cries echoing through the night. Megan and her friends escaped as the structure collapsed, leaving behind only a scorched ruin. Aftermath. The Frostview ice rink was never rebuilt. Locals avoided the site, claiming they could still hear faint laughter and the soft scrape of skates on ice during winter nights. Megan moved away, haunted by the faces she'd seen beneath the ice. But she took solace in one thought: Lila was free, no longer trapped in the cold grip of the rink's curse. Still, every winter, Megan couldn't help but wonder if the spirits truly rested, or if they were simply waiting for the ice to return. The Demon's Playground. The grand opening. It was a beautiful summer day when the new playground in Ashwood was unveiled. The mayor gave a heartfelt speech, and children rushed to explore the vibrant swings, slides, and merry-go-round. Parents marveled at the state-of-the-art equipment, funded by a mysterious benefactor who wished to remain anonymous. At first, the playground seemed like a gift from heaven. Children laughed and played for hours, their joy infectious. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, an uneasy silence fell over the town. The first disappearance. Little Danny Cooper was the first to vanish. His mother, Emily, had only looked away for a moment to answer a text. When she turned back, Danny was gone. Frantic, she searched the playground, calling his name, but there was no trace of him. The other parents joined in the search, but it was as if the boy had vanished into thin air. The police were called, but they found no evidence, no footprints leading away from the playground, no sign of a struggle. The only thing left behind was Danny's favorite red ball, resting eerily at the bottom of the slide. The pattern emerges. Over the next few weeks, more children disappeared. Each time, they were last seen playing at the new playground. Rumors began to spread among the townsfolk. Whispers of strange shadows seen flitting between the equipment, the sound of low growls at night, and faint, childlike laughter after the playground was supposed to be empty. Emily, desperate to find Danny, began spending her nights at the playground, hoping to uncover any clue. One night, she saw it, a faint shimmer in the air near the jungle gym. It looked like a heat wave, rippling in the moonlight. The portal. Emily enlisted the help of her friend Claire, a local historian with a knack for uncovering dark secrets. Together, they researched the playground's origins and discovered that the land had a grim history. Centuries ago, it had been the site of a mysterious village massacre. Survivors claimed a demon had cursed the land, luring children away in exchange for power. Claire hypothesized that the playground's construction had reopened the portal to whatever entity still lingered there. The shimmering Emily saw was the gateway, a trap designed to lure children into another realm. The demon revealed. Determined to save her son, Emily returned to the playground with Claire and a group of friends armed with flashlights, cameras, and makeshift weapons. As they approached the jungle gym, the air grew cold and an unnatural wind began to swirl. The shimmering portal grew brighter, and a figure stepped out, a towering, humanoid demon with coal-black eyes and a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. It spoke in a deep, guttural voice, mocking the group for their naivety. "The children are mine now," it hissed. "Their innocence feeds my power." The descent into darkness. Despite their fear, Emily and Claire charged toward the portal. The demon lashed out, but they managed to push through the shimmering barrier and enter the other side. They found themselves in a nightmarish version of the playground, where the equipment was twisted and decayed. Shadowy figures of the missing children wandered aimlessly, their faces blank and lifeless. Emily called out to Danny, and for a moment, he turned toward her, his eyes flickering with recognition. But the demon appeared, blocking her path. The bargain. The demon offered Emily a cruel choice. She could trade her own life for Danny's freedom. Knowing the demon would never honor its word, Claire remembered the legend of the curse. The demon's power stemmed from the portal itself. Destroying it might sever its connection to the children. As Emily distracted the demon, Claire set fire to the jungle gym in the real world, using gasoline and a lighter. The flames consumed the structure, and the portal began to collapse. The escape. As the portal crumbled, Emily grabbed Danny and pulled him toward the closing exit. The demon roared in rage, its form disintegrating as the gateway collapsed. Emily and Danny tumbled out of the portal just as it disappeared, leaving behind a smoldering heap of ash where the jungle gym had stood. The other children, however, were gone. The demons' hold on them had been too strong. Aftermath. The playground was dismantled, and the land was fenced off. Emily and Danny moved away, haunted by the ordeal. But Emily couldn't shake the feeling that the demon hadn't been fully defeated, that it was waiting, biding its time, for the next opportunity to return. And on quiet nights, when the wind blew just right, the people of Ashwood swore they could still hear faint laughter echoing from the empty lot. The Dormitory of Lost Souls. The warnings begin. The first message appeared in Sarah's room. She woke to find the words "Don't go to the basement" carved into the wooden wall above her desk. She blamed it on a prank and tried to scrub the letters away, but they were etched too deeply to remove. Her roommate, Lisa, laughed it off. "It's probably some bored art major looking to freak people out," she said. But Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The next morning, more messages appeared in other rooms. "IT comes at night" in bold, jagged letters above a window. "The basement is hungry" scratched into a bathroom mirror. The history of Mercer Hall. Mercer Hall had been on campus for over a century, a hulking, Gothic-style dormitory with a reputation for being haunted. It was the oldest building at Ridgewood University and the cheapest option for housing. The legends told of a tragedy decades ago, a fire in the basement that killed a group of students. Rumors claimed their spirits still wandered the halls, but most dismissed it as urban myth. The first victim. When Lisa didn't show up for class, Sarah assumed she was sleeping in. But by evening, her texts and calls went unanswered. Returning to their room, Sarah found the bed empty, Lisa's belongings untouched. On Lisa's pillow was a single, cryptic word carved into the fabric: "Mine." Terrified, Sarah reported Lisa's disappearance to campus security. They conducted a half-hearted search, dismissing it as another student skipping town. But Sarah knew something had happened, something connected to the messages. Descent into the basement. Sarah confided in a small group of friends: Alex, a skeptic who believed it was all a cruel joke; Jenna, a history major fascinated by Mercer Hall's past; and Damien, a tech-savvy student who rigged up cameras to monitor the halls. Determined to uncover the truth, the group decided to explore the forbidden basement. The entrance was chained shut, but Jenna discovered an old maintenance shaft leading down. The air grew colder as they descended, the scent of mildew and rot thickening. The basement was a maze of crumbling walls, forgotten storage, and ominous shadows. In the center of the room, they found something chilling: a large, circular scorch mark surrounded by strange symbols etched into the concrete. The creature revealed. Damien set up a flashlight, illuminating the space. That's when they heard it, a faint, wet scraping sound coming from the darkness. Out of the shadows emerged a creature unlike anything they'd imagined. Its body was grotesque, a mass of sinew and ash, with long, clawed hands and hollow eyes that seemed to absorb light. It moved unnaturally, its limbs jerking and twisting as it dragged itself forward. The group froze as the creature opened its mouth, emitting a guttural, echoing moan. The sound reverberated through the basement, making the walls seem alive with whispers. The curse of Mercer Hall. Jenna pieced together the truth from the symbols and the creature's form. The students who had died in the fire were part of a secret ritual gone horribly wrong. They had tried to summon something for power or knowledge, but instead became bound to the creature, fuel for its eternal hunger. The messages weren't warnings to stay away, they were desperate cries from the trapped souls, begging for someone to end their torment. Escape or sacrifice. The creature lunged at Alex, who shoved it away with a metal pipe, but its claws tore into his arm. Sarah and Damien dragged him toward the maintenance shaft while Jenna stayed behind, frantically studying the symbols. "If we destroy the seal, we might be able to trap it again," she yelled. Jenna used a nearby rock to smash the symbols one by one. The creature howled, its body convulsing as cracks began to spread across the walls. The collapse. As Jenna struck the final symbol, the creature let out an ear-splitting screech. The basement began to shake violently, debris falling from the ceiling. "Go!" Jenna screamed, her voice barely audible over the chaos. Sarah, Damien, and Alex escaped through the maintenance shaft just as the basement caved in, sealing the creature and Jenna inside. The aftermath. Campus officials declared the dormitory unsafe and evacuated the remaining residents. Sarah and her friends moved off campus, but they couldn't forget what they had seen. Months later, rumors began to spread. Students reported hearing faint scratching sounds beneath the ground and waking up to cryptic messages carved into their walls. "I'm still hungry." The university quietly fenced off Mercer Hall, but Sarah knew it was only a matter of time before the creature found a way to return. The lighthouse of Hollow Bay. The vanished ships. Hollow Bay was a quiet coastal town nestled between jagged cliffs and a restless sea. The old lighthouse perched on the edge of the cliffs had been abandoned for years. Its light hadn't been lit since the keeper disappeared decades ago. But recently, the light had returned, an eerie, flickering beacon piercing through the fog. Since then, ships passing by had vanished without a trace, and rumors spread of strange sounds drifting over the water, deep groans, like a leviathan calling from the depths. A sailor's quest. Jared, a seasoned sailor with a reputation for bravery, had lost his younger brother, Owen, when the fishing trawler Morning Star failed to return. Determined to uncover the truth, Jared prepared to venture out to the lighthouse, despite the townsfolk's warnings. "You don't go near that place," an old fisherman growled. "The light's not there to guide, it's there to lure." Jared dismissed the superstition but couldn't shake the unease in their voices. Armed with a lantern and a harpoon, he set off in a small dinghy, navigating the choppy waters toward the craggy isle. The lighthouse beckons. The lighthouse loomed like a skeletal finger against the stormy sky. Its light pulsed rhythmically, almost hypnotic. As Jared neared the shore, his boat rocked violently, nearly capsizing as a low, guttural hum resonated from beneath the waves. He staggered ashore, his boots sinking into the wet sand. The air smelled of salt and decay. Jared climbed the jagged path to the lighthouse, noticing wreckage, splintered wood, torn sails, and rusted anchors strewn along the cliffs. The keeper's journal. Inside the lighthouse, Jared found it in disarray. Rusted machinery groaned faintly, and the walls were covered in barnacles and seaweed, as if the ocean had invaded the structure. On a desk in the keeper's quarters lay a water-stained journal. The last entry sent chills through Jared. "The light calls them, and I hear it too. A voice from the sea, promising salvation but delivering only hunger. I cannot leave. I am its keeper now, as it demands." The monster below. As Jared climbed the spiral staircase to the lantern room, the hum grew louder, vibrating in his chest. When he reached the top, he found the source of the light. Not a lamp, but a pulsating orb of bioluminescent flesh, glowing with an unnatural, otherworldly hue. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shook. Jared peered out the glass panes to see massive, sinuous tentacles rising from the water, writhing toward the lighthouse. The sea monster had been awakened. Its eyes, glowing like molten gold, locked onto him. The creature's maw, lined with rows of serrated teeth, opened wide, emitting the same hypnotic hum as the light. A desperate escape. Jared knew he couldn't face the creature directly, so he smashed the orb with his harpoon. The light extinguished instantly, plunging the lighthouse into darkness. The creature let out an ear-splitting roar, its tentacles slamming against the structure, cracking the walls. Jared sprinted down the staircase as the lighthouse began to collapse. He leapt from the doorway just as the tower crumbled, its ruins swallowed by the sea. The town's secret. Jared returned to Hollow Bay, shaken but alive. He told the townsfolk what he had seen, but their reaction wasn't what he expected. "You shouldn't have destroyed it," the old fisherman said, his voice trembling. "The light kept it fed, kept it away from us." Jared realized the truth. The town had known about the monster all along. They had allowed the lighthouse to remain a lure, sacrificing sailors and ships to keep the beast from turning its hunger toward them. The final toll. Weeks later, the sea grew restless again. Without the light to guide it, the creature began to venture closer to shore. Fishermen reported seeing golden eyes beneath the waves and hearing the same hum Jared had heard. One stormy night, Jared stood on the cliffs, staring into the darkness. He could feel the creature watching, waiting. The town had no choice but to prepare for the inevitable. The lighthouse was gone, but the monster remained, and its hunger was endless. The screaming sculpture. The discovery. Ms. Harper, a passionate but overworked high school art teacher, was tasked with organizing the neglected art storage room. Among the dust-covered canvases and forgotten supplies, she stumbled upon a peculiar statue wrapped in a stained sheet. The sculpture was unnerving, a twisting mass of stone resembling a screaming face, its mouth stretched impossibly wide. Despite its disturbing appearance, Ms. Harper was captivated by the craftsmanship and decided to place it in the art room's gallery, hoping it might inspire her students. But as soon as the sculpture was unveiled, an unsettling tension settled over the school. The first night. That night, the janitor, Mr. Gaines, was cleaning the hallways when he heard a faint, piercing wail echoing from the art room. He froze, his heart pounding. "Must be the wind," he muttered, but when he peeked into the room, the sound stopped abruptly. The sculpture loomed in the moonlight, its features seemingly sharper than before. Uneasy, he locked the room and left. The next morning, his co-workers found him in the supply closet, mumbling incoherently about faces in the walls. The students hear the call. Word of the screaming sculpture spread quickly. Some students dared each other to stay late in the art room, claiming they could hear whispers or feel cold air emanating from the statue. Then Sarah, an aspiring sculptor, became obsessed with the piece. She stayed after school one evening, sketching it alone. When she didn't come home, her parents alerted the school. She was found hours later, huddled in the corner of the art room, muttering, "It's alive, it wants us to listen." Her hands were blooded from clawing at her ears. The teacher investigates. Ms. Harper was horrified. Blaming herself for displaying the sculpture, she resolved to learn its origins. Digging through old school records, she found an entry about a visiting artist decades ago, a reclusive man named Victor Merritt. Merritt had donated the sculpture to the school just before disappearing under mysterious circumstances. Rumors suggested he had dabbled in occult practices, using his art to capture the essence of human despair. The truth about the sculpture. Ms. Harper returned to the storage room, searching for clues. Hidden in a drawer, she found Merritt's journal, its pages filled with frenzied notes. The screams fuel it. One entry read, "The more it feeds, the stronger it grows. It doesn't just capture despair, it amplifies it." Another entry chilled her to the bone. "The final scream will set it free. The sculpture awakens." That night, the screams began again, louder and more agonized than before. Students and staff reported hearing the wails even from their homes. The next day, cracks had formed along the statue's surface, and its twisted features seemed to shift when no one was looking. A dark, sticky substance oozed from its mouth. Ms. Harper knew she had to act. Gathering the journal and some students who were unaffected by the sculpture's influence, she devised a plan to destroy it. The final showdown. As night fell, Ms. Harper and the students entered the art room armed with sledgehammers and torches. The sculpture seemed to vibrate, emitting an unearthly hum. When they struck it, the room erupted in deafening screams, as if hundreds of voices were crying out at once. Shadows spilled from the cracks, swirling like living smoke. The students hesitated, but Ms. Harper yelled, "Don't stop." With a final, shattering blow, the sculpture exploded, releasing a wave of cold air that extinguished the torches. The screams ceased, leaving an eerie silence. The aftermath. The next morning, the art room was eerily quiet. The shattered remains of the sculpture were swept away, and the school's strange tension seemed to lift. But Ms. Harper couldn't shake the feeling that something had escaped. That night, as she prepared for bed, she heard a faint whisper. "Thank you for listening." She turned toward the sound, and the darkness in her room seemed to move. The screaming sculpture may have been destroyed, but its influence was far from over. The Carnival of Forgotten Faces. The carnival arrives. In the sleepy town of Millfield, life was predictable and uneventful. So when brightly colored posters began appearing overnight, advertising the Carnival of Forgotten Faces, excitement spread like wildfire. The carnival promised unique attractions, a hall of mirrors that showed your truest self, acrobats who defied gravity, and masked performers known only as the Faceless Ones. The posters described them as magicians of identity, capable of transforming into anyone. The townspeople couldn't resist. The performers. When the carnival opened on the outskirts of town, it was like stepping into another world. The air was filled with music, the smell of caramel, and the laughter of delighted children. But there was something unsettling about the performers. Each wore masks that seemed to move, almost breathing. The masks looked hyper-realistic, like actual faces frozen in expressions of joy, sadness, or fear. One performer, dressed as a mime, wore a mask that bore an uncanny resemblance to Millfield's mayor. The first disappearance. The carnival was a resounding success on its first night, but as dawn approached, strange rumors began to circulate. The mayor, who had been seen laughing and mingling with the crowd, was nowhere to be found. His house was locked, his car untouched. The only clue was a mask left on his front porch, identical to his own face. The true nature of the masks. Over the next few days, more townspeople vanished. A schoolteacher, a store clerk. Each time, a mask resembling their face was found, placed in a prominent location: the diner counter, a classroom desk, or even their own pillow. Millie, a curious teenager, noticed something horrifying. The performers' masks seemed to change. The mime who once wore the mayor's face now bore the features of the missing teacher. A terrifying discovery. Determined to uncover the truth, Millie and her friends snuck into the carnival after hours. Inside the tent labeled the Workshop of Forgotten Faces, they found rows of masks hanging like trophies. Each mask was labeled with a name, but the most disturbing sight was the faceless ones. Beneath their masks, they were blank, featureless beings, their faces smooth and void. Millie found a journal tucked away in the tent, written by the carnival's ringmaster. "We borrow faces to survive," one entry read. "They wear them for eternity, while the owners fade into nothingness." The carnival's curse. The journal revealed the carnival's origins, a traveling troupe cursed centuries ago for stealing from a wandering sorcerer. Stripped of their identities, the performers were doomed to wear masks created from stolen faces, feeding off the lives of their victims to maintain their cursed existence. Every few decades, they set up in a new town, blending into the crowds until they had claimed enough identities to sustain themselves. The fight to stop them. The carnival was set to leave in 3 days, and Millie knew the townspeople's lives depended on stopping it. Armed with the journal, she rallied the remaining townsfolk. Together, they stormed the carnival grounds, tearing down tents and smashing mirrors. When they confronted the ringmaster, he revealed his own mask, a terrifying amalgamation of hundreds of faces. "You cannot stop us," he hissed. "We are eternal." The faceless ones emerged, but Millie remembered a passage from the journal: "Destroy the masks, and their hold will be broken." Breaking the curse. As chaos erupted, Millie and her friends smashed the masks in the Workshop of Forgotten Faces. Each destroyed mask released a wail, and the faces began to dissolve from the performers, leaving them as formless shadows. When the final mask was shattered, the faceless ones let out a collective scream before vanishing entirely. The stolen townsfolk, disoriented but alive, stumbled out from the shadows where they had been imprisoned. The carnival vanishes. By dawn, the carnival grounds were empty, as if it had never been there. The tents, rides, and remains of the performers had vanished, leaving only scorched earth and fragments of broken masks. Millie kept the journal, a reminder of the horrors they had faced. But as she flipped through its pages one last time, she found a chilling new entry. "We will return." Masks are everywhere, waiting to be worn. The carnival of forgotten faces was gone, for now. But its curse lived on, waiting for the next town to fall under its spell. The Whispering Library, the Forbidden Section. The library at Fairmont University was a Gothic masterpiece, with high-arched ceilings, endless rows of bookshelves, and dim lighting that cast eerie shadows after sunset. Whispers of a cursed book in the library's forbidden section had circulated for decades, but most dismissed it as a campus myth. Myra, a curious literature student, couldn't resist. Late one evening, as the library emptied, she used a stolen key to unlock the gate to the restricted section. The air grew colder as she stepped inside, her flashlight beam illuminating titles written in forgotten languages. On a dusty pedestal sat a lone book bound in cracked, black leather, its title etched faintly in gold, the Archivum Tenebris. Ignoring the sinking feeling in her stomach, Myra opened it. The words that bind. The book's pages were filled with ancient script that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. Intrigued, Myra began reading aloud, the syllables unfamiliar but oddly rhythmic. As she finished the first passage, the library lights flickered. A low hum filled the air, growing louder, almost like whispering. From the corner of her eye, she saw movement, a figure emerging from the shadows between the shelves. The librarian. Myra's blood ran cold. The figure was tall, draped in a tattered cloak, with a hood that obscured its face. Where a face should have been, there was only smooth, pale skin. The whispers grew louder, the sound coming from the figure itself. The chase. Dropping the book, Myra bolted from the restricted section, her flashlight shaking in her hand. The whispers followed her, growing more urgent. She glanced back and saw the librarian gliding silently toward her, its pale, faceless head turning as though it could see her. Myra sprinted through the maze of shelves, her breath ragged. The library seemed endless, the familiar layout warped. No matter which way she turned, she ended up back at the restricted section. The whispers began to form words. You read. You must finish. A desperate plan. Myra ducked behind a bookshelf, her mind racing. The cursed book, she had to return it. Maybe that would end the nightmare. Creeping back to the pedestal, she snatched the book and tried to close it, but the pages wouldn't budge. Instead, they flipped open to a new passage, the words glowing faintly. The whispers around her intensified. Finish it, the librarian's voice rasped, louder now. Myra hesitated, then began reading the new passage aloud. The words burned her throat as she spoke them, but the librarian froze. Its cloaked form writhed as though in pain. The librarian's truth. As Myra continued, the whispers revealed the truth. The librarian was not a guardian, but a prisoner, cursed to silence anyone who read the book to prevent the knowledge within from spreading. Each soul it silenced strengthened the curse, binding the librarian further. The final lines of the passage offered a choice: finish the spell and bind the librarian forever, or take its place. Myra hesitated. The faceless figure reached toward her, its smooth hands trembling as if pleading. The choice. With tears streaming down her face, Myra made her decision. She slammed the book shut and whispered, I release you. The librarian let out a haunting, guttural scream as its form dissolved into wisps of shadow. The book turned to ash in Myra's hands, and the oppressive whispers ceased. The aftermath. When the sun rose, Myra was found slumped over a desk by the morning staff. She had no recollection of what had happened, only vague nightmares of whispers and shadows. The restricted section gate was locked, and the cursed book was gone. But late at night, in the quiet corners of the library, some students claimed to hear faint whispers. And if you listen closely, you might hear Myra's voice among them. The Ferryman's Crossing. The Dare. The old Wicklow Bridge spanned a narrow, blackened river deep in Pinevale Forest. Overgrown with moss and vines, the rotting wooden planks creaked underfoot, and the air around it was perpetually damp and cold. Legend had it that crossing the bridge at midnight summoned the ferryman, a figure who would take you wherever you wished to go, but only if you could pay his price. For Alex, Tasha, Ryan, and Sam, the legend was too tempting to resist. What's the worst that could happen? Ryan scoffed as they huddled near the bridge at 11:59 p.m. When the clock struck midnight, Alex, the most daring of the group, stepped onto the first plank. The river below seemed to ripple unnaturally despite the stillness of the night. One by one, the others followed. The summoning. The moment they reached the bridge's center, a deep fog rose from the river. It twisted and swirled, forming the shape of a figure cloaked in tattered black robes. His face was hidden beneath a hood, and in one skeletal hand, he held a long, crooked staff. I am the ferryman, the figure rasped, his voice like the grinding of stone. Do you seek passage? Ryan, grinning nervously, blurted, sure, why not? What's the fare? The ferryman tilted his head, revealing a glint of bone beneath the hood. The fare is your most cherished memory. The group exchanged uneasy glances. What does that even mean? Sam asked, her voice trembling. The ferryman extended a hand toward her. I will take it from you. Your choice is now. The price of passage. Alex stepped forward. Okay, I'll go first. If it's just a memory, how bad can it be? The ferryman placed his hand over Alex's head. A flash of light engulfed him, and when it faded, Alex staggered back. He looked confused, dazed. What just happened? He murmured, clutching his head. Tasha grabbed his arm. Alex, are you okay? I can't remember my mom's face, he stammered. She died when I was 8, and I can't remember her anymore. His voice cracked with panic. The group froze. I warned you, the ferryman said. The price is steep, but the path forward is clear. The descent. Fear rooted them in place, but the fog around the bridge began to thicken, obscuring the forest. We can't stay here, Ryan urged, his bravado fading. MIA, shaking, asked, what happens if we don't pay? The ferryman's hooded head turned toward her, his silence more chilling than any answer. Terrified, Ryan shouted, fine. Take it. The ferryman's hand descended on Ryan's head, and he screamed. When the light faded, Ryan fell to his knees, gasping. My brother. I don't remember him anymore, he whispered. It's like he never existed. The ferryman gestured toward the far end of the bridge, where the fog parted to reveal a shadowy path leading into the unknown. The bargain breaks. I'm not doing it. Tasha yelled, backing away. You can't make me. You crossed, the ferryman hissed. The price must be paid. Sam clutched Tasha's arm. We have to go. If we don't. I said no. Tasha screamed, turning and running toward the bridge's entrance. But the planks behind her splintered and fell away, leaving only the river's inky depths. The ferryman's hood swiveled toward Sam. Your choice now, child. Or shall I take what is most precious on your behalf? The true toll. Sam, crying, stepped forward. Take it, she whispered. The ferryman's hand descended, and Sam collapsed. When she looked up, her face was pale. My dad, she murmured. I don't remember him. I can't even picture him anymore. Only Tasha remained. You can't have my memories, she shrieked, grabbing a loose plank from the bridge and swinging it at the ferryman. The plank passed through him like smoke. You have refused the toll, the ferryman intoned, his voice echoing like thunder. Then your life shall suffice. Tasha screamed as shadowy tendrils erupted from the fog, pulling her into the river below. Her cries echoed long after she disappeared beneath the surface. The passage ends. The ferryman gestured to Alex, Ryan, and Sam, who now stood frozen with terror. Your tolls have been paid. Go. They stumbled off the bridge and onto the shadowy path beyond. When they turned back, the bridge was gone, and so was the ferryman. They didn't know where the path would lead, but one thing was certain, their lives would never be the same. The memories they had lost left hollow voids in their hearts, and the shadow of the ferryman's price lingered with every step they took. And in the fog-shrouded forest, the bridge waited for its next travelers. The crawlers in the mine. Into the abyss. The Frost Hollow mine had been abandoned for over a century after a collapse trapped dozens of miners inside. Stories of strange noises and flickering lights deep within the tunnels kept locals away. But for a group of adventurous spelunkers, Jess, Marcus, Elena, and Raj, it was the perfect challenge. This place is eerie as hell, Marcus said, adjusting his headlamp as they descended into the gaping black entrance. Rusted tracks and broken minecarts littered the ground, and the walls were damp with condensation. Exactly why we're here, Jess replied, grinning. Think of the stories we can tell. As they ventured deeper, their voices echoed strangely, distorting as if the mine itself was whispering back. The discovery. Hours into the exploration, Raj found an old journal, its pages brittle and yellowed. The final entry was scrawled in shaky handwriting. The substance is alive. It changes us. We hear them now, the whispers in the dark. It won't let us leave. Creepy, Elena muttered, shivering. Just some old miner scaring himself, Marcus said, though his bravado was starting to waver. But as they moved further, they found strange, glistening black veins running through the walls of the mine. The substance pulsed faintly, as though it were alive. Is this what they were mining? Jess wondered, reaching out to touch it. Don't, Raj snapped, pulling her hand back. We don't know what it is. A sudden sound echoed from the darkness ahead, a soft, wet scraping, like something crawling on stone. The crawlers appear. The sound grew louder, joined by faint, guttural clicks. Jess held up her flashlight, its beam cutting through the shadows. Something moved. At first, they thought it was a trick of the light. Then they saw it, a pale, emaciated figure scuttling on all fours across the ceiling. Its skin was translucent, stretched tight over sinewy limbs. Milky white eyes blinked in the beam, unseeing but aware. "What the hell is that?" Marcus whispered, his voice shaking. The figure stopped and tilted its head, emitting a low growl. Behind it, more shapes began to emerge from the darkness. "We need to go," Elena whispered, backing away. The figures dropped from the ceiling, their limbs moving unnaturally fast. "Run!" Jess screamed. The chase. They bolted through the tunnels, their footsteps echoing in a deafening cacophony. The crawlers pursued them relentlessly, their guttural clicking growing louder. Raj stumbled over a loose rail and fell. Jess and Marcus dragged him up as one of the creatures lunged, its long, skeletal fingers swiping inches from Raj's leg. "There's a shaft up ahead," Elena shouted, spotting an old elevator platform. They reached the rusted structure and scrambled onto it. Jess yanked the lever, and the platform groaned to life, creaking upward. Below, the crawlers clawed at the shaft, their pale faces twisted into grotesque snarls. One managed to latch onto the platform, its strength nearly pulling it back down. Jess grabbed a broken pipe and swung, striking the creature until it fell into the abyss. The heart of the mine. The elevator stopped abruptly, leaving them in a cavern unlike anything they'd seen. The black substance coated the walls, pulsating rhythmically. At the center was a massive pool of the same glistening material, its surface rippling as though something stirred beneath. "This is it," Raj said, his voice trembling. "This is what changed them." The air was thick, making it hard to breathe. Shapes began to rise from the pool, figures like the crawlers but larger, more deformed. "We can't stay here," Marcus said, panic in his voice. A deep, resonant growl reverberated through the cavern. From the pool emerged an enormous figure, towering over the others. Its elongated limbs and jagged teeth glistened with the black substance, and its hollow eyes seemed to pierce their souls. The fight for survival. The group sprinted toward a side tunnel, dodging the creatures as they emerged from the walls. The ground shook, and the tunnels began to collapse. "Keep moving," Jess shouted, shoving Marcus forward as debris rained down. They burst into a smaller chamber, where an old dynamite storage crate lay half-buried under rubble. "Raj, can you rig this?" Jess asked, pointing to the dynamite. Raj nodded, his hands shaking as he wired the explosives. The crawlers closed in, their guttural clicks echoing louder. Jess and Marcus held them off with whatever they could find, rocks, metal rods, anything to keep the creatures at bay. "Done," Raj yelled. They sprinted down the tunnel as Raj pressed the detonator. The explosion roared, the shockwave throwing them to the ground. Escape and aftermath. The mine was collapsing, but they managed to find an old service tunnel leading to the surface. They stumbled out into the cold night air, coughing and covered in dust. Behind them, the ground caved in, swallowing the mine and the horrors within. "We're alive," Elena whispered, tears streaming down her face. "For now," Raj said grimly, holding up his hand. It was covered in the black substance, which had begun to pulse faintly under his skin. Jess stared in horror. "It's not over, is it?" Raj didn't answer. Far below, deep in the earth, the substance stirred, waiting for its chance to spread
The
again.
Hollow Child. A woman, Grace, adopts a seemingly perfect child, Lily, from a peculiar orphanage with an eerie reputation. Lily is quiet, obedient, and charming, and Grace quickly falls in love with her. However, as time passes, Grace begins to notice unsettling details about her daughter. Her eyes never seem to blink, her touch is colder than it should be, and a faint humming sound fills the house when Lily is nearby. Eventually, Grace uncovers a horrific truth. Lily's body is empty, hollow, filled with something far worse, a malevolent force that has taken her form. Now, Grace must fight to save her family and uncover the dark secret behind the orphanage that sent Lily to her. Chapter 1. The perfect child. Grace, a woman in her early 30s, is lonely after the sudden death of her husband. She decides to adopt a child to fill the void in her life. After much searching, she is drawn to a small, out-of-the-way orphanage. The place is run by an older couple who seem kind but somewhat distant. They present her with a beautiful young girl named Lily, whose soft brown eyes and delicate features immediately captivate Grace. Lily is perfect, too perfect. She's quiet, well-behaved, and instantly bonds with Grace. Grace believes she's found the answer to her loneliness. However, the orphanage staff are oddly reluctant to let Lily go, almost as if they know something Grace doesn't. Chapter 2: Unsettling Silence. Back in her new home, Grace starts to notice strange things about Lily. The child rarely speaks and never cries, even when she should. Her smile, though sweet, doesn't quite reach her eyes. There is something off about Lily, but Grace can't quite place it. She brushes off her growing discomfort, attributing it to her own anxieties and the recent loss of her husband. One night, Grace tries to kiss Lily goodnight, only to feel an unnatural coldness from the child's skin. When she pulls away, she sees Lily staring at her, unblinking, unmoving. The silence between them feels heavy, suffocating. Grace attributes it to nerves, but her unease grows. Chapter 3: The Humming Sound. Over the next few weeks, Grace begins to hear a low, almost imperceptible humming sound coming from Lily's room at night. It isn't a lullaby, but something deeper and more resonant. The first time she hears it, she dismisses it as her imagination running wild. But the sound grows louder each night. Grace starts waking up at odd hours, drawn to the source of the hum. One night, she finds Lily standing by the window, staring out into the darkness, her mouth slightly open as if in a trance. When Grace approaches, the humming stops. Lily looks at her, blinking once, slowly, and everything feels normal again. But something in Grace feels deeply unsettled. Chapter 4: The Visit to the Orphanage. Determined to find out more about Lily's past, Grace visits the orphanage again. The staff seem overly polite but distant. They avoid answering any specific questions about Lily's background, giving vague, unsettling responses. Grace begins to sense there is something they're hiding. While speaking with one of the elderly women who runs the orphanage, she notices something strange. Lily's name is written on an old chalkboard in the back of the building, alongside a few other children. But the strange part is the date next to her name: adopted, never sent. The woman notices Grace looking and quickly changes the subject. Grace feels a chill run down her spine as she leaves, but she's determined to uncover the truth. Chapter 5: The First Clue. Late one evening, Grace walks into Lily's room to find her standing completely still, staring at a corner of the room. Her body is rigid, and her skin looks paler than usual. At first, Grace thinks Lily is sleepwalking, but then she notices a strange shadow in the corner, seemingly attached to Lily's form. As she approaches, the shadow flickers and seems to pulse with a life of its own. When Grace reaches out to touch Lily, the child's body jolts, and for a split second, Grace sees something horrifying: a glimpse of an empty space inside Lily's chest, a black void. The sound of rushing wind fills the room, and Lily snaps back to normal, as if nothing happened. Grace retreats, shaken to her core. Chapter 6: The Hollow Body. Grace begins to investigate further, secretly trying to understand what's happening to Lily. She sneaks into the attic one night and discovers a box filled with old documents and photographs. Among the papers is a photo of Lily, but the child in the picture looks different. Her eyes are dark and hollow, and she is standing beside the elderly couple who run the orphanage. She looks nothing like the Lily Grace has adopted. Then, Grace finds something far more horrifying: notes detailing an experiment the orphanage staff had been conducting for years. They were trying to create perfect children by hollowing out their souls and replacing them with something else, something darker. Lily was the final experiment, and Grace begins to understand that the child she adopted is not a child at all, but a vessel for something far worse. Chapter 7: The Return of the Orphanage. Grace returns to the orphanage, determined to confront the elderly couple. When she arrives, the building appears abandoned, no one answers the door, and the windows are dark. As she steps inside, she realizes the place has been long forgotten, abandoned, or perhaps never existed at all. The walls seem to close in on her as she explores the empty halls, hearing only faint whispers and the soft clicking of her footsteps. In the basement, she finds the remnants of the experiment, crude drawings and strange symbols on the walls. There, she uncovers the horrifying truth. The orphanage had been a front for an ancient ritual, one that had been passed down through generations. The children weren't being adopted, they were being hollowed out, filled with something ancient, malevolent, and hungry. Chapter 8. The Awakening. Grace races back to her home, heart pounding. When she returns, she finds Lily standing in the middle of the living room, smiling at her in that unsettling way. But this time, there is something different in her eyes, something hungry, dark, and empty. The humming begins again, louder than ever. Grace feels an overwhelming sense of dread as she realizes that Lily has awakened to the dark force within her. The house seems to pulse with the same malevolent energy as the orphanage, and Lily moves toward her with unnatural grace. The child's body is empty, and the dark entity inside her is finally free. Chapter 9. The Confrontation. Grace fights to protect her family, trying to save herself and her husband from the creature that Lily has become. But the child is far more powerful than Grace could have imagined. The entity inside Lily feeds off fear and chaos, and it now seeks to consume her completely. Grace realizes that the only way to stop it is to sever the connection between Lily and the malevolent force. In a desperate attempt, she confronts the creature, invoking the ritualistic symbols from the orphanage's basement, hoping to banish the dark force for good. Chapter 10. The Empty Child. In a final, heart-wrenching moment, Grace is forced to make an impossible decision: destroy the child she loves, or allow the entity to take everything she holds dear. She chooses to end the nightmare. As Lily crumbles into dust, Grace feels the weight of the sacrifice, but as the darkness lifts, she realizes the horrifying truth. The child she adopted was never real, and she has lost her chance at happiness forever. Alone and broken, Grace is left to grapple with the consequences of her choice. The orphanage and its dark secrets are gone, but the memory of the hollow child will haunt her for the rest of her life. The Stalker in the Woods. A family, Sarah, John, and their 2 young children, embark on a hiking trip through a remote, dense forest, hoping to reconnect with nature and spend some quality time together. As they journey deeper into the wilderness, they begin to hear strange noises, whispers that sound like their voices, footsteps that mirror their own. Soon, they realize they are being stalked by a terrifying creature capable of perfectly mimicking their movements and voices. As they become more lost, their fear grows, and the line between friend and foe begins to blur. The creature seems to know their every move, leading them further into the woods, where escape becomes impossible. With no one to trust but each other, they must fight to survive and unravel the mystery of the entity hunting them. Chapter 1. Into the Forest. The family arrives at the trailhead, excited for their hiking adventure. The dense forest is lush and serene, a perfect escape from their everyday lives. John, the adventurous father, leads the way, while Sarah, a bit more cautious, stays close behind with the kids. They joke and laugh, enjoying the peace and quiet of the wilderness. But as they venture deeper into the woods, Sarah begins to feel a sense of unease. The further they walk, the quieter it gets. No birds chirping, no rustling of animals in the underbrush. The silence is unsettling, but she brushes it off, eager to enjoy the trip. Chapter 2. The First Sound. Late in the afternoon, as the family stops for a break by a stream, they hear a strange noise in the distance. It sounds like John calling Sarah's name, but when she turns around, she sees him sitting beside her, silently sipping from his water bottle. Confused, Sarah asks him if he had just called her. John looks just as puzzled and insists he didn't. A shiver runs down her spine as they hear it again, this time louder, Sarah. But this time, it's not just John's voice, it sounds like something else, something wrong. They brush it off as a trick of the wind and continue their hike, but Sarah's unease deepens. Chapter 3. The Mimicry begins. As dusk falls and the family sets up camp for the night, they start to hear the voices again, whispers just on the edge of hearing, but unmistakably familiar. John, over here, comes a voice from deeper in the woods, exactly like Sarah's. Then, Dad, it's getting late, echoes, mimicking the voice of their son, Tommy. John and Sarah exchange uneasy glances, but the kids seem unbothered, dismissing it as the sounds of the forest. That night, as they lay in their tent, Sarah swears she hears footsteps circling their camp, moving just outside the reach of the campfire's glow. They brush it off, thinking it's an animal, but the feeling of being watched lingers. Chapter 4: Lost in the Forest. The next morning, the family packs up camp and decides to continue their hike, trying to make their way back to the trailhead. However, the forest begins to feel like a maze. Every turn looks the same, and the once familiar landmarks have disappeared. The trees seem to close in, and Sarah begins to feel like they're being watched from all directions. As the hours pass, the trail becomes increasingly difficult to follow. They retrace their steps, but it's as if the forest is shifting, its paths changing before their eyes. Panic sets in when they realize they've become hopelessly lost. Chapter 5: The Voice That Knows. As they search for an exit, they begin to hear the voices again, except this time, they sound more urgent, more familiar. "Mom, where are you?" It's Tommy's voice, but when Sarah turns, he's right next to her. The voice seems to come from everywhere, echoing all around them, overlapping with their own voices. "Dad, it's just ahead." The voice of John calls out, but it sounds wrong, distorted, as if it's mocking him. The family realizes with growing horror that the voices are not coming from any of them, they are coming from the woods themselves. Something is mimicking them, copying their movements and words with unsettling precision. Chapter 6: The Stalker Revealed. As the day stretches into night,